We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 124. Happy Easter or happy belated Easter for most of the world. For United States, you guys are still in Easter. Hope you have some happy celebrations. Yeah, it's just past midnight in Paris, and yeah, going to midnight in London. In the East Coast is evening. It's 6 p.m. and in the West Coast, they are still in the middle of the freaking day. So that's very funny. So for the rest of Europe, they are sleeping. If they are sleeping, so I as usual, I always wanted to do earlier, but no. Nowadays I'm very tired. I do too much stuff, and then I went to take a nap, and my nap turned into decently long sleep. So anyway, so yeah, so we can shit on the Europeans right now. So happy Easter again, and happy birthday to those having birthday today. Yeah, but the chances of that should be quite low. Gonna drop the link to join. And also but it's Moscow 1:30 a.m. So I believe the ceasefire has ended. We probably will be hearing news about massive shelling already from the Russians. Who know they are doing some midnight assault. Who knows? No. Okay, let me. Where's my link to join? Wait. Sorry, as I talk, I get confused. Copy and paste. Okay. The link to join. Copy, and then paste. All right, I'm dropping the link to YouTube, and I have pinned it. So the YouTube Open Mic channel, and then YouTube Open Mic channel on Rumble. I have pinned it, and then yeah, I have opened my Twitch too. Yeah. So effectively, I only just woke up. Like immediately, I actually woke up like 3-4 times. So I really tried my best. So yeah. Sorry for the Europeans. I didn't mean it, but yeah. So, the biggest thing, of course, is the ceasefire. There's also other things, other developments like the trade war. The trade war. There is no more tick and tack. There is still some maneuvers in the rear, in the background, which are all super damaging for the entire world. So not just trade war. In the trade war, no one wins in the short term. In the short term, everybody loses. So, but in the long term, yes, there can be a victor. So that is the main thing. Of course, some economists will disagree, but economists care about economy. In geopolitics, who cares about economy? Like why would you want to fight a world war, right? It's bad for the economy. people fight it anyway, right? Like the Houthis fire rockets into Israel over Gaza. It's bad for the economy. They did it anyway. So, and the United States is now bombing the hell out of Yemen. It's bad for economy. But why bother? They bomb it anyway. It's bad for Yemen's economy. It is United States have to spend a lot of money. But in the long term, the Red Sea may be reopened to everyone, and that maybe there's a collective good. Maybe the rocket shelling of Israel will stop Israel from attacking the Palestinians, and that will still lead to a greater good and perhaps greater economic gains for the region in the future. So so that's why I saw a lot of discussion about trade war. Like a lot of economies, they don't really like what's happening in the trade war. So that's what's happening, and Yemen just put out a statement saying that they less than 1% of their forces is damaged by the airstrikes, despite it's super intense, and it's getting more and more intense. Yeah, of course they're going to say that, right? Why would they say that? Oh, we have lost 50% of our forces. No, that would not make any sense. So yeah, so I just want to, yeah. So if no one comes on, I will just keep on monologuing on my own. It's my fault. So oh yeah, I need to drop the link as well into some of the open mic speaker lounge, just in case they do not know, because no, I did this in the unholy hours. And yeah, so Eastern and Western Easter is on the same day today. Yeah, I'm surprised. Is it supposed to be on the same day, or is it like meant to be like different? Actually, I have no idea. I saw everybody celebrating. I was like, So I'm a bit surprised that you guys celebrate different Christmas days, but no, but somehow celebrate the same Easter. So I was thinking, did I miss something, or is it always been the case? Like, wow, very united. I think that's very cool. If it's different days, but they landed on the same day, I think that is super cool. But of course, having it different day does make it very weird. Like nobody can agree which day Jesus came back to life. It's like or no, which day he's born. Which day he's born maybe is a bit more difficult, right? Because like history, is difficult to tell, right? What, like even nowadays, some people you don't even know how old they are, because there is no official records of them being born. So yeah, respawn. Yes, Jesus respawned. Yeah, he's the only guy that have like play this as a game. He can respawn. Like, you die, do you want to restart? He pressed yes, and then he came back. For us, too bad. Europe is so done. DPA streams at 1 year. Yeah, I really didn't mean it. I wanted to stream like 5 hours ago. But then I decided that I want to take a half an hour nap, because I have a long day, and then my half an hour turned into like 4 hours, and then after that, then after that it became 5 hours. Then I finally can wake up, because I really rested a bit more. Like, actually it's still not enough, but at least it's more rested. Yeah, so yeah, I really didn't mean it to do this. Yeah, Jesus lagged very hard. Jesus lagged for 3 days. And we have Wayne. Hi Wayne.
Hello, Wyatt.
Do you celebrate Easter?
You mean Half Price Chocolate Day?
I
do
celebrate Easter. Yeah. In fact,
I don't know
I'm
either.
not sure, but I don't know what people do on Easter's. I only know Easter got eggs and rabbits, and people go to church. That's all I know. So yeah.
It's a little bit complicated.
Yeah, I'm not Christian enough to understand. Yeah, but yeah, it seems like a very fun festival for some of the Christians.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
so
the
much
kids
for
have a great
Singapore.
time, but it's how should I put it? It's most Christians don't fully understand it. I don't think. Sorry, I'm really interested in history, so I read a lot of history, and a lot of what I'm looking at recently has been the biblical stuff. And there's a lot of information out there on the differences in how they thought as compared to how we think now. Their understanding of the world was completely different. And so, us trying to interpret the Bible or the Quran or any other text that's more than a couple hundred years old, using our current understanding just ain't going to work well.
Yeah, the even language difference makes a huge difference. Like, even like in Chinese text, even poems, our poems, because we all learn Mandarin right now, right? So when we read the poem, sometimes it doesn't rhyme. Sometimes it's a bit weird, because because when it was written, it was spoken in a different language. It was spoken like in a version, slight early version of Hokkien or in Cantonese. So the words, if you read the poem in Cantonese or in Hokkien, it makes perfect sense. It actually sounds super good. But then because we all learn Mandarin, so when we speak it in Mandarin, it's weird. What's worse is when you read the even earlier text, like the Taoist philosophy text. That is 2,000 over years old. That when you read it, it's probably not the same language that we are using it right now. It's like the words don't make sense at all. But actually, if I write Hokkien or Cantonese in Mandarin characters, that also don't make sense to a Mandarin speaker. So actually, it's a different language. So I believe Christianity might be the same thing. They read something like 1,000 years ago when they write it. And it's like everything is just a bit different. That's why I thought.
And it's real fun when the ancients used euphemisms, because a lot of their euphemisms they just don't translate now. What's a bone locker?
No idea.
It's an old English term for body.
Bone locker.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
And then there's all the things that how should I put it? Words that have modified themselves over the years in usage. There's this old English word that means cleft. Okay?
Cleft.
Today cleft. Today it's a swear word. Cunt.
Oh, okay.
But it and another thing that they linguists have been doing digging in. There was this bird called the fucking kestrel, and nobody knew why it was called the fucking kestrel. And
why?
Well, some linguists were doing some digging into some old English texts. They found out that fucking used to mean fluttering.
Fluttering.
It was an euphemism for sex because your body's fluttering up and down.
That makes so much sense. Hi, IGI.
Hello.
Hey, happy Easter. Why are you working on Easter? Or is that your house? You always
No. I'm at work because I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday night shift 6 to 6. So whenever you have open mic, I'm at work. But my work is watching television, playing games, and maybe checking a few things, and that's it. So I have best job in the world.
That sounds like a lot of people's job actually. A lot of people's job is just to be there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just I want to ask you something because I met a girl from Taiwan. I met a girl from Singapore as well here in Ireland. They're very fit, very educated. Really, I love the way how they think. They're pretty much think like I do. Like I'm Serbian. I don't know if you know. I'm in Ireland 11 years. The NATO actually bombed my native country, Serbia. So I understand that Russia and China, you don't have true democracy there. If any, it's one-party system. Huge countries. They have their own state of law. It's not lawless countries. It's just a different system. Someone would argue, well, yes. In America, you have two parties. Yeah. You have a lot of lobbyists, people with money buying influence, doing covering up. So is the Western system better than the East? Yeah. So now there's debate. Then the fact is the majority of people from Eastern Europe, they try to go to the West for better living conditions, better opportunities. I see Taiwan is thriving outside of China, Singapore as well. I talk to them. They say, no, we are ethnically Chinese. It's not about ethnicity. We are 100% Chinese. Like I speak, correct. They both speak Mandarin, but this system, what they have, is less than optimal for a single individual. That's the way how this in China and in Russia, this one-party system.
Yeah, so which is why it's very irritating. When you read, right, because they always say China, right? They will write Chinese. Chinese ship, Chinese economy is very complicated, very, very confusing for us Chinese overseas, because it's like, for us overseas, Chinese means our race. It's not the nationality. So, that's so confusing for us. But yeah, I got used to it. But it's sometimes, when I criticize China, I feel like I'm criticizing myself, because we always say Chinese. So the Taiwan has been entirely its own thing from communist China, because they are China. They are also China. They are Republic of China. They just lost the Civil War. They retreated to Taiwan, and they have always been self-ruled. They are more independent and more of a country than Kosovo ever will be. They are very, very its own country. The only difference is no recognition. That's because China bought out all the recognition. So Taiwan used to do is that when it was losing all the recognition, they was paying money to all the Pacific Islands and all the small countries to recognize them. But then eventually, because of trade, they all switched to China, the communist China. So that's why they are actually a democratic country, but they were not always democratic. Like, they were like a democratic country, but they were in like a military rule, because they were still in civil war, right? And it was later then they start to like open up. Then they have this multi-party thing. Then, yeah. So that's what happened. In Singapore is we followed the British system, so we also have elections and whatnot. But in the early days, one of the party emerged and become very powerful. The second most powerful party did this walkout. So sometimes we see in parliaments they walk out, right? They protest a certain division, then they walk out of the parliament. So what Lee Kuan Yew did is that when the opposition walked out of the parliament, he declared them abandoned their position. They resigned. And then they just kicked them out of the parliament entirely. And then after that, they said they do an operation and captured quite a few of them for potential communist operations or something like that. So basically, it's a political elimination. Then after that, the ruling party did a good job. So this opposition tried to fight in elections, but the seats getting lesser and lesser until they lost all the seats. They have 0 seats, and that's how Singapore became a one-party rule.
Just specifically, I want to ask you. I see Taiwan faces threat from China. They declared like independence. They want to be independent. They recognize as Taiwanese. Although technically, legally under United Nations, they are part of China.
They are China.
Yeah, wouldn't it be easier for them to call themselves as actual China? Everything can stay the same. They can choose their own government. They can their own system. They just should recognize that they are China, and that's it. I mean, for their own sake, because they are
China. That's the problem is they have a constitution and they are China. They are Republic of China. And their map is ridiculous. Their map is bigger than the current China. If you look at the actual claims, it's bigger than current China. Because the difference is that the communist China inherited the map. They tried to get everything, but then they lost some of the wars. Like they lost to the Russians, so they lost some territory. Then they make some deals and give up. Like they're unable to take Mongolia, Outer Mongolia. So Mongolia becomes its own country because it was protected by Soviet Union. And the actual China right now is smaller than the Taiwanese China's claim. So, and if they join the communist China as China, then essentially they are also abandoning their own constitution. His own constitution is the problem right now because their constitution say they are China. If they declare independence as Taiwan, then China will use it as an excuse to invade Taiwan. So either way, they are betraying themselves. So that is the conundrum. So if you look here, like everyone in the world, every country will say they believe in a one China policy. The meaning is not the current communist China is the real China. They never say the People's Republic of China is the real China and the only China. That's not what all the countries say. All the countries are saying that we will only recognize one China. Either it's People's Republic of China or Republic of China. That is the meaning of one China policy. So even the United States have a one China policy, but it's just a matter of technical term, so that if one day People's Republic of China go into civil war and Republic of China returns and conquer back the full China, no one's position actually changed at all. They just simply switch from recognizing this government to recognize that government. We still recognize only one China. That's the whole meaning of it. So, because that's actually what everybody did. Everybody recognized only Republic of China actually. Then one fine day, United States betrayed the Republic of China and said, People's Republic of China is the real China. Then suddenly everybody started to switch. Then Republic of China lost its UN seat, and then they now become like a pariah, in international politics.
And was the situation with Singapore, and I know Hong Kong. I saw there were some protests in Hong Kong. There was China police, unarmed police with just the baseball bats, and then the protests went off. So what's the actual status of Hong Kong towards China, and what's the position of Singapore towards China? Because you also have Chinese, which are Western economy style, most developed country in the world, one of the most developed. Yeah. What are the political relations with China from Singapore, and what's the status of Hong Kong?
So Hong Kong and Singapore is like the twin brother, but the main difference is that the Hong Kong is given to is given by the Qing Empire, so it's not of China. Okay, it's not, the agreement is not with China. The agreement is with Qing Empire. It's a bit like Turkey and Ottoman Empire. It's two different things, right? Turkey and Ottoman Empire is two different things. So imagine this: the British leased from the Ottoman Empire, for example. So, which is the Qing Empire, and then they leased out for 100 years, allegedly. There's some kind of concession.
Did it expire? I think that expired in 1999.
The thing is, from my understanding, from what I heard, is that everyone kind of forgot about it, because Hong Kong always been a colony of the British Empire. So one fine day, I think I heard the rumor is that the communist government suddenly thought that they have no idea whether they can take it back, because, like I said, the agreement is not with them. So they tried. They asked the British, the 100 years is coming to an end, Then the British like panicked and, oh yeah, correct. Then after that, they just give it to China. They make some arrangement, and then they just have a ceremony, give it back to China. And that shocked all the Hong Kong people because they never expected that they're gonna they're gonna join a communist country, because they are democratic. To them, they are democratic, but although for in Singapore's point of view, they are democratic, but they are still a colony. Singapore is a totally different thing. Singapore history is very funny. So there is the Sultanate of Johor. So there is a Johor Sultan. So the British came. They saw this island, and this river, and then they thought this is going to be a nice place to build a outpost. But then they don't want to talk to the Johor Sultanate. So they talk to the villager, in the village head in Singapore. The time is just a fishing village. And then they appointed a sultan, and then appointed someone as the sultan, and the sultan signed away Singapore. And then suddenly there's two sultans in the region. So basically it's a scam. So as a result, Singapore, is its own thing. As a colony, the Johor Sultanate claims us, but they have no way to fight the British for it. And eventually, as we all grew, a lot of immigrants come. So, like, for example, at one point of time, Singapore right now is 70% Chinese, but once upon a time it's not 70%. It was like 40%. Then another 40% is Indians. So then, from my understanding, is that when India go independence, a lot of Indians went back to India, and then we became like the Chinese become overwhelming in numbers. That's what I read somewhere. I forgot. So
I dispel some misinformation that Wyatt has been saying.
But Singapore is an independent country entirely. So since independence, we joined Malaysia, and then we got kicked out, and then we just become independent.
Do you think there is a possibility, because of such a strategic significance and the Chinese majority there, that in case of a larger trade war and continuing of trade war with the United States, Chinese army actually goes there and land and take it? It's like a strategically really important alliance, trade there and everything. Before trying blockade of Taiwan, because things are getting heated up now with all this trade war.
I mean, if China really, like, let's say United States collapse, China might try. Like, the Chinese are trying espionage in Singapore. Like, they are doing influence operation, like, intensely. And the Singapore government see it as very hostile. So we have been actively fighting against the influence operation quietly. Like, we didn't announce it. But all our legislations and all the things that we are doing, we are fighting against the Chinese espionage. Like, they built one building called the Chinese Cultural Center. Like a 4-5 story building, a small one, a decent. We built a massive big one, like 8-story high, and then we call it Singapore Chinese Cultural Center. So that's just one very physical example. Like, we are actively fighting them. But the Chinese in Singapore is not that. We don't affiliate ourselves to China in that way. Like, we don't feel like we want to join China. Actually, we are very similar to Taiwanese Chinese. So we are very close with Taiwanese Chinese. Like, we talk to them, we are like friends and family. But we talk to China Chinese, it's like different people. They just so different. They have diverted away from the Chinese
comparable
culture,
to Russia, Ukraine, yeah? Same ethnicity, same language, but different values with the time.
Yeah. Over time, they seem, maybe it's the Western Ukrainians, like they diverted to Western, and then they suddenly they develop a totally different identity. And then even though you are similar people, but you talk to them, you know that their mentality, the thinking, it's just different. They're just different people, and they stick to themselves. China Chinese like to stick to themselves because we are also very different to them. We are very alien to them. Drew
Yes.
want to dispel my misinformation.
Yes. First, Hong Kong was never a democracy under the UK. None of them had any voting rights.
That's why I like that. Democracy,
Yeah,
they think that they are in a democracy, but they never were. They are a colony.
No, they never thought they were in democracy. When you say they, you have to be specific. The ones that rioted were not the Hong Kong people. They were Hong Kong students. Same thing that happened in Tiananmen, Chinese students. Same thing that happened in Bangladesh, Bangladeshi students. Why is it always students?
Yeah, they are
And
naive
we
and
know
stupid.
exactly. We know exactly where the source of the riots come from, because in Bangladesh we just found out it was the USAID. Same thing. They send in teachers and professors and whatnot, and then they cycle their students to go and riot. Same thing happened in Hong Kong. Same thing happened in Tiananmen. So it's like they never had democracy from the moment they were made a British colony until right up until they were handed back to China.
This is Chinese propaganda.
No, really.
Nothing happens without.
When did they get a vote?
Cause. No.
When did they get a vote?
No, I say that
At all.
you're giving all the credits to the Americans. I'm just saying that it's not that case. I'm quite sure every country is trying to influence each other. They try to conduct some kind of espionage. The thing is that if there is no inherent problem in the system, people will not
quite sure, but
sacrifice.
where is your proof? We have proof that the
okay.
USAID has been
There is
around.
proof that China is in deep shit.
Where?
They were in very terrible situation. Then people want
Where?
reforms. No,
Okay.
before
Guys.
Tiananmen, people want to
No.
reform.
You're talking about
You're
espionage.
missing the true cause.
How
You're
to
missing
espionage
the
the whole
true
China?
cause.
The riots is the whole freaking China. It's not just Beijing. It's the entire freaking China. Millions and millions of people came out, and it's not just the students. People, adults, working people were there because they supported
it was
the
students.
cause. The students
Okay.
started it. The people came in because they believe that they also support the idea that something need to change. Because it's a communist freaking country. People, that's the whole point of communist country always falling. People just riot and they want change. The problem is, of course, then after that they were suppressed by the military and everything, just reset. And yeah, so to say that it's just the Americans.
Okay.
That's the problem
Another-
I have with a lot of people quoting who is that YouTube channel? I forgot. One of the YouTube channel always say that it's always the Americans. No, the Americans always is going to try to do things, but nothing happens without the people believing that something is wrong. Like the Euromaidan didn't happen out of nowhere. Euromaidan because the people really wanted to join the West, and they was promised something.
Yes, but so what the Americans do is they don't come in and just they don't just come in and just lie to you, because everybody can see through it. what they do is they come in and they give you money. They say, oh, I hire you into this position, hire you into that position, or I give you this professor, and then once you are hired that position, then they start talking about how great the US is, and then slowly this message gets diverted out. Then they will tell you, oh, if you're part of the US or you support the West, you'll be great. China is shit, or whatever, or Bangladesh is shit, or Singapore is shit. You have to support the US. You're part of our Western Hemisphere rules basic. All of that nonsense. When you tell it to a young person who has no sense of reality yet, they haven't actually come out and seen the real world. They will actually believe all these ideals because they don't understand reality yet, right? So that's why it's very easy to influence students. They are still in the learning mode. They haven't started working. They haven't started seeing the real world. That's why they always target students. That's why you see a lot of the color revolutions for students. Anyway,
I would this a little bit. All students are always rebellious. Even in Singapore, in Singapore independence, the students are the one rioting. It's not because of any other country come and influence. The students are just idealistic. They don't like the current system. They're all progressive by nature.
Easy to influence.
It's too easy to always say that it's the Americans. No, that's the thing. That's the thing.
No, but they have been proven time and again to be a part of it.
Divide and rule.
Why don't I say it's the Malaysians or the Thais or the Vietnamese or the Japanese? Because we have no proof that they did it, but we know the Americans do it. They literally have an agency called the US AID. AID does stand for aid. AID stands for US Agency for like Intervention Agency or something like that. It doesn't even stand for aid. They color it.
It's not actually a military agency. Besides, guys, you know why this stuff starts out with students all the time? Think about how you teach kids. You get a 1-year-old, you teach them 2 + 2. You don't teach them how to calculate the area of a circle. They just don't have the ability to understand it. You later on expand it. So what you do is you start off, you've got these kids, and they're taught, okay, Christopher Columbus crossed the ocean in 1492. And then later on, they learned about the bad stuff, like, the natives, all the natives on the island dying of genocide and all this. But, it takes a while before they get to that point. And so you've got a bunch of people who are basically still slightly underinformed in some ways, but very heavily informed in others, because they are in school and they're getting access to a lot of information that the average person on the street just doesn't have.
It's very funny. Everybody knows which channel I'm talking about without me saying which channel it is. Virgin.
I don't want to get into the inner Chinese conflict between the two of you, but I tend to agree with more with Drew in this point. But I didn't come on to discuss this topic. I just saw your invitation to the open mic before going to sleep, and I think I will go to sleep. But I just wanted to say to everyone happy Easter, and just to explain to Wyatt why it's so complicated, the date. It's always the first Sunday after the first full moon after spring equinox, and it's different for the Gregorian and for the Julian calendar, because they have not the same calendar for religious dates, So that's the reason, and it's every year it's a different date for the full moon, so there is a different date for Easter. That's it. Again, happy Easter, everyone. See you next time.
Thank you, Boyan. That's so interesting. Yeah, I'm not Christian enough to understand.
Well, you don't have to be. It's like, there's a celebration. You say, okay, well, fine. People are celebrating. We've got people celebrating Diwali and all sorts of other holidays in Canada. It's just part of the background.
In fact, I didn't even know Orthodox Christianity is so big, like until the Ukraine war. like like I always heard about Eastern Christianity, but it's like no, yeah, it's a very vague thing because we in our world we are surrounded by the Western, Catholic or the Protestants Christianity. So it was like after covering the Ukraine war and seeing so much Russian things, it's like oh shit, the Orthodox Christianity
Are they
is
very
huge.
big? How many Orthodox Christians are there? Like
I'm not sure. I think
It depends on your numbers, and then you got to think that some of the Orthodox groups are kind of strange. Have you guys ever looked at the Ethiopian Orthodox Church?
oh yeah, that's super strange, man.
They
Yeah.
claim that they've got the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
I'm
And they
Serbian
have a Bible
Orthodox.
that's got books that no other Bible's
so how
got.
many Orthodox are there like in the world?
So the majority is Russia, Ukraine, and you have Serbia, you have Bulgaria, Romania, maybe in total 200 million people. All around the world, smaller numbers, and that's it.
So how many?
Oh, there's a fair chunk in Africa. There's a fair chunk in Africa.
I mean, Google.
Yeah, but you know,
But you can imagine there's a lot of people for something that I don't know. It's scary. It's like how can I not know a religion that is like what 200 million strong? So that
but
was shocking to me.
that's not that we are not united. You cannot divide people just because they belong or their parents usually belong
agree.
in some. That's I shared values, especially here in Ireland, where I have long discussions with Brits, Irish, Canadians, and like I don't see any reason between Protestants and Orthodoxy. Although I'm not a believer, I don't believe what the Bible says, that there were Adam and Eve and etc. There is so many inconsistencies, although there is some good things in Bible which I agree with. But I cannot say I believe what any religion says to. There was a prophet, he came and said, and come on, it's it's worse than war propaganda of any country I saw.
They took hundreds of years to refine it. So that's the reason why it's more acceptable. Maybe the first version is just like Zelensky's speech, like last week.
Guys,
You
but
can't
that's
tell,
what it is. It is propaganda. The entire Bible is propaganda. If you go back, we've got now access to scrolls that are fairly old from the Dead Sea scroll community, and some of the stuff in there, you look at it, and the differences are quite stark. Like, and this is the sort of thing that's not going to mean anything unless you're into Christianity or Judaism or Islam. But in the in the Bible that they follow, it says that the temple of the Lord is supposed to be set up on one mountain. In the Samaritan Bible, it says it's supposed to be set up on another mountain. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, they agree with the Samaritan Bible.
Yeah. So but the thing is, the modern Western Christianity is decided in Rome, right? So they look at all the sources, all the information. They just pick 4 gospels, and they put New Testament.
No, actually, you wouldn't believe the mess with Bible translations.
That's the Catholic. Okay.
Yeah, the Protestants don't believe.
The Protestants just
authority
like
of the Pope,
they just throw everything out the window.
Anyway,
No,
guys, I got
also
something
weird
quick.
talks in the Protestants, right? Like I don't know. There's okay, that one.
They just interpret things
I
differently.
got something I want to toss out quick. Hey, Trump started a trade war against the entire world, right?
Yeah.
only China
I'll give
for
you
now.
one of the best quotes I ever seen on this sort of a subject.
Not just China.
It's from a
Mexico
fictional
and
character, but I like it.
Canadian.
Only an
Yeah.
idiot fights a war on 2 fronts. Only the heir to the throne of the kingdom of idiots would fight a war on 12 fronts.
Yeah, and he's fight the war on like 100 over France.
So they gave up all the France, right? So now it's just Canada, Mexico, and China, right?
No,
Everybody
France.
else-
There's only one France. No, the France in Europe.
No, the France. Hey, you don't shit on my English lah. You're also Singaporean. Come on.
No, I just joking.
Canada,
The thing is,
This is
Mexico,
like a
and
dad
China.
joke. The kind of dad joke I always do to my daughter.
Yes, you are dead now. Yes.
Trump can't beat Canada, and that's a problem. I mean, guess where the United States gets their weapons from? A lot of them are built here.
Yeah, if
Well,
those that are
militarily,
making-
it's never going to happen because Americans don't support it. It's not a question at all. I don't even, if Canada has army, it would never came. I talked to Canadians, and all of them said they don't want to be part of United States. 8 out of 10 of them said decisive no. But also they say if the American tanks starts rolling out, that they would not even consider to start any resistance, just like a peaceful rebellion. And so it's not going to happen. I don't see any way. And also my American friends, out of 5 of them, 0 of them support any kind of violent action against Canada. Even like police for no. So if Trump starts that, he's gonna be removed as a president immediately.
Yeah. Oh no, but the issue is that this is a trade war, and I mean, we can mess up the United States in a lot of ways if we want to. They really do not want to fight a trade war. At least they shouldn't want to.
Trade war, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's about the stupidest thing I ever seen. He's tanking the U.S. dollar. He's tanking the United States economy. It's going to have impacts on other economies around the world. I mean, China and all the other exporting nations are going to be sitting there going, oh, shit, we don't have anywhere to sell our stuff now. Dump! And they're going to dump it all over the place, and you're going to see prices on a lot of stuff crater.
I really like, because I wanted to speak with some American who is more mature, has bigger understanding, because I'm now in Ireland for almost 12 years. This island has basically rocks and some grass. The sheep can eat grass, so they export beef and nothing else. And they have plenty multinationals, mostly American ones. There's some European ones. So their GDP is 36% above American per capita. All thanks to the American companies which came here to avoid paying tax. So they're taking advantage from America for I don't know how long it lasts, 50 years now. No? And what they did here, I suppose a lot of companies went where is less tax, where is cheap labor and things like that. So it's a big systematic problem. My American friends say no one asked us. The business owners, they not just allowed it to happen, they wanted it to happen. They put their money where they have to pay less, and that's actually now we have a situation what we have. Why are you buying? Why are you not producing something? Well, because Chinese can make it cheaper, etc. It's such a complex problem. I don't see easy solution for that. Trump or no Trump. But,
yeah. You remember the Microsoft purchase of Skype? One of the reasons it happened was that Microsoft had all this money over in Ireland and they couldn't bring it back to the United States. So they bought somebody. I mean, they bought them for the technology as well, but they might not have bought them if it hadn't been for the fact that they had this money sitting overseas they couldn't touch otherwise.
Yeah, not like a good excuse, but yes, I agree. that's what China or any other country does, right? When they have too much foreign currency, they just go and buy shit in the host country. That's how China has a huge amount of United States land. They just keep buying. You got too much US dollars, don't know what to do with it.
But that's the thing that Trump needed to do if he really wanted to fix the budget deficit. Actually manage to tax the companies, But of course, his billionaire circle around him will never let him do that. So you find all sorts of.
And also
going around firing like regular government workers who are doing services and what through their you get so many videos of American government workers getting fired, like people who go out do marketing or people who do this and that, and it's just
getting fired is normal, right? So.
Huh? No, but they're killing their own economy because they get fired. They have no salary. No salary.
But these people don't generate economic value. That's the thing.
There is one more point of
they purchase stuff with their salary within the US.
They're not gonna find other jobs outside. Come on.
One more
where
point.
Though? That's like I hear this argument.
Yeah.
About they'll just find other jobs.
Of course they will die outside.
Yeah, but it's not
as a former government worker, I understand that feeling. I know what you mean.
Yeah, but if you look at any government in the world, right? Any country, I'm guessing that their national government is the largest. Shut the fuck up, Wayne. I'm talking.
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the comment.
Yeah, I don't care.
But
I'm still
just
trying to
got
talk, so shut the fuck up. So, any government in the world, your largest employer is going to be the government. Like any nation, the government is going to be the biggest employer. So, when I hear this whole argument about, well, they're just going to find other jobs elsewhere, or we're going to run government like a business, it's like, fuck, why? Like, give me a politician who says, you know what? A certain percentage of our population depends on employment from the government, and we're not going to play that game. Like, be honest with people, because the whole idea that all these people are just going to get fired and they're going to turn around and they're going to start working at Google next week, it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
Dead on.
I have a point that I wanted to bring up that I haven't heard anybody mention actually, is that in the I think it's in the 2021 5-year plan, the Chinese 5-year plan, they actually included something very interesting. So a system that actually we have in Singapore. In Singapore, we have this called the work future, or is it the one Wyatt, the one where they train
Skill future.
Skill future. Yeah, we have this system called Skill future, where if you have this like middle career people and they lose their jobs or they want to switch career and they can't find a job, right? They can actually go to a government agency, and the government agency will actually train them in a new job and then actually try to help them find a job. So actually China is just in the last 5-year plan implemented a similar system. I don't know exactly how it works, but if you read the brief, like the one paragraph brief of what they're supposed to do, it's about the same thing. So basically they already, and the plan at the time when they implemented it was to help retrain about 220 million Chinese citizens. So now they already have a structure of a system there. And if there's this trade war is going to cause some unemployment because some companies are going to shut down, especially those that were trading with the US heavily, and they lose 90% of their business, and they're going to shut down. They actually have a government system ready to retrain people, to redeploy people. So it's the impact is going to be there. The people is affected are not going to be happy, but at least there's already a structure in place to help them.
My only concern is just the size of China. That's all. Like they're going to have like 12.5 million graduates coming into the economy.
Yeah.
So
220 million is like 20%, a little bit less than 20% of the population.
But just let me read the super chat quickly. What you're talking about,
2%.
US is too powerful to lose. Everybody will go to the White House to kiss the Trump's ring. The world depends on the US economy. So
sure. Yeah, no, those retraining programs though, I've seen a lot of those in my life, and they're rarely successful because you basically take, let's say, for example, a tradesperson or an office worker, whoever, like a factory worker, whoever it might be, right? And the government has it in their head, well, we're just going to retrain them to do something else. We're just going to teach them how to code, or we're going to teach them how to do small engine repair or some bullshit like that. And the reality is, like, a lot of people, if you're up in your 40s, 50s and stuff, it's really hard to relearn and retrain for something, particularly when it's something that you're probably not even interested in. Like a lot of these government programs, they kind of push you into various trades and various programs, whether or not you're interested in it or not. It's just another way for the government to circulate money around, as far as I'm aware. Because, like I said, I've seen a lot of these in programs in Canada, and they don't work very well.
As
for the U.S. economy, everybody wanting to buy it, nobody in the U.S. is buying anything right now. So, Trump, he'll be waiting for somebody to kiss his ass for a while, I think.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, what I'm about to say. Hello, guys. Good to see you guys. Just want to say, firstly, let me start with the Chinese, right? Mandarin, and then Indonesia, or in Singapore, or in majority of Singaporean or Malaysia, or they thought they are Chinese. They are not. That I'm just gonna start from there. Okay, the British is one that ship most of those language out. It become a majority language in those areas. So people from there, they thought they are Chinese because they speak Chinese, just like United States. In United States, right? British, in my own calculation, British is like maybe 7% of original white American, but Americans speak English. So everybody thinks most Americans are British because they speak English. Same also go to the Asia, whereby those countries like Singapore, Malaysia, all those areas thought they are Chinese. Okay, the same also go to South American. If you go to South America, the most African language that most spoke after Africa is Yoruba. From Brazil all the way to Cuba, speak Yoruba as a second language. Okay, it's more common there. So majority of those people there, even some Spanish, they thought they are Yorubas, right? Because they speak Yorubas. So it doesn't mean because somebody speak that particular language, it doesn't mean because as time go by, everything changed. So they thought they belong to that particular groups. So that's what I can say about that for now. So let me go back to Trump's. I'm gonna say this on the Trump's thing. What he's doing is correct, but the way he's doing it, I don't understand how to explain it. What he's doing is the right thing to do because at this point, all American company already finished. They are done. All those American company, they used to be a company, but now manufacturer company. All those people in the Dow Jones, I'm talking about in the stock market as a Dow Jones. It's supposed to be Dow Jones Industrial. Those companies are no longer industrial anymore. They are like a third party. Okay, like look at HP. HP don't manufacture shit anymore. HP is a third party. Same go with many others in that Dow Jones. What they do is that they will buy the product. Even Apple is no longer a manufacturer company. Apple is just buying products. Just like a middleman. Apple himself is a middleman. They are not manufacturer. There are some people that manufacture for them. There are some people that design for them. Same go with all those auto company. They are no longer what they used to be anymore. They are all finished. They are just a third party. So those who buy their chairs, they thought they are buying manufacturer company. They don't buy manufacturer company. They buy third chair company because those companies are finished. So what Trump is doing, because as I always say something like, industrial company is a superpower country. If you lose your industrial, then you're done. So now, if you come to United States right now, what Trump tried to do is that the American people don't understand how this thing is working anymore. How electronic systems working. They don't understand it. I mean, not just sorry, don't get me wrong. Majority of Americans, like the way used to be. Because when you're working on something, you understand. Chinese people are more understand in the mainland China. They are more understand how things work better than people in the United States. At this point, yes, they thought they are designing it, but most of the design come from the AI. They've been using AI to do this design for a very long time. Everybody just had to hear AI on the TV. If you listen to listen to the what they call the ADI, which is a tools they are using to design chips, right? It's like a automation, right? So whenever you find a new material, you plug into ADI. ADI could be able to know how to maneuver and sync those new material, new element in. So whereby it's like AI. They've been using it for like since 1990s or so, depending if they keep improving it. So everybody thought, AI is something new. It's not new. It's just that because it's a strategy of marketing at this point. It's a marketing strategy that people are just, talking about. So it's not something that so let me just when it comes to Trump keep panic. This is the problem with Trump is that if you want to go do something, go in, all in. Don't just go in and back out. Okay, that's the worst part of him. If you want to go in, something, go in. And the first thing he should have first done is first presidency, get out from the war. So it will give him a more room to do what he has to do. But him stuck in that war, he want to kill 5 birds with 1 stone. He can't do that. That's the problem with Trump. Get out from the war. It's not your business. The reason why, just do the same, like, not your business, not your war. You don't start it. Now it's getting deeper. It's not becoming his war daily. Secondly, you want to do this trade war. It's not just going to be like it's fighting the trade war on going after the or jacking the tax up. Tariff off like crazy. Not that alone. That's another backup. Limit how much chips coming to the United States. They say something that you can't fight somebody and keep feeding the person. Limit how much chips coming to the United States. Limit it. Okay, this is what you do. You now put restriction on let's say when you want to clear your container or your goods is coming, maybe some they use the electronics, turn it to make it manually, and if it's like 100 computer doing it, let 2 people doing it. Make it more harder to bring things in than take things out. Okay? Yes, at the beginning, people gonna be screaming hell out. Everybody gonna be pulling their hair. They're gonna hate him. Okay? The system is trying to do is what the Asian has been doing for a very long time. Put tariff on everything come to Asia. So make it difficult for those companies to establish company. So they have to bring that business there. That's what they call it. They call it in the business,
Asia,
right?
That's the whole freaking world. The whole world does it.
In a business they call it and in America in the American the Wall Street they call it force. What did they call force? Oh gee, I forget what they call. They call it force transfer of force transfer or whatever it is. Nobody fucks them.
Technological transfer.
Yeah, force technology transfer. That's nobody fucks them. It's a trick that if you don't build your stuff here, you're not gonna be able to. That's the same trade war, but this is how they Wall Street use it. They use different tone to establish everything. So you would think what they are doing here is different from what other people are saying, but it's the same thing they're doing. Also go with what they say before. They used to say it's cheaper to manufacture in China. That's bullshit. That's completely bullshit. It's more cheaper to manufacture in the United States at this point than to manufacture in China. But this is when Wall Street finally realized they caught them and their pen down. Now they change the word. They say it's because of the reason why they see manufacture in China is because of supply chain. They change the tone again. People, you have to listen to what they're doing carefully. If you don't pay attention to them, they say it's because of supply chain. Okay, because now, if you calculate logistic and everything to Chinese manufacturer to compare to United States, you will realize it's more cheaper. Okay. The third thing I'm gonna say is this: is about back in the days, back in the 70s, 60s, 70s, right? Philip established company to almost every country, right? Like you like how do you say you what you produce is what you buy. What you produce. I mean, I would say like that, right? Like it's not like the way that China manufacture for everybody today, right? Because since 1990, 1999, they changed the whole thing. They let China manufacture everything for everybody because they want to try to conquer the China. Okay, what the Philip was doing back then is like you produce, you produce. Let's say it again. What this guy said last week. Whatever you produce, you buy it. But they change Wall Street changed that game. So the Wall Street, they try to control the whole thing. Now everything, now instead for them to be controlled the China is not controlling them. You understand? So that is what is going on with that area now. And then let me go talk to my Canadian friend here, because he thought it's not a British. I told him last time he was he's a British. They say no, it's not a British. And I forgot to tell him that the head of their state is a King of England. So I don't know, maybe the meaning of head of state has changed over the year. No,
Mike, next time don't one time squeeze so much things in one speech. Let people talk.
Yeah, because I have no much time. You know, like I say, I'm in
You're
borrowed
lying down
time.
on the sofa.
So all those time, I like to. I live in a borrowed time. So in that time, I like to explain all what I need to say. You know, then because So that's what I could say about the United States and China, because I know the way things is going right now. It might end up to the real war, not just a trade war. Believe it or not, because this has been planning for longest time, not just today, not just yesterday. So, Wayne, please, you could go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay, I gotta get moving quick because if I stay seated in this chair for any longer, my body's gonna freeze up and I won't be able to get out of the damn chair. So, two things. One, our new prime minister is a banker. And one of the things that was mentioned last week was that apparently Canada started by his instructions selling U.S. treasuries back in February. Now, I have no idea how much was involved and if it made any difference. I just, it's a fact that needs to be tossed out there. The other thing is, and I'm working on a video about this, and you're going to love me for digging into this one, but oh, what a mess. I've been doing some digging around. I have severe concerns with the Trump administration. He's been basically telling the Supreme Court to fuck themselves. Effectively. This means that anything that is on the internet that is hosted in any way, shape, or form in the United States is no longer safe. If he wants to turn around and tell Google, hey, I don't like Defense Politics Asia, pull their channel, what can you do about it? Now, okay, he'll say, I'll go to Rumble. Guess what? Rumble's also hosted in the United States. He says, pull Defense Politics Asia's channel. Bang, you're off Rumble. Okay, you go to Twitch. Twitch is also hosted in the United States. It is a horrible, horrible mess. I'm actually trying to go through and come up with a list of possible alternatives, which are hosted in countries that are relatively rule of law, which basically limits me to Canada and some EU countries. But as I said, it's an absolute fucking mess. I mean, groups like the Electronic Freedom Foundation are in danger, effectively. This is stuff they fight all the time, but their site is hosted in the U.S. And they are now a target. Anyway, just wanted to drop that on you guys. As I said, I'm working on a video on this with a list of possible options. Damned if I know if any of them are any good, because I never even heard of most of them before. There's some pretty wild names out there. Anyway, talk to you later.
Bye, Wayne. Hi, Upgrade. IGI, go first. You're muted.
I am muted now.
Yeah.
I just want to say now I can hear myself. Okay, now it's fine. I just want to say, when it comes to the tariffs, let's say the US-China trade wars goes and they end up with fixed tariffs. Let's say it's being a realistic tariff, 15, 30%. And they put that on each other and it goes as it goes. It's just an actual income for both governments. It would be a win-win. It would be a net loss for consumer, but they would be a net income for every product for a government. So that's one of the way they would be able to finance their debt payout, which they have to pay. So final consumer wins, but final consumer loses, but the governments win. That's just additional tax. That's one way out of all of this, because I don't see, no one nowhere ever mentions that. What's a tariff? That's just another tax. And also, what I wanted to ask you, it's you mentioned Chinese Communist Party and mention them all the time. You're against them. They're effectively one-party system which are ruling the country the way they think it's the best to keep everyone together. Similar thing in Russia. What do you think they should be doing differently, or than what they're doing now? Of course, I know when they're voting, you have 200 people, it's 200 to 0. So in reality, that probably wouldn't be the case. if that's real voting. But how would you change the system in a country this big, this many population, this much power, and to keep everything together, not to collapse? And Russia is in the same situation, not because of population, of course, but because of vast size. You know, if you give democracy, people will claim this, claim that, autonomous here, autonomous there. Soon you would have 5 new Ukraines, and the country would stop exist. There is a reason why this one-party system is there for so long. So that just your opinion about this, exactly about Chinese Communist Party and the system.
Okay, I will answer you, but I want to say hi to Upgrade first. Upgrade is at the airport. He's coming to look for me. Yay. I'll see you later, Upgrade.
See you later. They're already calling me. See you guys. See you. Why? See you later.
Bye.
I just want to say hello.
Safe flight. See you in
yeah,
Singapore.
No worries.
Yeah.
See you in Singapore.
Upgrade
Bye.
is flying to Singapore, so I'm gonna meet him maybe later tomorrow or the day after. So, I just want to explain. A single party system doesn't mean that it doesn't work. Like, I mean, if you see current China, there are still things that works. You know, because like if you look at the Chinese history, it has always worked in the similar way. It's just that there was an emperor. Now that there is a Politburo, the entire system downwards is very similar to Imperial China. It's actually more or less the same thing. The main problem I have is not with CCP or the CPC, whatever you want to call it, per se. Although despite I don't trust communists, that's all. No, that's one thing. But because of the history of them, because the way how they gain power is always by fighting. That's usually the case, by revolution and by influence and then cause upheaval, anarchy, then take power. That's why I don't trust the communists. But on its own, but the system itself is that the only thing I would say they did wrongly is that they tried to go for growth for the sake of growth, and that is dangerous because instead of in our market of economy, we let the companies come in, they do their thing, we let the market decide the price of things. So to decide the salary, we let the market decide how the currency value should be, and then the government just control a bit to make sure that there's a balance. China's case, there's no balance. There's never balance. Everything is unbalanced. From their demographic policies to their trade policies, everything is unbalanced. As much as we see all these glittering buildings and towers and beautiful streets, beautiful railway lines, the mass majority of the people is actually very poor, and they are not earning that much money. The businesses, you think that they are earning a lot of money, they are being crowded out in a massive competition. Like there's so much competition even within China. Everybody is fighting a price war. If you look at the electric vehicle market right now in China, all of them is losing money because they are constantly fighting price war. They just keep reducing the price. Like you can buy one car within a few years' time, nobody will ever buy for you. There's no resale market for their cars. So because everything is just so cheap. So this is also, and then this lack of this toxic culture is also encouraged by the Communist Party, and then in the end it affects the whole world because they themselves, the country itself is playing this price war thing. I'm not sure, maybe it's a Chinese thing because I have friends who do business. I do business with them. Their first idea of competition is not providing a better service or a better product. The first thing my friends tell me is that reduce price, we undercut the competition even at our own expense. That means we earn lesser, but we undercut the competition. And I don't know, maybe it is a Chinese thing, Personally, I don't believe in this kind of thing, but this, imagine, applies on the whole freaking country, the size of China, 1 billion people, and then you put it in the whole world economy. It's gonna kill off every competition. And this competition thing is happening within China. So all the Chinese companies is having this problem as well. No one is actually, only a very handful is fucking rich. Everybody is struggling. Even if they are doing business, they're struggling. I think in the next 3 months, we're going to see so many companies going bankrupt. Because a lot of them, they do business, they take loans. And then they are playing this rolling of the cash with very small margins. Every little thing happen, they will be affected. Like the moment they start to talk about the tariff, they're really starting to sack people because their margins are so low, they cannot afford a single damage. So this is a very weird world. The China world is a very weird world. Like they have this migrating workers, they are going from cities to cities looking for jobs, like constantly. Not even within this trade war. Like before that, they're always looking for these jobs, factory jobs, because they get sacked so quickly. Every little thing they get sacked, and then they just move to the next job. They're just migrating. So China is a totally different world. That's why I say the only thing I would change is really they change the economic system, but they can't now. They are like too deep inside now. They have overcommitted. They have overproduced everything, not just on products which they then would dump on the world. They overproduce railway lines. They have overproduced buildings, and many buildings are actually very poorly made. So then all these buildings is paid by this population, by the Chinese population. Some buildings they paid the money and the buildings never came out. Some buildings collapsed. So and then some never finished. Then the government decided to like just pull it down. So China have a lot of this kind of problem, which is why I have my pessimism. But I mean, people who pro-China, they only see Shanghai, Shenzhen, and like Hangzhou, and then okay, if you think that's all of China, clearly there are very successful people in China, but it's just that a lot of people is very sad. It's having a very hard life. If you have any China national friends, you just ask them how's things back at home, how their friends doing, do they have a job, how's the job market. Sorry.
Well, I think you could increasingly say the same about the West these days.
Yes. So that's the toxic thing about the system. You see, we are now starting to see the effect, because the first 20 years it looks super pretty because they're undercutting the whole world, so they're earning a lot of money. But if you undercut long enough, everybody loses. If you look at it in business terms, everybody loses, right? In such an economy, if everybody is just fighting price war, eventually you have to cut price to the point where you have zero profit. You're just simply, selling things to keep everybody employed. And then after that, you will start to sack people. You start to sack people to go even lower. And this competition will just keep going downwards. Which is why European Union start to want to tariff Chinese products. And that happened a few years ago. It's not even new. This trade war have already started with the Europeans. This says that they don't dare to whack it, very hard. Now the Americans are doing it. So everybody is just getting worse. The European economy is gone. The European, a lot of the industrial base have transferred out. This is the same reason. We are not competing on, the normal system, the normal economic system should be the companies who do cheaper products, lower quality but cheaper products is a market. Then there are people who will buy the better products. But this thing is starting to get watered down very badly, because in China, everything is so cheap. Even in China, the good cars get depreciated super fast. So I'm not sure. That's what I gathered anyway.
Yeah, what? Right now we are in a port. Sorry, Toby. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. I hope my mic's working. So, there's a bit of a misconception with the free markets and tariffs. Tariffs between countries are not necessarily a free market issue, because the free market is not necessarily a policy. Properly understood, it's the world out there. It's that's what happens when you have enough food for 50 people, but you've got 100 people who want to eat. That's the free market. It's the reality of supply and demand, not the policy from some government or a king or the Communist Party, but it's the reality of how much stuff there is out there and how many people who want it, because that reality will drive human behavior, regardless of any king's policy or any government's policy. And so just because you have a free market, which means that you recognize that these forces exist, That doesn't mean you have what's used to be called laissez-faire capitalism, where anything goes. There are a lot of people who understand free market economics who think that it should be regulated. In other words, you're not allowed to steal. You're not allowed to murder, right? You're not allowed to blackmail. You're not allowed to bribe politicians to do all of the above. So in other words, there's no really any such thing as a free market except in no man's land on a battlefield, right? That's a free market, right? Where you can have a black market trade in anything and there's nobody to regulate you because you've got as big a gun as anyone else there. Tariffs, all tariffs do is they cut your local population off from the rest of the global economy. It doesn't actually tell you how you go about your market inside your zone, right? And arguably you can run a free market, or as close to it as you can, a regulated free market inside your own country, where you limit the supply of goods and services to the people inside that zone, but you cut off the rest of the outside world, right? You basically like seal off your portion, and then you allow market forces to operate. So you allow supply and demand to set wages, you allow supply and demand to allow free competition between people inside your zone. But you use tariffs to protect your zone from things outside it that you can't regulate. And so, for example, in America and Australia, we can't regulate dumping in the Chinese system. We can't regulate slavery, right? And not just in China, but anywhere. Imagine Brazil decides to put all of its prison population towards making widgets, right? And then just dump them on the international market. Widgets are going to become unbelievably cheap. If you have no protection for your own widget industry, they're going to get swamped and go out of business. So having tariffs and putting up barriers between different economies is a different thing to free markets. Having a regulated free market inside your own zone is actually the responsibility of a leader who believes in free markets. Their responsibility is not to create free trade between all nations of the world and to give globalists and international capital a free pass to seek the cheapest labor and the best markets anywhere they can find it. That's globalism. That's not free market nationalism. And so tariffs are absolutely compatible with free markets. In fact, some would argue that they're required for free markets in a nationalist world. And that's not to say that's a good thing. Maybe globalism is the best thing. So yeah, I wanted to bring that point up. On with regard to like whether or not the Chinese Communist Party is like a democratic or a real government or whatever, I find it interesting. It's like, yes, they tend to vote the same on a lot, but have a look at the issues that come before them. If you have a group of people and you ask them questions like, do you like dogs? You're going to get nearly unanimous votes. But if you ask them, like, you know, about Kanye West or some contentious popular issue that doesn't really matter, you'll probably get a 50-50 split. It's like the amount of dissension you get on an issue really depends on the issue, right? And an interesting question becomes, how do the issues get filtered before they get to the government level? Because the way that issues get filtered in China is very different from the way that the issues get filtered in the US. And, you know, to be just a little bit realistic and cynical, in the US, by the time an issue gets to the Congress, it's been filtered so that, firstly, it's not important, right? Secondly, it's contentious because that's what gets you press coverage. And all the politicians want press coverage, right? So it's always going to be contentious and it's always going to be completely irrelevant, right? The real issues don't really get to the press and they don't really get even to the floor of the House. So you've got like this contest, a bit like wrestling or MMA. It's a really big contest. And MMA is a good analogy because in MMA, you want a fair fight too. You know, you got the champion and then the next best, right? So that you get a close fight, right? Because we want to see a close fight. We want to see contention. We don't know who's going to win. It's good entertainment. And the American system of democracy is all about getting clicks and likes and getting people bought into it. But on the flip side, what that does is it means that issues that are actually important to vested interests get filtered out, right? And the biggest way that happens is through the lobbying system. When people lobby, when large corporations and very wealthy people lobby Congress and congressmen and senators, they don't lobby them to vote yes or no on a bill. That's not how it works. They lobby them to kill the bill in committee. And to get into the weeds of how like Western democracy works, what that means is they lobby the chair of the Senate committee who's reading that bill, who's part of the process to get it to the vote, to keep deferring and go to lunch early and put it down the list and raise an objection and just do all of these procedural things that means that it never even gets to the floor, right? And frankly, there's like 100 bills competing for 10 bills worth of space. So if you've got someone influencing you to kill a bill in committee, that's if you hear that phrase, that's what that means. That's what they're doing. They're telling you just knock it down the list, get the other bills further up the list. And so that's Western democracy, is really, really wealthy people paying political parties and politicians to kill bills in committee. Anyway, I have to go. I have to go fishing. So, but that was my point on that. It's been a rant. See you all.
Sorry, what I was trying to say is that earlier is that it's not the Trump that they really fear mostly. The Chinese fear mostly is what Chinese really fear mostly is monkey see, monkey do. Okay, monkey see, monkey do mean if America do it, the rest of the world will do the same thing. So if America put tariff on Chinese products, rest of the world would follow up and do the same thing. So now nowhere for Chinese to dump their goods. And again, second thing is that we are now, I don't know what industrial revolution we are right now, what level, maybe 10, maybe 17, I don't know. So we are now in a new age of industrial revolution. Okay. So what you were saying something earlier about a lot of competition in China, auto industry, EV industry, right? But the same thing has been happening in the United States for the history of United States has been. A lot of companies have come up. Whenever a new idea come up, everybody jump on it. Okay, a lot of companies will die through that process. Okay, a lot of companies will survive it. Okay, but back then, most company those used to make their own products. But new industrial revolution we have today is like the company. You could say you are a company, but you don't need to make a product. You could just buy the product. So no matter who is winning, the Chinese people factory will always working because they are the one that produce it. You just have to come and say you are the so name. The factory will produce what you want. Unlike before that, for you to be a factory, you have to manufacture almost everything on your own. This day, you don't need to be that anymore. You just give yourself a name and handing it to a Chinese company, and they manufacture everything for you. Okay, so no matter who won, who is winning, those factories will keep going up. Like what do they call this factory in China? Foxconn. No matter who won, the Foxconn always win. Okay, if it's Apple is the one that everybody's buying, they win. If they buy Samsung, they win. If they are buying Sony, they win. Whoever they bought, that's the revolution where it was happening, right? Because back in the early 90s, late 90s, American company don't do that. Every company manufacture almost everything on their own, and that's what killed them. Because all those Compaq, HP, and others, they manufacture everything. But today, they don't do that anymore. Like Apple don't even manufacture nothing. Even the software they say they do, they even contract it out. Okay, so that's the revolution we have now in industry. So that's what Trump is trying to bring in back. Because things have changed to what it used to be. That's what I said that everybody thought when they say manufacturer is more expensive to manufacture in America, it's not anymore. It's the same as manufacturing in China. Manufacture is even cheaper to manufacture in the United States today than 90s or manufacture in China. That's a fact.
And it's such a bummer that I missed Toby. But at least now we know what the reference was when Tarantino named his movie Kill Bill. It was a secret message about the lobby groups, dominating politics. It was all about that all along.
was thinking about Gabriel will come on and I go to put the message, Christ has risen. Like I've been thinking about this for like 24 hours already.
I'm back, babe.
Sorry, who says it's not? Sorry for guys. Who says it's not cheaper to manufacture in the United States today than China?
Me.
No,
It is
so
not
back.
easy. It is not
China
cheaper.
will be cheaper.
You wrong.
To
Please, you are
manufacture
totally wrong. You
in
totally
the
wrong with
United
that.
States.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
cheaper.
All
The
right.
law, the problem with United States is a law. The law is the problem we are having in United States right now. The law they establish. If not because of
Let
the
me
law,
Mike, shut up for a second. Just shut up for a second. Let me explain something to you. So, in the United States, the reason why it is so expensive to manufacture things and the reason why it is so expensive to hire American workers is because the American healthcare system, it offloads half the cost of massively overpaying for healthcare to the employer. The employer is responsible for your insurance. So number one, everybody that you are hiring, you have to be paying huge amounts of money for their insurance. Number two, you have to be paying them sufficient amounts of money so that they can afford to live in the area of wherever it is that you got to have them working. They have to be at least be able to drive to your factory or whatever it is. And in America, rent is extremely expensive. My entire adult life, I'm a kid of the 90s, right? So I became an adult in the 2000s. My entire adult life, I have lived either with roommates or I have worked 2 or 3 jobs to afford just rent. Rent is extremely high. It's like $1,500 a month for rent. That's you're pretty lucky. You're really lucky. You're like living in a 1-bedroom apartment and you're only paying $1,500. You're pretty lucky. Think about what that means in terms of what kind of money you have to be able to make. You have to be making over $1,500 a month in order to be able to afford to live in that place. So it's extremely inefficient to have American workers be your manufacturers for that reason alone.
you are. I'm sorry to say to you, you are totally wrong, Gabriel. Bradley. Sorry, I'll tell you right now, right? It's much cheaper. Even you pay somebody in America today $50 per hour. I repeat, $50 per hour. Okay, for factory employee, you see gonna make your money in United States. Believe me or not. Yes, you will. Today,
the Chinese worker is only earning like $2 or $3 per hour. The Chinese worker is only
China
$2 or $3 per hour.
China is like a $10 per hour right now. Chinese is like $10 per hour right now. Okay, even you pay somebody $50 per hour right now.
No. Definitely not.
China
Not the
is like
factory workers.
$10 per hour right now. Believe it or not. If you pay somebody in America $50
It's no
per
longer
hour,
the case. Even if it was the case like 5-10 years ago, it's no longer the case.
What? Hold on. Let me just explain. Then you guys will understand what I'm saying right now.
Depreciating in China. No. The unemployment rate right now in China is higher than in United States. So no, the by percentage is higher, and every year just by graduates alone, college graduates, the next group that's going to coming in very very soon is 12.5 million people. The wages is going down in China.
Hold on,
right
let
now.
me explain to you. When I explain, then you will understand it better. Believe me, I do my calculation before I just don't say randomly some nonsense.
Mike F calculations.
Yes, that's what I'm about to say right now, so you can understand better. See, in America, logistic in America alone, okay, it costs you more money in United States just for logistic. Okay, you know how much the longshoremen, all those people in the port are taking, transportation are taking. Imagine you will be surprised how much you pay for transport goods just in the United States alone. Okay, so now if you manufacture, like I said, if you pay $50 per person in the United States, right, you're gonna make your money. You're gonna be well okay, because back in the days, right, the problem that like I said before, each factory produced their own products, which is no longer happening anymore.
So,
Let's
Mike,
say,
I have some very bad news for you. Did you know that if you manufacture a product in, let's say, for example, Kansas, and you want to sell it in New York, you still have to ship it?
Yes, I'm going to explain all those things. I'm going to break it down. Then you could do the calculation, because I'm into logistics and I also do other stuff as well. So that's why I can tell you right now, see, this thing is much more cheaper to made in USA. It's because not of the law. The law is the problem of the United States. We have a crazy law, the United States, believe him or not. That is
No,
the
I think it's
bigger
the
problem.
tariff. Is the
Okay.
tariff will make it doable. But the thing is, if the Chinese make
At
it
a
so
cost.
cheap,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's so cheap to the point where even if we include with the container shipping, it's still cheaper than making it in the United
Yes.
States. That's the
Yes.
main point of the tariff.
It sound
like
The
that.
tariff is to
The
balance
fact-
it. Because
it
if that's
sound
not
like
the
that.
case, then nobody will produce in
The
in
commander
China
speaks
already.
common sense that everybody except for Mike F knows.
I'm
No,
trying to
because
explain it to you
all the
guys.
corporations,
Just let me explain it, then
all
you
the
will understand what I'm
corporations
saying.
will all the
Nanya,
corporations
please
will
step
always
in on our
seek
side here, please.
all
Hold
corporation
on.
will seek the cheapest way to make products. It's just the case. So if it's cheaper in the United States, they will go to United States and to make it themselves. The thing is that it's currently not the cheapest until the tariff have come in. So now with the tariff, even the corporations are still wondering what to do. They are now moving to India. They're moving to Vietnam and Thailand. They're still not moving back to the United States yet because the tariff on these countries is lower and it still makes economic sense to still produce overseas. Even right now with all this tariff regime. It's just that the China one, they know is the gone case because they know politically this is gone. So but it's still not cheaper. And the profit, and not just that, the profit margin is the main thing. You can make one toy for $2 in China. Even if you tariff it 2.45%, that'll be like maybe $8, for example. They will sell it for $16 in United States. They will still make a profit. So some products may still be produced in China if there's a profit margin. If the profit margin is not there, they'll find another market to produce it. If not, then they will produce it in United States. That is the main thing. But
See, this is the thing.
yes.
This is the thing about the product. See, the Wall Street, they want to be the middleman. They want to control everything. That is why most companies is in China today, not because of the cost. Believe me or not, you just want to be the middleman and control everything that goes everywhere in the world.
We don't
Okay,
believe you.
they want to be the only middleman. But if you come to the productivities in the United States, I told you earlier, it's cheaper to produce in the United States than produce in China because all, like I said before, all we are in, I don't know what level of industrial evolution we are now. That each company, like right now, every company manufacturer come from one company. I mean, all those production come from one assembly line. Okay, so it doesn't matter who is winning; they're gonna be always produced, right? If you have a manufacturer in the United States today, you are going to make money from. But the law, you get lawsuit first, the city regulation, all those things will kill the company right there, and that is the problem with the United States. The law, and that's what Trump's supposed to work on first before he start put tax on. And if you put in tax, he's also
deregulating.
go after that as well.
No. So what you say is true, but not to that level of extent. So the deregulation is currently happening. It's still in the process. A lot more to go. Yeah. So the thing is that I think the deregulation is not about the cost per se. It's more like the regulation is basically strangling the companies. The companies can't do anything. That is the main thing about the regulations, if I'm not mistaken. It's like they have to go through so many loopholes, so many loops, to the point where in the end they just give up. They just don't do it at all. I think that's the main thing about the regulation.
Yeah, but the interesting about that is, like, if we take any credence to what Toby was saying earlier, which kind of made sense, to be fair, like how financial interests control the legislation process, then why on earth would there be so much impediments for companies to develop their industry and be prosperous? What on earth could be happening that this government, this legislature that is controlled by money, basically, why is it doing things against the money? Does it make any sense? I think that it's because the financialized system, like the the main source of revenue for the oligarchs became foreign trade. Wall Street speculation, financial speculation, and so there's a lot of more money to be made. There's much more money to be made in that, and so like investments are funneled into that sector of the economy at the cost of the industrial sector. But even more so, I would speculate that maybe it's the case. I'm just speculating here, but maybe it's the case that the trust funds and all these investment managers class, they actually want a monopoly over the direction of investment, and so they're actively lobbying to sabotage the capacity of industrialists to develop their economic activities, as so to like destroy investment competition. Like that.
Foreign
that
competition.
No, internal competition. Like the lobby groups, they want laws that are going to disincentivize people of investing in industry so that they can funnel those investments to their financial speculations, so they can.
They're going to continue financial. They're going to continue to put forward financial capital, financialized capitalism, or whatever.
So super chat. I forgot about the super chat just now because I was talking. Thank you, Wyatt, for 2+ years of staying real, but you have no clues about economics besides not trusting the commies. But your frontline and reality reporting is A+. Yep. We will know how good, how accurate my predictions or my analysis will be in a few years' time. In 2 years' time. Won't be far. Then if I'm wrong, if United States collapse and China didn't collapse, I will do live stream to apologize.
Yeah.
But if both sides didn't collapse, then I will not do it. I just want to say
you don't need to apologize. Why? You just need to report on it. Like as long as you don't
I will apologize.
I want to know.
I'm stand corrected.
I want to know what Nanya has to say about Mike F's assertions here about it is cheaper, apparently, to manufacture in the United States and to sell in the US than it is to do this. Please chip in on this.
Well, I wasn't really paying attention, but yeah, Mike, I'm sure you're wrong. But it's cheaper to produce stuff in the US versus China, let's say. Or Mexico or whatever.
That's what he's saying.
Well, I guess it depends on what we're talking about, right? Like if you're a farmer and you're selling to a domestic market, maybe that might be so. If you're making Apple iPhones, probably not. Right?
Absolutely not.
Sorry, guys. You guys don't understand that today robotic take over most of the production line. That's what people don't understand. Robot has took over. Unlike you iron more
and
labor.
Those robots are in China.
That is what I'm saying. That if they brought those company here, it's going to be let's say 90% of those jobs will be doing by robots. Okay, so now you only have like 10% of labor when you used to have like almost 100% of labor. Now you pay less. You understand what I'm saying there now? So you have to understand the factor that the logistic is going to cost you less. So by the time you do all those calculations,
made in China.
Yeah, but what I think Mike is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, is over time, the standard of living in the West is going to get so poor that it'll make it. Seriously, that's what happens.
That's also
kind
true.
of cyclical, right?
No.
Over time, like the standard of living is going to get so crappy that production will be more viable, and then you'll go with the ebb and flow. So yeah, I could agree with that, but it'll take a long time for that to happen, right? So that's like none of this that Trump plans to do in the next 4 years is going to happen at all.
Let me ask you 2 questions quickly. No, yeah. How much is it cost for iPhone right now? Let's break the part down. We break it down. Then you understand what is it worth. Is it worth it or not? Okay. The part that people don't understand it. Before it used to be agriculture used to be the most expensive stuff to produce, right? not industrial goods. It used to be agriculture, right? Now, if America could produce agriculture in a large quantity in a cheaper than most country, imagine that. How are they going to take over how are they going to be able to take manufacturing industry, which is even less? I don't understand why people keep saying it's more
My
expensive.
God,
It's not.
Mike, you're not
Idiot.
making
Anyway,
any sense at
no,
all
I know
whatsoever.
it doesn't make sense because
No,
you guys
no,
are buying into Wall Street a lot, and
No,
what
a
you
lot
buy
of
no,
what they
things
no.
tell
make
you,
sense,
and
but
you guys
these
You're not.
things
You're
that
not
make
keep
sense
making
are not
like.
coming
over
out of
and
your
over.
mouth.
Okay, guys,
You're talking
maybe
out of your ass.
let's
You're saying
time out.
things. You're saying
Mike, maybe
things that absolutely make no sense. Like industry was never cheaper
okay,
than agriculture. Okay,
yeah,
like you need agriculture, you need industry to be able to make agriculture. You need to forge a plow to make agriculture. Okay, it's always, and the better the industry, the better the agriculture. It's always been like that. So look, I like your speculations and stuff, but don't pull so much shit out of your ass. Just like stick to
Gabriel,
your
I'm telling you right
speculations.
now, you
guys,
buy
Let
into Wall
Nanya
Street.
go.
Excuse
yeah,
me. Anyway, I gotta
maybe we
say
should
happy
approach it
Easter
this
to you
way.
guys. Nice to see you guys.
Oh, don't go anywhere.
Bye.
Don't go anywhere. I wanted you to. Oh fuck! I wanted to.
He ran away. Oh my god.
He felt the
Well,
pressure.
I
Be
wanted
gone.
to. I wanted to approach it in such a way, like, we know generally how much an iPhone costs, and we know how much they charge, right? Like that's pretty easy to figure out from a financial statement. So I was going to ask Mike, how does he propose that iPhone get built in the U.S. at a comparable price? And like, to use his language, break it down. But then he took off. So fuck, I don't know.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I'm not understanding how you can make the claim. If it were cheaper to make your, let's say, socks in the United States and you weren't importing socks made in China, then you know what? I'm going to guarantee that there would be a lot more companies making socks in the United States because it's cheaper. If you want us to say that there's a lot of a lot of automation involved in modern factory production of consumer goods, yeah, well, you know what? I have some great news for Mike. Those machines are in China. Can they
Listen,
be moved over
Nunya,
to the United States? That's up for debate. Go ahead.
Yeah.
do not cast your pearls onto the swine, okay?
Well, I mean,
What's that mean?
So
Don't cast
so
my
what I
Let's take
figure
care of
out,
your pearls. Clutch your pearls, man. That's what I'm saying. Clutch your pearls.
Well,
so
like,
what
I go back to like basic economics, right? And you learn in, macroeconomics 101, you trade where you have the source of comparative advantage, right? And typically a country will have a comparative advantage in something largely because they're either blessed with minerals or whatever resources or inputs to that good, or they've got some sort of technological innovation, so on and so forth, right? So, in this situation with comparative advantage, I just don't see where we'd have any of that anymore, in manufacturing iPhones. I don't get it.
yeah. And in fact, there is a reason why we no longer make these kinds of things in the States, right? There's a reason why. It's because it is significantly less expensive to make them anywhere else and ship them here, to the
Right.
point where what do we even make here, right? Like it's I guess does Intel currently make chips right now? Or they definitely do, but it's like they're on like life support in terms of will they be able to get their high-end manufacturing that they once had on the level that Taiwan TSMC is doing, right? And to the point where we're hedging our bets, we're importing TSMC machinery already. What if something goes wrong? We have TSMC stuff, TSMC processes, TSMC engineers, TSMC equipment, all this stuff already here, so that we're hedging our bets. So over time, not only has it been cheaper to produce elsewhere, we've gone to the point where we have to produce elsewhere. The supply chain is literally reliant on.
What I figure out is that a lot of this super high-tech manufacturing is actually all still in the United States. like the most high tech stuff, the machining tools and everything. So to say that United States cannot create the lower end productions, right, is a bit ridiculous. Definitely United States can do it. It's just a matter of cost. Does it make sense to invest in that?
Yep.
Because if you have the most high tech, it's definitely easy to water down to do lower level ones. So it's just how fast can United States do it. I'm not sure how fast that can be evolved. Like for example, Trump wanted to do the shipbuilding thing. He's basically tariffing all China ships, and he pump money into shipbuilding. But not Singapore. The United States only have a few shipyards. Yeah, they only have a few shipyards. So I'm not sure how fast can they be ramped up.
Well, and the other question that I have that nobody seems to be willing to answer is, if all of these manufacturing jobs are coming back to the U.S. and they're all going to be automated, right? Then where are these jobs supposed to come from? And, and if everybody is just massively unemployed, then what? Like, what do you do with the population base like that? Right. And what's his name? The Commerce Secretary, that goofball, like, he let the cat out of the bag and he's like, yeah, it'll be all robotics. And then when the interviewer caught him on it, he was like, oh, but humans will have to fix the robots. Or it's like, really? So a couple repairmen is all you're going to need. So, I just, the whole thing just doesn't make any sense. Not in a short term, right? Like to reindustrialize on a large scale that they're talking about, that's something that'll take decades. Now, it's probably the right approach, right? Like, let's face it, our industrial core in the West is just hollowed out to all hell.
Decayed, yeah.
So, like, it's not that it's a bad idea, but I don't think people were really sold it, and they weren't told the truth, and now they're and now they're weary of it, right? So I think the Trump administration's got an uphill battle the next couple of years.
Yeah, I think that not just the expectations of the people that you had to sell it to. I think even Trump's expectations were maybe a little bit naive, it seems.
Yeah, I think they go on a very macro perspective. Like, we're going to create the jobs. Then whether the people go and do the jobs or not is another story. They don't care. They're just creating jobs, that's all. And then because there could be like more jobs like in the shipyards, it could be, in certain manufacturing. But the positions depends. Whether the Americans want to do the job is another story. There will be more logistics because maybe there's a lot more all this supply chain thing happening. So more truckers you need. So he's thinking very macro. So of course, based on what we know now, it doesn't make sense. And yeah, and of course, it impacts the whole world as well. So every country will have its own problems to deal with. So yeah.
I think that Trump has a couple of does he have does he have like a real economic policy that's like well thought through and stuff like this? I think that he's surrounded by certain people, and
economists say no.
Yeah.
A lot of economists say he have no plans.
Yeah, I think he's surrounded by certain people, and he has kind of like an internal. We brought this up on the Nunez and I podcast. He's got like an internal plan of doing this whole thing of tax breaks worked last time. How can I make that work this time again? Cut taxes again, right? And somebody told him, this was Michael Hudson's theory, economist Michael Hudson, somebody told him that, well, William McKinley did it with tariffs. And Trump's like, oh my gosh, he could like see the light. And he's like, tariff is the most beautiful word in the English language. It turns out, guys, there's been a way to do this all along. And so he gets into power and he tries to do this thing. He's going to do the tariffs and then he's going to try to do the tax breaks. And because he's like, I think he's really Republican in that's his mindset. He really believes that this is the way to oil the gears of economic prosperity. In the meantime, he's got this thing about China.
The thing is, what he's doing is what other countries always been doing. That's why it's not like surprising to me per se. But the thing is that if you become over protectionist, your economy cannot grow. Like if you look like Indonesia or India, they have overwhelming protectionist tariff and measures, like business measures, like in Indonesia, they have, like many other countries, like 51% of the stake must be local. You cannot. That means if you want to invest in Indonesia, you must have a local partner kind of thing. And all these different little bit of legislations just suppresses the development of the country. But so it's not free market per se. So India have the same thing as well. It's like you suppress. So if United States overdo it, then the economic growth will be limited. You cannot depend purely only on your own. So China managed to do it because they undercut everybody. So people still buy from them, and everybody get duped into they want the China market, so they keep pumping money in. But now people don't do it. The foreign direct investment is dropping like hell in China, even before all this trade war. So no, it doesn't work in the long term as well. So let's see what Trump do. He have only a macro plan. I don't think he have a very detailed plan. I think it's just a macro plan of what he want to do. Everybody is not on the screen, only me and Nunya.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. I think I don't think the whatever plan they had cooked up, it doesn't seem to be going too well for him. And there's a lot of backtracking. There's a lot of confusion, and all that backtracking and confusion does, it just sows more and more confusion, right? And that's just gonna, further deteriorate, other nations' confidence, right? So if you're thinking about investing, would you be thinking about investing in the US right now? Probably not. Why would you, right? That's just friggin' every week it's a new thing. So, stability is very important. So I think, yeah, man, it's been a wild couple months.
But I think I'm not sure. There's a lot of panic in the market. Like even my government is panicking. But of course, my government is going to lose a lot. Like Singapore is going to lose a lot because we are the biggest foreign direct investor in China. Like we are the biggest one. So no, that my government is super pissed off. they just don't dare to say it out loud in a very blunt way, like, no, we have spent so much money in China. They don't dare to say that. So but I feel like Trump didn't really, I'm not sure, I feel like he didn't really do that much. It's a lot of press, a lot of press, but in the end it's like, it just, if you come down to right now at this moment, it's just a 10% import tax, that's all. Everything else is targeted exclusively on China. That's the only, for now. No,
Canada.
Oh yeah, Canada and Mexico.
Yeah,
that you guys have another thing altogether. Yeah. I heard a lot about borders problems with the customs of the United States also like going crazy, like they are being super suspicious about Canadians and create a lot of troubles.
I hadn't heard that in general. What I have heard is that the traffic down to the U.S. is like dried up. Like there's
tourism also dropped, right, from Europe. Yeah, tourism also have dropped from Europe. So let's see how long this fallout continues. Yeah.
Oh, I think this is a bad one. People want.
Yeah, the thing, Wyatt, about what Nunya was saying is that, like, what you say, like, maybe it's not such a big deal what Trump has done, but like the actual tariffs isn't the big deal. The big deal is all the fanfare, like, oh, I'm going to tariff 50% on everyone. Like, so what that does, it destroys trust because people don't know what the rules are going to be. Like, you can have terrible rules, like the worst rules in the world. Never seen such bad rules. But if they're constant and stable, then a business can adapt to it and deal with it. But if the rules are changing every day, then you're fucked. You cannot predict. You cannot anticipate. You cannot invest with any form of confidence because tomorrow might change. Like today might be great, but tomorrow it's going to be awful. So and that's sort of the Trump maneuver has been that. It's been like a back and forward, but it's very unpredictable. But not only that,
right? I think
I'm pretty sure it's deliberate. I'm pretty sure it's deliberate. And and that's a good question as to what is the
endpoint, right?
the expected result. What is the purpose of that? Because it really is very destructive to the trust of investment. So like he talks about the best deals in the world, and like you can see it in a very like superficial aspect. Like he's just trying to rip off from everyone as much as he possibly can, like with Ukraine. Like give us the rights of every economic extraction activity and commerce from here till the end of time, and it's going to be good for you. You're going to like it, So,
but I think that's a ploy as well.
No, maybe there's an element of that, but in a deeper sense, like if you want it to make any sense at all, what would because if it were just that, just to see how much you can snatch away from all the unsuspecting customers, then it would be petty and it would be dumb, because you are wrecking the American trust, in the American economy, just for whatever you can snatch away from. So like in a more complex sense, I do think it has everything to do with like the geopolitical rivalry with China. I agree with that. And I think that the strategy that is being deployed is to try to push the world to an economic recession. So like when it was the 2008, United States took a hit and the rest of the world took a hit, and the United States managed to somehow make the rest of the world pay for their own deficit by printing money, which is what they do. And I think they're trying to do something similar, but at a larger scale. But they're trying not to be like them, the first ones to fall. They're trying to push other more frail economies like the Japanese. The Japanese are suffering a level of pressure that is unbelievable. Like the United States wants them to pay more for defense. They want them to stop exporting to the United States, and they want them to buy a bunch of stuff. And Japan is in terrible conditions to do that. Like they can't. They've been, and every time they try to maneuver to like weaken their coin or move their bond market, they get whacked by the United States. Like, oh, don't do it, because the United States economy and the Japanese economy are very like codependent. And so Japan is getting absolutely clobbered. Like, I don't know if they're going to be able to take it any longer, or if they're just going to have to like snap out of it. But it's really hard because they have a lot of American bases in Japan. So I don't know if they have any maneuver.
I think that's coming. I think that's coming.
I think this is a good topic to go into, right? Because to try to figure out what is the plan. Like,
yeah, I think that's an interesting
because it's not so simple as he's stupid, and like there's certain plans, and different country have a different plan. He has a different plan for every single country. Like he's just using this courage to nego it.
It's stupid to think it's stupid. It's much more interesting to try to see what the actual plan might be. So go on.
What the logic is.
So because there is something more to that. Like Japan exports massively into United States. Like Japan is super dependent on United States. So
super dependent, yeah.
Super dependent. So he's definitely trying to pull off something. Like the superficial one is of course to reduce the cost of military spending in Japan. They want Japan to pay a bit more, and they also want the closer trade balance, but which is very difficult for Japan because that's where they earn money. I think the pressure might be to force Japan not to buy from China that much, part of it, because if you have a trade positive from United States, you take money from United States, but then you're going to spend it on China, the money still go back to China. All this talk about recently, China is like only export like 13% to United States. It's not true. A lot of this money go from a third country. The percentage is still probably at the same level at 30%. I don't think it changed at all. It went through a third country and to go back to China.
Because it's the intermediate goods. But the thing is, Japan is super squeezed. They have an excellent quality industry. I can see that, because I purchase a lot of their products. They're like the best quality to price ratio. So they have to have like super thin margins, like super thin margins. And so, like, if they can't buy from China anymore, then their profits are going to collapse. That's what I imagine, because it's like an unbelievably cheap product for the quality that it is. Like, compared to German stuff, it's 100 times better. And you know, American stuff is okay, but it's pretty more expensive. Oh, hi Vaughn. Goodbye, Vaughn.
One thing I didn't know, but Nunya actually pointed this out to me, was for a lot of countries, actually imports, like if you import the raw materials or the partially assembled goods to create the rest of the good and then ship it out, that still counts as part of your actual like import. Like that's actually still considered. Yes. I was like shocked to find that out.
Yes, if you look at the Vietnam situation, the reduction of the export to United States from China actually increased in Vietnam to the export to United States. It's the same number. It's just the whole pot of just go to Vietnam and then it still go back to the United States. So, and in this pot that they transferred over to Vietnam, only a small percentage is actually benefiting Vietnam. Like even Vietnam is figuring out where which one is actually playing foul, because they have products that come in, they change the label and then they just ship out. No value add. The same thing is happening in Thailand as well. So the part of this tariffing is to force the different countries to stop all these practices as well. Like I said, the end goal is still China. They're still targeting China. It's just that they're forcing everybody to come clean. And you see Vietnam is the first one. Immediately they say, oh, we'll come and talk to you. And Vietnam is one of the first countries to talk to China, talk to the United States, because they know what the hell is happening. And Vietnam is not particularly a real friend with China. Their real ally is actually Russia. And then they also work very closely with the United States because they are so afraid of China. So Vietnam is, that's why the Xi Jinping first thing is go to Vietnam and say, hey, please give me some chance, please don't just sell out the China so quickly. That's part of the reason. Yeah, Vaughn. Happy Easter though.
Happy Easter to everybody.
Happy Easter, President Vaughn.
Even the heathens.
Thank you.
Especially the heathens.
Mm-hmm.
Know your fucking place.
Yeah, all this China stuff's cool, but there's this other thing going on, the Ukraine war.
Yeah. You can change the topic for sure.
Language.
2 hours on tariffs. I think that's enough. Unless somebody wants to keep going, I don't. But there's the ceasefire. That's already over. It ended at 5 p.m. Eastern time here. And there's already reports of arrivals in Kiev and Kharkov. So nice to see that the ceasefire was abided by Russia. And then once it expired, they began their attacks again on the Nazis in Ukraine. And there's reports that the Russians have entered the settlement of Mala Takhmachka, which is southeast of Orkiv. Just the first few houses on the street. So we'll see how that's going. But that's a major thing. If they can get up into Orkiv, that pretty much negates the glorious offensive of Robotny once and for all. So we'll see what happens there. And you can see how the Ukrainians have been getting pretty hard this last week. A lot of artillery has been getting hit. Caesar guns, HIMARS, real high-end stuff. The stuff with the rocket-assisted rounds, the GPS rounds, it's been getting targeted. So it's kind of spread out, but those things are mobile and they have a lot of range. So you can figure where they're being hit. It's being used to shape the battlefield, maybe create situations where they can advance once they break through the weak, pathetic Ukrainian lines and not have to worry so much about artillery. I mean, the drones are always going to be around, but you killed enough Ukrainians, there won't be that many drones, especially if you target the teams. And it looks like they're really going heavy on that artillery. So I would expect to see some more ground action maybe over the next week or so. It just depends. I mean, the idea that the Ukrainians were going to get the Russians to agree to a 30-day ceasefire was laughable. I mean, there's no reason for Ukraine to or Russia to
an unconditional ceasefire. unconditional ceasefire.
So is this the thing
mind
about
you.
where they wanted to extend
That's
the
called surrender.
Easter ceasefire? Is that what we're talking about right now?
Yeah, like holy shit, Putin proposed a ceasefire. What do we do? What do we do? I know. Let's put a longer ceasefire and unconditional. Like, I don't know why they love that word unconditional, but it's like ridiculous. Like,
well, because I'll tell you why. Because in the U.S. press, what that the subtle messaging with that is, it's equal. It's unconditional from both sides. Who could reject an equal deal? Only somebody that's looking to take advantage. He's not willing to take an equal deal, which is like for the Russians, they're not playing that game. They're not using these little language games, right? But the Easter ceasefire, see, I think the reason why they have to is because the Easter ceasefire that's a winner in the psychology of like Americans. Americans like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. So
I mean, go ahead.
Well, so the Ukrainians are like, okay, well, how can we snatch victory from the jaws of defeat? Maybe we can be able to, maybe we can say, yeah, you know what, the Russians did have a good idea, but you know, we're ready to go even further, kind of. We're ready to take this Easter ceasefire, you know, and make it a 1 month ceasefire and then make it a whole year ceasefire. Because that's what Donald Trump was saying, right? Donald Trump was saying that, you know, if we can get some kind of temporary ceasefire going at first, that's the first step to getting a more permanent ceasefire arrangement. And so here the Russians are proposing a ceasefire. It actually worked. It held. It was popular in the media. So maybe the Ukrainians are trying to like snatch something from it. That's kind of how I see it.
I think the other thing too is the only thing that probably good came out of the ceasefire is like if you were on the Ukrainian side, maybe it was your chance to get evacuated finally after you've been laying in the trench with a tourniquet for a week. Or maybe you finally got a rotation without getting bombed. But, you know, then I'm sure the Ukrainians found plenty of ways to violate it, and then they screamed that the Russians violated it 2,000 times. I don't even know where the hell they got that number. And I haven't seen any evidence of it. But, you know, if random people are shooting at each other because they see somebody doing something, you know, is that really a violation of the ceasefire? I mean, I kind of look at like, you know, if you busted through the lines and kept going, or you launched a bunch of ballistic missiles or cruise missiles, you know. But random guys shooting at each other, I mean, I don't know if that's what they're counting as violations. Because I would assume if they see Ukrainians walking up to their lines, unless they're surrendering, they're going to shoot at them because they're not going to let them walk up to their lines. Because
I think you're being too generous. I think that they're just literally doing what they did with the original energy infrastructure ceasefire, where what did they say that the Russians were violating it over and over again, and they never provided any evidence. What they would show you, what they would link you to, is like, here's Burisma's website. Burisma says that a missile hit our infrastructure on this date. No photos, nothing, right? And they're like, oh, see, the Russians are violating it. So I think that it's more.
I saw that the both sides went into the front line, the no man's land, to carry the dead soldiers. So maybe that's the humanitarian part that they are talking about. Because I think Putin said that it's for humanitarian as well. So maybe that's what it is, which is quite nice. You know, at least they get these dead bodies out of the field. You know, get them buried. That's one thing. But it's also surprising that the Ukrainian side just agreed to ceasefire as well.
I think they had to. I think this is what I'm saying. I think that it was so popular. Here, Donald Trump is trying to make this whole I'm making peace happen, right? So this is kind of like eerily similar to the legendary World War I Christmas truce, right? We have this Easter ceasefire, and of all people, it's Vladimir Putin that's proposing it, and that it worked. And I think the Ukrainians kind of had to. They had to agree to it.
And it came right immediately after the United States warned that they're going to pull out the peace, this entire peace plan, because they're fed up with both sides. So came right after
the other thing is too. Go ahead, Wyatt.
Yeah, the Rubio said that he wants them to show that they are interested. So maybe that's exactly what Putin tried to do. He tried to show that they want the United States to still be involved in the peace deal.
Yeah, with Rubio too, apparently there was a report that he was telling Zelensky to make the Easter ceasefire, announce the Easter ceasefire, and Zelensky refused, and then Putin announced his Easter ceasefire. and now Zelensky looks like an idiot because
He
Putin
could have
won
had
up
the
him.
win.
You know, evil orc Putin has the ceasefire, not cokehead Zelensky.
Yeah,
So
and
it worked out
long
great.
time no see. But yeah, I think that was a big deal. I think that on optics, and the Ukrainians are the ones that are very concerned about optics on optics grounds. I think that he was advised like, no, we got to do this Easter ceasefire, and that's why they kind of went to the above and beyond. They're like, okay, well, how can we snatch, like I said, victory from the jaws of this defeat? Because here Vladimir Putin is looking like the peacenik here. This is the last thing we want to be happening.
Because I got surprised because the first statement that Zelensky came out with, or the Ukrainians came up with, is to accuse that the Russians from not accepting the previous deal, which was like a 35 day ceasefire. That was the first thing I read.
Yeah.
And then the next thing I read was that, Ukraine had followed and accusing Russia of violating the ceasefire. I was like, what? So I thought that you said you cannot trust the Russians, and then yet you accept the ceasefire. It's like, okay.
And there's a new Russian MRAMP that's been put into production now. It's called let me see what it's called real quick. The Chekan. And it's like an up-armored, they call it, its nickname is the Wagner wagon because of Wagner developed it, and now it's being put into production by the Russians. So props to Yevgeny Prigozhin for still keeping his name in the news all these years later. Hell yeah.
Gone.
Yeah, baby. Needs a coke cage, though.
Yeah, it's missing some coke cages.
Hell yeah, that's nice.
Hey,
But
guys.
yeah, I mean, the other thing was the ceasefire. I mean, the fact that Russia went along with it, the best thing they could have done was rotated their guys and evacuated wounded, maybe got some supplies up. But Russia's not going to go along with it for more than 24 hours because why give up the momentum? The pressure's on all across the board. I mean, all you got to do is look at Wyatt's last update. I mean, the Russians are pushing everywhere all along the front. And it's only a matter of time before one of those places. I mean, Zarichny's been mentioned recently. I think that finally went down, which means if it went down, that they've crossed that water obstacle down there up north of Toretsk. And that means they've come down off the high ground on the eastern bank. And they're actually, Zarichny actually sits on a canal or something. So if they're in there, they've cut off everybody that's south of that in those forests, where they've been hiding for a year or better. And then you go down south of that, you've got the Seversk pincher coming up. So, I mean, if those guys don't start dropping back, there's multiple rivers they have to cross to get out of that area, which means they're not leaving with any heavy equipment. And there's supposedly mercs and stuff in there, so that's going to be a hot spot. I mean, now that they're across Zarichny, they can either go west or they can go south and start cutting off everybody trapped on the other side there. And I've looked at the map before, and there's no bridges to get out. They've all been bombed a long, long time ago. They've been bombed for so long that they show up on Google Maps, so that should tell you something. There's really no way to get out unless you walk. And if you walk, you know what happens. 2s and 3s, maybe you make it. 10 or more, you might as well pull straws and see who gets to die. And then it looks like they've pushed farther around, Gorlovka, whatever, that little village down south, or down in Belgrade, I think, or somewhere around the Sudzha area. I think the Russians are finally getting that cleared out, which puts an end to the whole curse thing once and for all.
Yeah, they declared Oleshnya liberated, and then Gordonau is almost soon, I believe, because they are already fighting inside of it.
Yeah. And then I saw the Russians took delivery of another batch of Su-34s, which is 2 to 4. And they say they've doubled their annual production. So you're looking at them putting out maybe 12 to 24 or 6 to 24 or 6 to 12. If you go by those numbers, 6 to 12 more Su-34s a year than they were before.
I think they
I
have
don't
to
know how fast they can crank them out, but they seem to be happy with that rate.
Yeah, because I think Russia still lost a lot of aircraft in this war as well. So I think replenishing the air force is normal. I think they need to do it. No choice.
And those are
Su-34
they said
really
those are
proved
pretty
itself.
popular too. Those are like really in demand because they carry the glide bombs and
Yeah, they've really proven themselves, and I don't know if this is true, but I keep reading the rumors that Kinjal is being made Su-34 ready. So I wonder if that is going to make an impact, because the Su-34 obviously doesn't fly as high or as fast as a MiG-31. So I wonder if that's going to impact the top speed and the distance that the missile flies at. But if those rumors are true, then that the Su-34 is an incredible package all around. It's even capable of shooting out hypersonic rockets. Like, wow.
Well, I mean, think about it. You could launch MiG-31s to launch the Kinzels properly, and then you could launch Su-34s, and they might think it's a glide bomb raid coming in, and all of a sudden these guys are popping off hypersonics way closer than, the MiG-31s, and now you got a problem because you got swarms coming in from multiple directions. They already have shit for air defense. I mean, every day it's just piling on more and more. I mean...
Yeah, the Russian defense industry has been very impressive. I would say even before this war, really probably around the time where Putin was just like, you guys asked for it, now look what we're doing. And I think maybe at that point in time that was already...
Yeah. I think Russia have always been like, they sell a lot of stuff, but they don't have enough spare parts. The problem with buying Russian stuff, especially Russian planes, is that you don't get the spare parts. The waiting time is super long. So, and then Putin don't have the excuse to really bump up the military industrial complex. But because of this war, suddenly Russian planes are going to, if you buy Russian, you're going to get a lot of spare parts, because now they have the manufacturing capability, right, to do all these things. Then before that, it was like, it's still very dependent on the Soviet era, factories, and they just don't have the incentives and motivations to build it up.
Yeah, it will be even reliant on Western electronics sometimes. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, even if they say sell planes to India, they basically just build a factory in India. They just don't have the capacity in Russia. Like, they have no motivations to really do it. But now it's like, no, they're gonna do it. They have the capability, and it's kind of like a snafu, right? we just empowered Russia.
And the other thing that Russia can enjoy too is there's no attack on their military industrial, logistics or anything. So not as far as their factories go. So they can speed it up, slow it down. There's no imminent threat to the manufacturing plants for the Sukhois or anything else. So, it's not like, we better hurry up and jam these out because, we could get hit any day. I mean, I'm not saying the Ukraine wouldn't try to launch a magic drone that could fly 5,000 to 10,000 miles, but for now, Russia's not really feeling that pinch as far as there's no attack on their industry. I mean, yeah, they get oil shit hit once in a while, but it's a gas station, so I'm sure they can absorb it, just like they have been.
Oh, talking about drones, that reminded me. I saw a post. Ukraine have this new drone that already operational, which is like a air-to-air drone. It's like it's a drone hunter, so it's meant to destroy other drones. And they claim that they have an 80% success rate. So that's impressive. So
I
think Nika.
Still live. Hi.
I think Nadia was asking me to speak for Nika, but
okay. It's okay.
Oh, me? No, I just wanted to throw in a comment about Russia and their airspace industry. It looks to me like, and I know you guys were talking about military stuff, but it looks to me like they're making a push into commercial airlines as well. I was reading an article just today, I think, or yesterday. They're basically planning production of commercial airline airplanes in Russia, and they're already producing them. I guess has to go through whatever sort of tests. So look forward to seeing that.
There was a story like a month or so ago, and they showed a flight of their first completely domestic produced commercial airline. And it looks just like an Airbus or a Boeing. I mean, I'm sure there's some difference that somebody be like, oh, that's a Sukhoi or that's a Airbus or whatever. But from the basic look, it looks no different than a Western commercial airline. So obviously they've overcome that problem, and they'll produce those aircraft as fast as they can or need to. I mean, I don't think there's going to be a mad dash to pump them out, but they obviously
probably made with washing machine chips.
Yeah, it took them 3 years to get enough chips to build the first commercial airline.
Well, but I mean,
they've obviously overcome that.
Yeah, you kind of see how it all plays, though, right? Because you see Russia is going into commercial airlines, so is China. They're building out their commercial airlines as well, and at the same time, they're cutting off Boeing. So it's timely. Let's just put it that way.
Go ahead, Nika. Sorry.
So I think 80% is a bit crazy, but 80% against what? Like, do you know?
Drone against drone. So the drone is like anti-drone drone. So it's like a suicide.
Okay.
Maybe I think it's suicide drone. Yeah.
But yeah, that just emphasizes the lack of tools to eliminate drones. But it's on both sides. Russian are going to the cheap sides with the nets. That's one thing. I wanted to comment about the Easter truce. I think if it's like short, and I think that Russia did it like to benefit from it militarily because it's short. They prepared for it and they can like do rotations quickly. I don't know if it's for that reason. If the Ukrainian didn't like expect it, they cannot like react fast enough to benefit from it, and they cannot refuse it because of the West and Trump.
You mean the ceasefire?
Yeah. The ceasefire, the Eastern ceasefire. So if it's like you prepared for it and you filled your stocks and prepare for the rotations, you can benefit from it, even if it's like 36 hours, I think. But the enemy cannot
think about it, like you said. I mean, like you said, I mean, the Russians, let's say the Russians got a heads up like, hey, Putin's going to announce a ceasefire. Well, everybody knows you got 36 hours, final preps, get everybody in position,
it can be
make sure everybody gets hot food and rotated, fresh guys to the front. And like you said, Ukraine's like pissing around, acting like they don't want to do it, and those guys lose out on the chance to rotate or get evacuated.
And they didn't expect it, so they cannot like benefit from it 100%. Maybe the soldier will benefit from it like psychologically or stuff. They can evacuate some wounded, but I don't think they can like as a military they can use it. We will see if it's a true like theory. If it was like just 36 hours and I can continue and the cadence increased, maybe that was the reason. If it's like it will continue or the rhythm stay constant, maybe it just was for the rest of the troop.
I mean, I guess we'll find out in the next couple days if there were any attacks that started right after the ceasefire. So think about it, like you said, hey, the ceasefire is going to end at 5. For me, it was 5 o'clock Eastern time. Well, at 5:01, they could have jumped off somewhere because they knew the ceasefire was over. They knew there was no extension. So they're ready to go, whereas Ukrainian guys might be like, well, is there going to be an extension? What happened? What are we in a ceasefire? And here come the Russians.
Yeah. And even the cadence, it increased. That means they benefit from it, and maybe it was intentional. If the cadence stayed like the same, maybe they prepared for it like for weeks beforehand. Maybe they prepared for it. Who knows?
In any way, that's a kind of an interesting point that the Russians, due to the unexpected and kind of like the almost last minute nature of how it comes across, at least for us here, that they might have been in a position to actually make more use of that in a for whatever situations. But I don't know. I think that overall, for me, the biggest significance of this whole thing is the propaganda victory, because it's what Ukraine cares about the most. Ukraine is willing to sacrifice real manpower for propaganda victories. And here was one that they left on the table, and Vladimir Putin got it. And I think that they're going to be kicking themselves in the butt over it just because of how much of an emphasis they put on that aspect of the war. So that to me, I think, is the more important thing. And I think the good way to take a look at what the after effects of that is the fact that they try to do something about it later. Try to be able to say, number one, the Russians violated their own ceasefire. Number two, we proposed an even better ceasefire, a better, bigger ceasefire. You know, the Russians were like, nope. So I think that's what that's about. But I think the damage has been done, especially in the, you know, I don't know about the rest of the Western world, but in America, that plays really well. You know, there's a lot of, especially conservatives, especially Trump supporters, that are going to be really happy about that. And I think Trump is going to lean into it. So, so I think that's the really
communication was it's a brilliant move, but I think there is like, because when I see that the war in Russia don't care a lot about imagery, but it can be a bonus. The imagery, the as you said, the effect, the psychological effect, it can be a bonus for the military one. I think the military one is always on the back mind of the Russians more than anything else.
Yeah, and I think that Donald Trump, I think this plays well to Donald Trump, and we've seen that in certain stories. I don't know who it was, The Guardian maybe, that wrote that like this was nothing but a huge propaganda ploy by Putin, right? And the reason why they're putting it that way is because
it is. And who
no, I think that for Vladimir Putin, he's tried to do this before, right? He's tried to have a Christmas truce and everything like that. So he's tried to do this before, but this time it just worked out like that, like, you know, in this way.
Yeah,
so,
because of what happens this past 2 or 3 months, it works this one. Yeah, and if they were prepared for it, they can benefit from it even militarily. So 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think I think that the Ukrainians are just going to take this one on the chin, and then we're going to see more. They're going to continue to play this game more. But right now, the Russians, I think, are in a position where they're leaning a little bit more into the propaganda war, partly because of the Trump administration thing. They want to. I think they have an interest in seeming a little bit more cooperative with Trump, you know, like being respectful towards Trump, maybe stroking his ego a little bit or something like this. So I think the Russians are being a little bit more mindful of that than they were with the previous administration.
I think the very fact that you can even negotiate and talk is a big difference. Like, no, Biden don't even want to talk to Putin. Yeah, Biden don't even want to talk to Putin. Like, then Putin is like, no, there's no point to talk to Biden because Biden is the one that is
even Israel and Hamas are talking together. Man, how you cannot talk to Russia? That's the issue. You can I couldn't understand that, man. You know.
Well, I think the reason why is because to crush dissent on your side, because there's a lot of people in the American side that that's why you kind of came out when you did this media blitzkrieg, you know, because we can see that there has been a lot of sympathy for the Trump camp, let's say, from people that are conservatives towards the Russian side. I mean, and it was only a matter of time because guess what? Americans don't like Nazis. Americans hate Nazis, and there's a lot of that in Ukraine, and you can paper it over somewhat. But then also the you know, Russia leaning into the Christian roots and stuff. Most Americans view America as a Christian nation, you know. So I don't know. I think that Ukraine is looking at this whole thing as a disaster of epic proportions. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, and there's also, I guess, by the end of this month, all the support that was in the pipeline for Ukraine from Biden or whatever was you know, legally obligated that Trump couldn't stop. It all runs out, and they've stated they have no intention of continuing the military support. They haven't mentioned intelligence directly, but that might eventually be the case again. So like I said, maybe in the next couple of weeks, you'll see the Russians really start pushing even harder. I mean, my thing is they're waiting until it's summertime anyways, because that's the best time to do it. A few more months of grinding away the Ukrainians, that just benefits the Russians. And then, you know, once the aid runs out and if there's no renewal of anything, and, you know, and Trump's made it clear, you know, like, you know, these guys don't want to negotiate, you know, and I'm sure he knows who the problem is in the parties negotiating. I mean, obviously Russia's going to have its no-goes and red lines, but they're willing to talk, whereas Zelensky's like ridiculous. You know, he's being told repeatedly by multiple countries now that territorial, loss is going to be part of the deal. And they're still talking dumb shit about Crimea or this or that or whatever. So, Putin may be frustrating, but he's frustrated because he's got goals and plans, and the United States has goals and plans. Yeah, and here you have this one guy who's delusional and doesn't want to do anything and makes ridiculous demands and just drags the war on. And it's like you're not doing anything but hurting yourself, because the weaker that army gets, eventually Russia's not going to have anything left to stop them.
Well, I think that Trump is
Once
frustrated.
that happens, why would they even negotiate when they could just take it by driving there and parking a tank on the road?
Yeah, and I think Trump maybe misunderstood or estimated that his leverage with Ukraine was a little bit different than it is. I think that he would be able to. I think that he thought he'd be able to leverage Zelensky in a way that he's not been able to.
You gotta wonder too, because he's allowed access to the daily briefings of the president once he got elected again, and you got to figure all those guys were the ass clown NAFO Biden people. So who knows what he was even being told in those briefings that were supposedly legitimate intelligence briefings, and then he comes in with his own people, and once they get shit sorted out, it's like, hey, it's not like that, dude. It's way worse than even you. I mean, he's always said how bad it is, but I mean, I'm sure his eyes were opened even more.
Yeah.
Once he actually got a realistic assessment from somebody he trusts versus the Biden clone.
I strongly think that's actually the case. Like, if you can see that his statement, over from before he was president, then when first he was president, and now it fluctuates. Like the number of dead people changes as well, and you can sense, right, from the more he talked to the Russians, the more he realized that he don't have the cards. He's like, his statement suddenly become from very strong to become, no, we need to talk more, And then after that, he just all out pressure Ukraine, because he's like, he have no cards. The card is on Ukraine, so he's like, started to pressure Ukraine. But do you think that?
Yeah,
sorry, Nika, go first.
This is the thing. This is the thing. I cannot understand how, if we as common people, without resources, without like extra super money, without extra connection, and we know this much, and we know that it's inevitable for Russia to win, and we know that what we know. I don't think how someone as Trump, and he was preparing for a campaign, for a presidential campaign, don't know that much. I don't understand if we, without any resources, and know that, and I don't know. He was talking about resolving it from day one. At least have the common decency to see what we did. At least that's what I want. I cannot understand that. Why?
I have strong opinions on this, because just ask Vaughn how many hours he spent looking at Ukraine war stuff, or Bradley, No normal people can spend the amount of time to understand what the hell is happening, which is why most people have a very superficial understanding of the war, and that's why
but you are not a normal person. You can hire someone to figure out this thing for you.
No, because he's surrounded by experts. Surrounded by experts.
Yeah, he does have people in there that have been sounding the alarm like we have, but they're not as powerful a voice. And then it's kind of hard to step on when you got the CIA and the State Department official statements and official intelligence,
Yeah,
for example, he talked to the Colonel McGregor. For example, he talked to Colonel McGregor. But you believe that Colonel McGregor is reading the sources like we do? He don't. I don't think he does. He's a PR guy. He just knows narratives.
I understand the reasoning of you, Wyatt, and you have a strong point here. But of course, someone like me or anyone here will spend at least 30 minutes, let's say on the bare minimum 30 minutes, 1 hour a day seeing to that war. Yeah, but you have a lot of resources than us. Yeah.
And one more thing. So let's say you are totally you haven't been following the Ukraine war at all. Now you go to YouTube, you search Ukraine war. Who is going to come up first? Other than the mainstream media. Let's say, I don't believe mainstream media. He don't want to look at mainstream media. He's going to believe Denis Davidoff. Because he's the biggest channel talking about Ukraine war right now on YouTube. So what he say must be true. And that is a problem. That is a problem. Nunia.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple things. First and foremost, like I go back and I think about my life, and and I think about all the presidents, and Clinton took over for Bush and carried on with his agenda of foreign policy. And then Bush too took over for Clinton, and then Obama took over for Bush, and then Trump took over for Obama, and then there was a continuity of agenda for all this foreign policy, and there always has been.
You're getting bribe pills.
And well,
You're getting bribe pills. Yeah.
What's that?
You're getting bald pilled. Diabetic pilled.
You're cutting in and out, Gabriel. Your internet's being weird.
He said you are getting diabetic pills, but it's true. It's true.
So, like the point is, like, all of this is the same thing. And like, if you go back a year ago, I was saying that regardless who was going to win the election, Biden or Trump, they were going to drop Ukraine like a hot potato once the election was over. And that's indeed
And the
what
direction
happened.
was China, Nunia, and the direction was China. Let's be
Exactly. Yeah.
The war was
Israel,
like
China.
So, like, when we're looking at all of this, we just gotta think about, like, Trump is he's really just carrying on the same agenda. He's maybe doing things a little bit differently, but it's still the same agenda, right? So, just want to throw that out there.
No, I think there's some difference. I think that Trump had some. Sorry, go ahead.
Go, Bradley. I will follow.
I think there are some
you.
differences. I think one of the differences is that Donald Trump does have a different view towards Russia, and he's got a chip on his shoulder versus these Hillary Clinton like hardcore Russia hawks. He's not looking to be a Russia hawk. He was looking to maybe woo Russia onto his side in terms of Iran, in terms of China. It's not going to work, and it's not been working. But in general, he's still being like, I'm shifting that policy. Go ahead, Wyatt.
No, so if from my observation of the United States is that there's this deep state faction. So the deep state always targeting Russia. That is their prime target. They always target Russia, and for no reason at all. Even when Russia is not a threat at all, they always target Russia. Then you
Even more
have,
so.
like Donald Trump's faction or the MAGA faction always targets China, and targeting Russia is totally against the interest of the fight against China. Which is why he's trying to stop this Ukraine war, because it's a distraction. It's actually weakening United States position against China.
Even the reasoning they were saying, even in the start of the war, the reasoning is weakening Russia, so it will not go with China. The focus was in a direct or indirect way was China, and that's why. Yeah, did you guys remember in the start of the war? That was one of the reasons. So why we need to make Russia fall and control it. Go on.
I mean, he's made it clear he wasn't going to back a loser like the Ukraine, and the United States is pivoting to China, and he's got legitimate people in the military, and his advisors that are telling him, look, dude, you're not going to have a war with Russia and then go confront China at the same time. You don't have the military to do it, to enforce anything that you think you might be able to enforce. And, the longer Ukraine drags on, the more chance there is that NATO might somehow get dragged into it. Then if you're involved in Europe, you can't really be involved in Asia properly. So, and there's got to be people that are telling that, there's all these idiots out there grandiose and talking about, oh, we can bomb Iran and we can do this and we can do that. It's like, there's a lot of countries out there building missiles to sink ships. And they're not going to send one or two missiles. They're going to send hundreds of missiles. And we may have good ships that can track all those targets and designate them and shoot missiles at them. But you're not going to have hundreds upon hundreds of interceptors on these naval vessels to counter.
Even now,
counter these cheap waves of hundreds of cruise missiles or drones or whatever to deplete those resources. And if you look at the doctrine that China would probably use, it would be swarms, because they probably know that their ships aren't up to snuff, maybe as the American Navy in some ways. So why risk the ship when you can just hide behind walls of missiles? You're going to lose ships, but if you can take out a carrier or wipe out half the 7th Fleet and you lose a couple subs and some shitty frigates, who cares? It costs you what, 500 cruise missiles? What's that, a year's production? Go ahead.
One thing. You see what's happening now in the Red Sea. You see what's happening, like the depletion of the fleet in the Red Sea, and how the amount of money they are spending just for stupid and cheap things. It's crazy. It's crazy. I said, if they are dealing with the Houthis in that kind of way, how they will deal with Chinese, which are like 1 bazillion times greater than the capability of the Houthis. This is one thing.
That's why they. That's why they won't dare to bomb China just outright like this. They can bomb the Houthis. Houthis don't have surface to air missile.
What you do? No, but even like lesser than that. We hear the rhetoric with Iran. Yeah, Iran have like 100 or 1,000 times more than the Houthis have.
This is why they're negotiating. And the negotiation is actually going very well right now.
I know. It's a good thing.
Cool,
it's
right?
a good thing.
I love it.
It's a very good thing. I love it too. but
I was so happy when I was reporting. It's like, well, finally, I have found something positive to talk about.
But you need to understand the mistrust with the Iranis. It's not easy to overcome with what happened in the past, and what's happening now. That's the thing.
Yeah, I saw an article the other day. There's a Ukrainian or an Iranian domestic produced, surface to air missile system. It's like the Khazar or something.
Khazar 212 or something.
Yeah, and it supposedly operates on a L-band.
Is that Zulfiqar? Something like that?
I don't know.
I think it's based on Russian S-300 thing.
It's probably based off the 300, but they're saying that they've conducted tests. And their tests, they indicate that they can detect an F-35 at 218 kilometers and engage it. Well, and that's because they use an L-band radar. And there's some other things they talk about, because it may be more stealthy to certain bands of radar, but obviously people can figure out what bands pick it up better than others. And obviously, with Syria and then Ukraine, the chances are the Russians have had a lot of time to figure out what an F-35 looks like on radar, or an F-22. Now, maybe they don't have it all figured out, but if they said that they can detect an object 0.5 meters in diameter at 218 kilometers, which is the size they suspect of the radar cross-section of the F-35. So, depending on what you're operating, it may be stealthier in some cases, but if this L-band can detect it that far out and engage it, they got standoff cruise missiles, but that might be one reason why Trump's like, we're not going to be doing that. We're not going to do that. They want to negotiate, whereas Iran's hot to trot to go bomb them. But maybe
that's why the B-2 is around, right?
Because they can't afford those kind of losses. No one's going to want an F-35 going down in Iran.
Yeah, but one thing, don't forget that when the Israelis.
Sorry, Nika, repeat again. You're muted. Repeat again. Can you unmute?
You guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Don't forget when the Israelis attacked Iran too.
Yeah, I tried to change the settings because the background noise is a lot. But yeah, I think the more I change, the worse it becomes. Can you unmute so that I can change the setting again? No choice. We have to listen to your background noise. So,
hello. Do you hear me now?
Let me try. No, don't unmute. Don't mute yourself. I need to change the settings. Okay, you try again. You talk. You can talk now.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, it's still choppy. So yeah.
So I don't know the issue.
Yeah, so what happened is that I set the setting to remove background noise, then you become choppy. So that's why I have to not.
Is it better now?
Yeah,
is it better now?
If we just
Okay,
accept the
so
background
the
noise,
thing is, they have like a lot of runs. That's even if it's stealthy, if you train your defense system multiple times on it, you can have like some data. And you see Israel like used 30 F-35 those planes again to attack Houthis and to attack the Iranians. So I think that gave them a bit like an exercise to make those defense systems better to detect those stealthy airplanes. That's why even when you have like F-35, they always make it like they don't use it a lot, so the defense system will not like detect it more and get trained more to it.
Yeah, so I think in general, just the whole claim, all the claims that they make about, oh my goodness, the F-35 or F-22 cross section is the size of a marble, however many miles away. I think it's all massively exaggerated. I think that with a lot of this stuff, especially like you take a look at the Su-57, right? It's got a huge number of different arrays of different types of radars that are all over the plane. It's literally designed to be able to detect that there's something there, even if it can't decide where it is particularly. Oh my God, Kat, you were going to destroy my stream. Sorry. So I think that's like huge, massively exaggerated, and I think that a lot of this stuff can be. I think it was even who was it? Was it Syria? Somebody was able to detect an F-35 that was like literally in the other country, or maybe it was Turkey. I don't know. So I think that those claims are hugely exaggerated. I think that that's just a massive PR exercise. And really, we have to focus on something, because the problem is that we don't have hypersonic rockets. So we bet on stealth.
You guys are developing, right? No, they're still developing.
Yeah, but there was a most recent failure was what, 2 months ago? They recently failed another hypersonic test, which is shocking that they're running into this level of problems. Like it's
not an easy technology. It's not an easy technology. That's why Russians were developing it from like decades now, and they have the upper edge in that specific engineering, the rocket science engineering,
material and sciences.
The rockets and the material, they are the best, and they spend a lot of years developing that. It's not an easy technology, as you said. Americans bet on stealth. That's the way they chose to. That's the technology branch that they chose. Wyatt and everyone who play strategic games, no, it's not easy to change the strategic branch.
Your technology tree, whatever. But yeah, so I think that there's a little bit of that going on, and what happens is once you have a system where like the real superpower of the F-35, I'm sure that there's a lot of advantages that are associated with having stealthy technology, but I think the real advantage of the F-35 is that so many people have it. It's so much less expensive to manufacture now. There's a lot more of operability, cooperability, and all this other stuff. That's the much bigger deal. And
but there is some cons to it too. That you cannot overload it. There's high maintenance. There's like the range issue. There is like, it's not everything is pro. There's cons to it, and people choose to have like agility and range over stealth, and they have the range with the rockets themselves, like the Russian now.
Yeah, but I mean, look how long they took him to work on the F-35. The F-35 is the most expensive weapon system ever made by mankind. And meanwhile, the Chinese are developing their 6th generation fighter. In the time that we developed the F-35, they developed, 2 or 3 aircraft that are on that level.
Because F-35 is a scam, right? It's a scam project just to scam people, scam US
money.
Yeah, it's a military industrial complex.
It's a flying Bradley. No, the Bradley fighting armor fighting vehicle, not you.
Are you saying I'm a scam? That does not fly. How do you know I don't fly?
Because that's what happened to the Bradley Bradley infantry fighting vehicle, right? They try to ramp in so many, responsibilities and features into it to the point where it becomes like a don't know what it is. Yeah, F-35 is the same thing. One single aircraft, they have like multiple variants.
Identity crisis.
Yeah, like I think the F-35 has like a slightly bigger version, a slightly smaller version. It's like then it's ridiculous. Like, can't they just make it simpler? Like, just one aircraft for one job.
Like the Russian way. Yeah.
Well, no, I think that we've realized that. That's why they're having a lot of these like they've they're approaching it in a different way. We have like the F-16EX. We've heard a lot about this. Oh, that's going to be the missile truck, and then the F-35 is going to be kind of like almost like the mini AWACS or something. So we're trying to. It's not like our innovations are standing it still. As you develop technology, you never know all the different ways that it will be applied and all this other stuff. But in general, we obviously want to have hypersonic technology. Obviously, that's not something that we're happy to be this far behind on. So it is definitely very embarrassing, I think. The fact that the most recent failure was recent, that shows me that something is wrong.
It's not an easy thing to change quickly. You need to have as I say always, you need to have the background of that technology. You need to have the engineers, the money, the facilities, the testing, even the methodology to the testing. It's not an easy test. You just to have a test, you cannot like have a test to have a test. You need to have a methodology of the test and research how you will do the test. And that requires time, that requires engineers, that requires a lot of manpower and a lot of brain power. It's not an easy thing. It's not like scratch your head and throw money on it.
The smartest thing the United States could do right now, especially if they think they're going to get into some kind of conventional war with China, or they may have to show force with China, like some kind of, dick measuring contest. They should be cranking out F-15EXs, F-16 Vipers, A-10s, all the F-18 variants. They're cheaper to make. They've got those production lines. Unless China's going to bust out on your ass with like 100 J-20s or the 6th generation fighter, or Russia's going to show up to a fight with 200 Su-57s, your basic fighters that we have now, your 4th and 5th, are good. I mean, you can upgrade the avionics, you can upgrade the radar. The number one thing those things need to do is have long-range missiles to fight standoff. And supposedly the American radars are better. They can pick up the Russians from farther away than the Russians can pick them up. But the Russians have the missiles that can reach you at that distance, even if they can't detect you. Whereas the Americans, we can lock you up from 100 kilometers, but unless it's some of the newer AMRAAMs, and I'm not even sure what the ranges are, but they're limited. The radar is better than the missile range, so they need to work on the missile range, and you just upgrade your existing fighters, because most of the fights you're going to be doing are against proxies. So you're not going to be fighting frontline Chinese fighters. You're not going to be fighting the PLA frontline elite troops. You're not going to be fighting the Russian frontline elite troops. You're going to be fighting MiG-29s and Su-27s and Su-25s and J-17s and maybe J-10s and stuff like that. You're not going to be fighting those are kept back for special occasions, like
World War situation.
If China got aggressive with other countries in the Pacific, they might start using the J-20s and stuff like that in an expansionist war, but they're not going to put that shit on the table to go fuck around. I mean, why would you waste your J-20s when you can send out 500 J-17s or J-10s, which those are numbers that they are in the process of building. I think by 2030, they'll have like 700 J-20s, 900 J-10s, close to 1,000 J-17s, plus whatever else they're building. It's like, exactly. And they're, it's like, you need to be building the F-16s and the F-15s and the F-18s, because that's what you're going to need. It'd be nice if the F-22s could swoop in and save the day, which maybe they'll come in handy to take out like strategic bombers or people trying to raid, carrier groups or something. But, if you're just trying to do air support and sink ships, those platforms are more than adequate, especially with the standoff weapons and all the satellite targeting and tracking. There's really no reason to waste that kind of money on high-end aircraft that literally will probably never fight, or if they do, it's because it's a special occasion. Like the first time they used the F-117 was to bomb some barracks in Panama. Complete overkill. You didn't need a stealth fighter to go down there and bomb some barracks. You could have done it with a biplane. You know,
money. You need to spend money, man.
Yeah, I mean that's what it is.
They never
That's
know.
what it is.
They maybe they just want to test it. It's like, I wonder if skunk would scam us. Let's try it and see whether it works or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, you didn't need to. They didn't need to drop.
You know, I mean,
they didn't need to drop H bombs on. I mean, A bombs on Japan either. But
Yeah,
it's sort of the it's sort of like the gig, right?
Yeah,
you funnel money, you make a statement, make a point. But yeah, like I really think it's a dead end. Like you were talking earlier about like how is it possible that people don't realize what's actually going on in Ukraine and all that, and it would be amazing. Like it is amazing to hear like experts, academics, historians, and they're absolutely convinced, especially British. Like, and it goes beyond sort of towing the line and upholding the narrative.
It seems personal.
Yeah, they're absolutely convinced, like to their core, that this is the way it works. These guys
I think Bradley's right. Like it's personal. Like they hate Russia. I think a lot of them are mad at Russia because they didn't get to have their big Cold War Fulda Gap, fight in Western Europe. So all these hangovers and leftovers from the 80s are still out there trying to peddle this shit. Because look at them. They're all, Russia's army's garbage. They can't build nothing. They're all drunks. China's crap's cheap. I mean, no respect for your enemy, completely underestimate your enemy, and you're going to get bitch slapped bad. I mean, think about it. We got a good Navy, but I guarantee you we ain't ready for whatever China thinks they might have to do to protect their fucking country. And it ain't going to be some dumbass raid with like 10 planes. They're going to send hundreds of planes with thousands of missiles because they're going to make sure they get it. And if they lose 100 planes, but they sink the entire 7th Fleet, yeah, they'll be upset about the 100 planes, but they'll be the fucking gods of the planet for sinking a carrier group. So, they're obviously more willing to do that. I mean, everyone's like, oh, if we sink a carrier, it's going to be nuclear. Yeah, we'll lose our shit. China, oh, they lost 100 airplanes today. Yeah, the families are upset. They're all heroes of the, fatherland or whatever. The heroes really of the quickly. Party. But and think about it, they'll be forever glorified as the guys that sunk the carrier. Doesn't matter if they all got wiped out and never came home. They sunk the carrier.
Yeah, and to answer kind of your question, Nika, really quickly, just about the why is it that they are believing this? Don't they have better information? I think that to a certain extent, once you, let's say, okay, they thought that they were saying this in the beginning. Who made the prediction that Kiev was going to fall in 3 days? It wasn't the Russians, right? It was us. It was Lloyd Austin, right, who was saying this kind of stuff. So what happened? What probably happened is there were people on the one side that were saying Russia is going to absolutely ruffle stomp the Ukrainians, and then there were people that were saying, no, Russia ain't shit. And then those guys ended up winning that debate. So now they think they're riding high, right? They think that they won the debate and they've been proven correct. And then they continue to propel their line, continue to propel the Russia ain't shit now. And now you can't take a step back. You can't say, and even though they try to take a step back to some extent, how are we wrong, right? They still say we're wrong by overestimating Russia. Because now you can't say, no, actually I was wrong all along. Sorry, go ahead, Nika. Just to answer your...
Oh yeah, one thing. I thought of another reason. A lot of experts, like, they are paid, they earn their money in that way, and if you just speak out against the rhetoric, what everyone is saying, you will be crushed by your peers. No one will hire you. No news agency will hire you. So even I heard a lot of YouTubers who saying some experts are talking to them and they cannot say their name because they will be crushed by the pressure of the propaganda and the people who they try. Yeah, why?
This happens even inside investment firms, think tanks. If you have the opinion that Russia will survive or do better or do well or can cope, even
You cannot-
within that small little circle, you're going to get ostracized.
Exactly. Us, we can do it because our livelihood is not dependent on that opinion, but them they cannot. It's just oppression in another way. And secondly, about what we were talking about, America can like have like a shortcut, like the Chinese did, and they can see the technology and improve on it, but they can like have the power to say that we stole it. And but it is a way. It is a way. You steal the technology, you try to improve it, and you can go with the race. You are not like that falling behind.
Well, I mean, think about it. You know, what if you got your hands on the Chinese hypersonic glide vehicle? You know, you may not copy it exactly, but it's kind of nice to have someone do all the groundwork, and maybe you just tweak it out and make it look a little different, so you don't do the copyright.
It's the Chinese way.
Yeah, like Operation
That's what the Chinese
Paperclip,
did,
for
right?
example. Like
Yeah,
Operation Paperclip, right?
And you know, and the thing is that a lot of NAFO fucks would be like, "Well, we wouldn't steal shit from China because China builds crap." It's like no one's saying you can copy. You know, you don't have to copy the Type 99 tank, but maybe there's something in that particular system that's a good idea or an interesting idea, or hey, you know, these idiots only took this idea halfway. We can take it all the way. You know, it's like, you know, they can bitch all they want about people stealing technology, but why wouldn't you steal technology and save yourself billions of dollars of bullshit research and development when you can pay some guy janitor to steal the fucking plans from Raytheon, then all you got to do is read them out and, you know, adapt your production line to it, maybe make a few changes, you know, based on your abilities to manufacture things. And then boom, all of a sudden you got the Chinese F-35. It looks like an F-35/F-22. The American pilots like it because it's got 2 engines. You know, it looks like a good plane. I mean, we won't know until it's actually tested, but for all intents and purposes, it looks like a capable plane. It can carry missiles. It can fly and land and target shit. So, you know, the only thing left is
but the shape is a result of the nature of things. Yeah, a gun looks like a gun because it's practical as a gun. You cannot like see a gun as a stick or something like this. So a lot of airplanes will look alike because it works. That's the thing. You see in nature a lot of shapes, a lot of aspects like repeating because it works. We see a lot of the F-35 shape because it works. It happens just the American like perfected it more first before everyone, but it works. That's why we see it everywhere.
And look at it this way: it's like maybe they were like, "Yeah, that's this is an interesting design," but they don't want to invest in it. And it's like, let America waste their money on it and see if it works. If it works, then we'll copy it. If it doesn't work, then we didn't waste, you know, $5 billion on designs and shit. We just wait until the Americans highlight, hey, look, these new designs we're coming out with. And then they're like, oh yeah, I guess it does work. Then they'll work their own design, or they'll steal that design and modify
it. As I said, if you see, for example,
it reminds me of the legal battle between. It reminds me of the legal battle between iPhone and Samsung, in which iPhone was accusing Samsung of IP stealing, and it was because the shape was similar, and Samsung said, like, you didn't invent the rectangle.
I mean, like you said, smartphone is, in my mind, smartphones, they look a certain way. They don't look like flip phones because it's not a flip phone. You know, like a flip phone opens. A smartphone is flat, has a big screen and a touch screen. You know,
and it's normal to look like this way. As I said, sorry, wait, just one thing. You see, for example, a leaf tree. A lot of leaf tree are the same practically because it works. Just it is. It's not like there is no tree like stolen the idea of another tree.
Look at artillery guns. You know, all the towed guns basically look the same, other than, you know, this one's got a bigger muzzle on it, brake, or this one's got hydraulics on it, but they all got tires. They all hook to a truck, and it takes 4 or 5 guys to operate them. So, what's the difference between a D30 and a towed 155? Probably not a lot, other than just a few cosmetic things. Same with a Paladin versus a Mistra. I mean, they look different, but they're basically mobile guns. They probably got some kind of autoloader in them. They've got specialized rounds for them. You know,
Wyatt,
the American one square looking, the Russian one is round looking. But they both do the same damn job, and they have the same amount of crew, probably have the basic same maintenance requirements, you know, but they're completely two different systems.
So just now we were talking about China's 5th gen, right? 5th gen, 6th gen aircraft. So what my hypothesis is that, you know, China have been trying to catch up and learn all this aerospace technology, right? So they took the Russian plane, they reverse engineer it, they try to make their own stuff, which look exactly like the Russian copy. So they are learning. The problem I think the Chinese then later have is that they reached the pinnacle, you know, they are now very close to the cutting edge, or just below the Americans, and they have no idea what to do next because you can't copy anymore. There's nothing to copy, so they try espionage, and then they try copying the shape, and they try to modify. So previously they take Russian planes, they literally produce exactly the same design, the same thing. So now they use the F-35 or F-32 shape, and then they try to instead of one engine they put two engines. So they modify and now they're learning.
No, there is a lot of research now in China. It's the leading country in research. They are like they, as you said, they accelerated that rate of technology, and now they are begging on the research. You see the money and the amount of research.
Yeah, so now so the problem is that they have no idea which direction to go, which is why you saw they have so many different type of 5th gen aircraft. They literally try every single shape there is. I think only the J20 is the only production one. I think the rest is not really production. They created like the F-35 design. I think that is meant for the carrier, but then even that is still not confirmed yet. Like the Navy have like seemingly rejected it or asked for more modifications. So they're trying a lot of different things. Then so far what I heard is that the while there is all good, the only problem is still the engine. They cannot produce a Russia level or American level engine for jet engine for the fighters.
Why you see this? You see the same thing happen with the electric cars. You see how they like copied the Western electronic car when they reached that pinnacle. They branched and they explored and they spend a lot of money on their development research, and now they are better than the West in a lot of aspects. You know, they are not like a shitty.
So the EV, right, in China. So now in our world, right, we only know like one or two China brand, like BYD is one of the big ones, but in China there is like I heard from anti-China media, like 200 over companies, you know, doing all the different kind of like. There's a lot of EV designs. So it's a bit like the fighter jets. They did a lot of different designs and try to figure out, you know, who will eventually come out on top. And,
so they've got 200 countries making 200 different electric cars and seeing which ones work.
For a population of 200 people, a country.
No, but I'm just saying, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, you think they might just be building like different components so they can, you know, produce Chinese cars, but I mean, that's smart. You got 200 competitors out there. The best will win. They'll back the winning horse. And think about it. Then you've got the complete might of China's manufacturing behind you once you prove your design.
Correct. So what happens is that in China, because the development is so quick, because like they keep rolling out new vehicles, like the development cycle, it went from like 2 years one car to 1 year one car. Now it's like half a year one car. Right? Then it reached a point where the cars is a bit like mobile phone right now in China. It depreciates so fast because what's so special about the cars? They are all just technology. They just put new screens, you know, with Android and new, you know,
cameras, all this stuff.
Yeah, it's not about
about the battery and the electric. It's all about the battery and the engine. That's what matters.
Yeah, it's not like the traditional car manufacturer where it's about durability, the class, the design, the heritage, and you know the quality of the engine. In China, it seems like it's not about this anymore. It's just purely about the tech. And underneath the boot, like I said, this is anti-China media. So they dig out some of the social media accounts. They actually remove underneath and saw they're using plastic for a lot of things. That means typical stuff that uses metal, they uses plastic. And because the things is just moving so quickly, they're just like using the cheapest thing they can, and just pumping things out. So, but it's not the wrong thing. I mean, they're just competing, and they're doing their best. Nika,
When
you're
you call
muted.
it
No,
plastic,
we have
it
no
sounds
idea what you're
bad.
talking about.
When you say plastic, it sounds bad, but when you say composite materials, it sounds good.
So I'm not sure. Like I said, there's an anti-China media, so I take everything with a pinch of salt. But that it just is a signal of what is happening in China, the fierce competitions, and but it's quite scary when cars become like mobile phones. I'm so sad. It's like how do you buy such an expensive car and 2 years?
No, but I saw a video about the first time like they were testing the mobile phone outside, and people were crazy. And first of all, I thought it was a prank, but I realized it's an old video about people testing a mobile phone outside. I would look to the on the video and see it's amazing. People like, what? I'm calling you from outside. Imagine it's outside on the street. I was amazed how far we get. Maybe cars will get there. Maybe yeah. It was like you need to be rich to have a mobile phone. Now everyone have like a supercomputer in his pocket. Now maybe it would be the same thing on the.
Hell yeah,
No,
you get the Obama phone.
they even evolved beyond that. I watch a show. They are applying the flying cars for real. I don't know, guys, if you heard about it. They have the licensing and stuff. They have the flying cars thing is like very working. I don't know in which city. Maybe White will have a video on that. But it's like going. There's like a delivery system with drones. It's another level of craziness. It's not like I think White sometimes don't give the Chinese like their right. And they have.
I literally just say BYD has the best car right now out in the market.
A part of the car now they have the next level things like flying cars, drone delivery. It's crazy, man. It was crazy.
So
I don't know
I read
in
the
which
super chat
city.
first. Yeah, tariff is a consumption tax like any other tax. Part is paid by the consumer, part by business, depending on the elasticity of demand for the good. Yeah, totally true. I agree.
Yeah, the thing that I think is a positive development, and this whole idea of like the creativity or the inventiveness of something, it has a lot to do. Yeah, there's market pressures that push that, but it basically amounts to the amount. Basically boils down to the amount of engineers that you have, because like engineers are the guys that know what is possible, that study what is possible, and that can create mechanisms to function on that. And like the thing that what I've heard of, might be wrong, but what I've heard of what China's doing, and it seems to pan out to like math correctly. Apparently, like they're structuring their mechanism of investments in a controlled way, so as to avoid the accumulation of influence to monopolize the market. So, like instead of having lobby groups that that can secure all the investments into their own interests, they're like systematically like grassrooting the issue, like sort of putting an open source.
Change the incentive structure.
Oh yeah, they're pushing the resources for investment to the bottom of the pyramid instead of the top, so as to maintain a strong level of competitiveness amongst all the different producers of like industrial goods, and especially with high-end technology. And that's how they've achieved like the best batteries, the best electric motors.
If I'm not wrong, that's exactly what happened. Like the EV, right? So what they pump in a lot of grants to all these car companies. So at one point, from those anti-China media, the YouTube channels that I saw long time ago, a few years ago, it reached a point where the grants is basically what the electric companies are earning from, the electric vehicle companies earning from. They're not earning from the sales of the car. They're basically earning from the grants. So they just make all the cars, because I think the grant comes by the number of cars you make. So they overproduce the car just to earn from the grants. So, but with these grants, that is where the car companies also learn the technology, learn the know-how, and develop the capability. Then after that, the grants start to slowly reduce. That's why we are seeing fiercer competitions. Like the car design start to get better and start to get more competitive. I can tell you, BYD's car is not the prettiest car. There is even prettier cars. I saw on the videos like, what the fuck? Those cars are cool as fuck, man. Nika.
Yeah, we need 100%. We need those cars here, man. We need those cars. The electric cars here are so much expensive. I cannot dream for buying one. What Gabriel was saying is 100% true. Don't forget, another thing is the amount. The amount of, as I said in like a couple OMs ago, it's the STEM graduates are the backbone of any industry. The STEM is like science, technology, electronics, and mechanics. So those four categories are the best, the backbone of any industry. You see the issue in America, for example, like they have the same amount of STEM graduates as the Russians, but the Chinese have like I think 4 or 5 times the amount. I don't recall, it's 3 or 4 or 5 times. That gives you the edge, man. That gives you the edge. It saturates the market. It saturates the engineering market, and like it squeezes out the best of the best of the best. And that's how you have a lot of patents and a lot of ideas, and how you can like go forward with coupled with a well like strategy, good strategy, and good direction from the government. I think it can be like, it's not like the Chinese way. It's Chinese way like a bit brutal. For example, I don't think white will go to China soon. That guy. Yeah, I know. It's a bit brutal. It's a bit brutal, but they can like the way that Chinese doing it. It's like I think it's a good way, with a pinch of freedom of speech, maybe with a less tyranny. I would prefer that, but I think it's the best way to advance your economy, your military, everything.
Yeah, I wonder if it's more freedom of speech or less, like to be able to criticize the government, or to be able to like talk about social issues. So like I see the difference between like the totalitarian governments and the democratic governments is that basically in the democratic governments you can criticize the government because they're just figureheads, they have no real power. But what you can't do is discuss about certain sensitive social issues, like issues of migration, interracial interactions, gender issues, so on and so forth. And usually, and so, but in the totalitarian, like in the tyrannical totalitarian Asiatic countries, you can talk about all of those things, no problem, but you can't talk about. So it's weird because, like in the totalitarian system, you can discuss things that pertain to your life directly. Like how you interact with people, and where your money goes and all that. But you can't talk about against the government because that is like sedition and so forth, which is something far away and kind of distance to your own. And in the democratic
Gabriel,
world,
one thing, Gabriel, but there is totally those kind of totalitarian that you're talking about is like the best ones. But there is a kind of totalitarians in for example, our countries cannot talk about shit. You need to say everything is good, everything is perfect. You don't even allow to talk about those things, man. That's what people don't understand. Before, for example, when the regime, if you dare to say there's a social issue, there's like even filth in the street, would be cut away. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Even in totalitarians, there's like levels.
So basically, okay, sorry. But basically, what I'm just hearing, right? They're all the same demons with different things. So again, even in this as Gabriel rightfully said, even in the so-called democratic places, they still have their own restrictions on certain things, and certain things they're not allowed, and they'll go after you for it. And whether from the Americas or the Europeans or anywhere else, the same thing with the China. So they may all have their own way to decorate their dislikes. But again, it may be extreme to the Saudis or to the Kuwaitis and the people in Dubai, yes, but in their context, and because that's what works for them. In America, what America is doing, and based on what they claim to be doing, it looks very extreme. Like this new ideology of, oh, you cannot protest against what you don't like, but the same America will invade your country because you didn't allow people to protest. What take is let the citizen themselves define their government, and if you don't like what you have, you do what you may with it, but don't come, because even what's across the ocean is not working. America currently under democratic and freedoms and all these things is operating on kidnapping camp called Guantanamo Bay. That's an illegal detention. Any other country have that facility will be invaded and bombed by UN charters, but so many other UN condemnation. Why do you have people in prison you have not tried for any crimes and they're there for decades with no trial or no conviction whatsoever? Whatever evidence you have against them, you can bring it to court. No other country allow that. The same injustice. So my take is, whether it be tyrannical or be democracy, do not import a democracy into tyrannical countries. The citizens themselves can choose what they want, because democracy is not working for the democratic country and tyranny is not working for the tyrannical countries. So whatever works for you, I say pick that. I don't support either one of them, and I'm not against either one of them. Whatever works for each country, that's what they should grab and practice, because none of them have the absolute truth and absolute solution to their population problems. I think a mixture of everything makes sense. Just my own take on that. I've been listening background, but So yeah, that's how I see these things. Look, like example, like my part of the world, there be so-called democracy for the past how many years, how many decades? What does it produce? That they're having democratic election every year, but the same people having a democratic election can turn around the next day and kidnap the opposition and kill him, and their democratic allies in the West just look the other way. The same process they used to condemn Marine Le Pen and ban her from the French election, if you use the same system in any country that America and the West does not like, that's considered oppression and political oppression against the opposition. The same method the French court used to ban Marine Le Pen, you use it in Kuwait, it's oppression. You use it in Liberia, it's an oppression. But when you use it in France, it's the French legal system working in favor of the French people. So it's hypocrisy. Every one of these government does not work for the people.
That's the absolute truth of the West. It's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy everywhere.
Yeah, the Le Pen thing almost sounds like, they ban you from politics because you eat pizza with pineapple. The kind of situation. It's like it's not something within France. It's not a France thing. It's an EU thing. It's like
not the French way.
Yeah, but yeah. So see, they do these things and they get away with it. The fact that Guantanamo Bay still exists and nobody talks about it anymore is another issue. The French thing happened, they all keep quiet. That is what happened in France. That happened in any other African country or Asian country. Oh, their tyranny, their dictatorship. Let Russia do that. Let Russian court ban or opposition from running. Hey, Russia strongman Vladimir Putin ban opposition from running for office. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that if you're gonna be, if you're gonna say
it is wrong. You see, it is wrong. It is wrong. You don't need to have two rules for the same thing. It is wrong.
Yeah. So again, this is why when I see people saying, "Oh, need democracy," what democracy do you want? From where? From whose example do you want to use in your country? Which democracy do you want in your country? From what country? Not from America, because America still have some tyrannical behaviors. Not from the EU, they have their own behavior. So where democracy are you trying to import to your country? Because what you have in your head about democracy.
Man, you need to develop your own political system based on your own legacy and your own history and your own population. It's Russian system will never work in America. American system will never work in Russia.
It cannot
European,
work.
like Belgian system will never work in Saudi Arabia and vice versa.
Eh,
Each country, but the West is trying to force
They have
the
this.
same thing on everyone.
They
It's
have the, they
crazy.
have this weird belief that we're all the same people. We're not the same people. We don't think the same. We don't eat the same.
Yeah,
We don't
it's like
speak the same.
making every animal like wear hat,
Yeah,
like making a dog wear hat, and it's not meant for a dog. And
it's not.
giraffe,
It's
you
not.
understand? It's you need to adapt for each country, each culture. Even like
Yeah,
for example in
we have to
Liberia,
we have to save the poor fish from all that evil water. You know, they live
Yeah,
underwater in the cold. We have to get them out of the water so we save them, you know,
yeah.
from their
If
terrible
not, they
life
drown.
under the water.
Later they drown.
No, country like China, right? Can you imagine doing American style democracy in China? It's not going to work.
you will
Because
have you will have the yellow. I think White may correct me. You will have the yellow rebellion again.
no,
No, I think it will if for democracy to work in China, it have to be like a federal system. It's going to be like a lot like United States in
that's
order
what I'm
for it
saying.
to work.
That's
You
what,
cannot have like the British system. It doesn't work because like
No,
I have the
wait,
British system
you
in Singapore.
cannot like wait, but you cannot like do it the same way. Even the federal system,
Yeah, it will be different.
unique. It will be unique.
Correct.
It cannot. The mentality of an American is not the mentality. All the culture, nor the nothing alike. It's nothing. It's different. It's
So
different population. Yeah.
I can show you the example like Chinese people because culturally and historically we are so used to being under authoritarian like monarchy, like you always an emperor, right?
An emperor.
That's what so like the meme was that every man is almost every week at least think of Roman Empire once, right? That's what the Chinese do, but we don't think about the Roman Empire. We think about being emperor,
yeah,
being the emperor of the whole of China. That's what
right.
the Chinese thinks.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I don't quite know the Chinese system, but I believe even your household, there's that. Even
Is
your
it
household,
CIA
have the
got
same
him?
is back home. Even your household, father is like an emperor.
No, it's not the CIA. It's Chinese. You know, the thing is, the Chinese intelligence. We don't know its name. You know,
That's
what's the
good.
name of the Chinese?
We just call it CCP. We just call it like the Communist Party, you know.
Yeah,
here's the crazy
that's not good.
So no. My thing is this: if they are so good, you don't know their name, then they are freaking good, or they just exist as the common police. You just don't know which one is which is also another good strategy. But what I was saying, right? The same issue we have back home. Even in your household, there is that emperoric mentality. Your father is like the emperor of the house. So and of course, there's no democracy in your house. There's no democracy in your house. Your father says
That's an Eastern thing. It's not a Western thing. That's more an Eastern thing. Even Arabs and Africans and Asians have the same like idea.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
my dad is like, for example, my dad is like, he's always right, whether he's right or wrong. That's the.
This is why, right? What I wanted to say is that this is why Asian cultures, especially Chinese people, because of this heritage and culture and common DNA, we are very accepting of authoritarian government, and we are also very accepting of collective good. Like we will do things more collectively. We always think about the greater good for the community. It's lesser like the West, where it's always about individual freedom, like individual liberty. We don't think in that sense. It's not a very Chinese thing to think in that way. But of course, more and more Chinese is thinking that way because of the influence, Western influence. But even in China, that is also the same thing. It's destroying their demographic right now because this Western influence came in with capitalism, and then the marketing keeps selling to the woman that you need to be strong, you're a princess, you're a goddess, then you need to get a great man, handsome, tall, and then fucking rich, and then in the end they don't get married because they cannot find such a guy. Then
it's
that
the
also
same thing
influences
everywhere.
China. So
it's
that
the
also
same
influences
thing
China.
everywhere.
But then generally speaking, like in terms of political sense, we are all very okay with a strong government, which is why you see in Singapore we have a 70% Chinese population, which is why we are perfectly fine with one ruling party because we always vote them. They always win. We don't. Of course, 1/3 of the people always vote against vote. They always vote the opposition, no matter how shitty the candidate is, just for the sake of it, because humans are humans, right? But then, generally speaking, we always vote back the same government, and then Singapore have a very constant, ruling dynasty of the same party, and that helped. But so then that's why the West hates Singapore in that sense, because we are abnormal as a democracy.
Why?
Yeah,
don't
but we
don't
work
you think
in
it's
Singapore.
beautiful? It works because it goes in synchrony with the population, with the aspect of the population. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, so in China, I believe that even if they introduce democracy in that way, there's a very, very high chance that they might end up with a very powerful ruling party at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Not
It's like your system.
necessarily
It would be like your
not-
system. More.
because Taiwan, of course, proved that it's not necessarily the truth, that the case, because Taiwan also flip. Now they are 50-50. But then so there's of course they might end up more like United States. The chances is more like United States, but the possibility of one party ruling everything is still very high.
Why?
So
My point is this, yeah. When you say Singapore, of course, as a population, the population ratio make one party possible. If you go to China, I don't know how the population is divided by nationality, but by each group of people, and that's when I think the issue comes in. If those in the West does not align with those in the Central, or those in the East, or those in the North and South, they have the different group. They divide by groups and languages and barriers. That's when that will show. That's when you have that multi-party rotational thing. Where if one group owns a big enough majority, like what's happening in Singapore, you're gonna have that one party. You're gonna have that one party system ruling for a long time. Yeah.
So that's why in China's historical sense, they don't believe in this kind of people have the right to choose. That's why it's always top down. They will crush you. You revolt, they crush you. They send the military down and crush you. That's Chinese history, all the smaller tribes or ethnic groups always get crushed by the Han army. The Han army will come. The Han people army will come. Be it whatever dynasty it is, be it Tang or Sui or whatever, the army will come. They'll crush you, unless they fail to crush you, which is what happened to Vietnam. They always try to crush Vietnam. Then they always struggle with the freaking jungle.
Vietnam is the special, the special. It's like I say, there's some countries that unwinnable if you go to war with. Vietnam, Yemen, and Afghanistan. Those unwinnable countries in Russia. Those unwinnable countries. You can win them, but you cannot destroy the population and stuff.
Yeah, don't try. Don't try. It's a bad idea. Look at history books, man. First rule of history, don't invade Russia. Second rule of history, don't invade Afghanistan. Third rule of history, don't invade Vietnam.
Yemen too, it's difficult to invade. By the way, the Yemenis are crazy as hell,
So China today is still can be China as we understand it, is because it's a Communist Party rule. If it's a democratic system, we will see a lot more rebellion. A lot more revolt, a lot more independent movement.
Yes,
it's because it's a one-party rule. They are able to crush it very powerfully.
I think one more advantage they have too is especially if you have an advanced nation that's authoritarian, like Wyatt's saying, they don't want you to have a choice, but the Communist Party, they may have different factions and stuff like that, whatever, but there's probably an overall majority that it has, that works together, things together. But the bottom line is, even those different factions, they still want to build factories. They still want to build railroads. They still want to build ships. They still want to do international trade. So they have that long-term consistency. It doesn't matter if it's Xi Jinping or Dao Xiaoping, the guy before, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Or like Putin, he's sitting there for 20 plus years, 25 years. I mean,
look at the results.
You don't have to like the guy, but he's got a plan. Everybody's on board with the plan, and the plan doesn't get changed every 2 years or 4 years like it does here. I mean, we probably would have hypersonics if we had the same people running the government for 10 or 15 years.
Vaughn, you're forgetting something, Vaughn. You're forgetting something important.
Advantages to both, but I'm just saying long-term stability.
The continuity of agenda.
Yeah,
the continuity of agenda. So America also has it. Oh, sorry. Go on, Commander.
So,
I'll go
I
on
just
mute.
want to say, Vaughan raised a very good point. It is the economic progress of the country that provides legitimacy. This is the thing. The more authoritarian your government is, the more you need economic progress. Which is why you see in the Middle East, nobody give a damn about the Palestinians. Everybody is worried about themselves to build the economic development. You see Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Egypt, Jordan, like everybody is just focused on building their economy. The people may care about the Palestinians. The leaders don't. The leader is more worried about what comes next. What if the oil run out? What happens if everybody go to EV?
There is a difference. There is a big difference. The leaders don't care because they have the support of the West. They don't need the support of the population because they are pumped by the West. That's the thing. They need to satisfy the West because they are backed by the West. It's a different thing.
No, that's one thing. That's one thing. The
Yeah,
other
because
thing is that they still have to
said,
promise economic
no,
development.
but you see, for
it.
example, in the Gulf states, that's true. For example, it depends country by country, region by region. I say it's a very diversified situation. Egypt, the economic situation is shaky as hell. It's going from bad to worse. But the thing is, they backed by the military first and the West secondly. That's why they are sucking to the West before everything else, because even their interest, it's a different thing. It's different.
No, that's true.
Yeah, but-
So they secure power through those things, but then you see what they're trying to do now. When they have the power, they are they're quickly trying to build the economy. They're trying to build a new capital city. They try to build the massive canals.
That's a different thing. Yeah.
Mika, keep this in mind. Just because they have the support of the West doesn't mean that they have absolute power. Like they're still they still under the threat of the people, and even more so, like tied down to the West, because since they're unpopular and they're supported by the West, they're completely at the mercy of the West. At any moment, the West takes away support and they crumble.
Yeah, that's what makes them like.
Yeah,
and to the West
to keep the momentum. So together, what White is saying, though they have the support of the West, but also to keep the population at bay, they have to get all these huge projects, all this development to appease the population. No, because again, no matter how much the West is in your pocket or in your team, if you can't appease the population with this crazy project and development and financial stability for them, they'll replace you.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. I mean, the U.S. is going to want somebody in there that does what they want, keeps the people happy, so they can stay there and keep doing what they want. It doesn't benefit the U.S. if they prop up the guy, but everybody hates him, and it's always a problem. So why not prop up a guy? Then you get the programs and the projects that keeps the population happy. They got a job. They feel like the government's trying to do something for them. And the United States benefits because, let's say that we want to stay there for 20 or 30 years and take every damn drop of oil out of that country we can. Well, they can't do that if they have a guy who does whatever they say, but the people hate him. So why not get a guy in there that can throw them a little boat, throw the population some red meat once in a while, and serve the master too?
Yeah, I just say what White said applied on the Gulf states. What you said, White, applied 100% on the Gulf states, because in the Gulf states you have a lot of tribes. It's a tribal system. It's a different thing. So what you said is 100% true for the. You hear me? You hear me well? Yeah. So what you said applied 100% on the Gulf states on Saudi Arabia. For example, Saudi Arabia, there's multiple tribes. It's a tribal society. So the legitimacy is what the government give for the population to be like appeased, because every tribe their thing is like have the right, the legitimacy to rule, and they were like feuding even before Islam, But in different countries, it's a different things. White, you can read the.
Will Trump's tariff strengthen BRICS? No, BRICS is now destroyed already. It's already irrelevant because of the tariff war.
Trump will destroy America.
No, because India already.
I don't think so.
India already left.
Why?
So BRICS is already irrelevant right now.
I believe after this China tour, the next target is to actually reinforce BRIC. Because if China can successfully restructure BRIC, it can basically make this whole Trump things almost shaky.
On that topic, because I wanted to comment on that topic, but you guys closed it like a while back ago. I don't know if you guys willing to get back to it, or I will be. It's okay. I can about the BRICS and the Trump.
I don't think we have talked about BRICS per se. We only talk about
No,
tariffs,
it's the tariff. They're talking about that. But as I said, Trump maybe they have the end goal, the idea, but it doesn't have the strategy or the means of or the planning of how he will do it. He thought he have it, but I think it didn't work. The brute force way didn't work. That's why he modified and tried to modify and try to switch it. But I don't think it's a good because you didn't prepare well. You cannot go for a war and you didn't like prepare your military. It's the same thing. It's like declaring war and you are not preparing your army. You are not preparing your society and civilization and your industry.
My thinking was Trump was thinking China will back down in a week and go back to a drawing board and move on. I don't really believe they believe that China going to drag this onto complete.
Because he didn't prepare for it.
I know. I say he probably thinks, if China doesn't back down, we can drag this on forever. Then eventually we'll decouple from China. I know that'll be that's the
well,
goal.
you know how you prepare the for war. You know how you prepare the war for war. You bestow generosity on your people. You know the superior man to prepare for war is generous to his people so that they're strong and willing to fight.
Well, I mean, think about it. Like in the army, if you go to the chow hall one night and they're serving steak and lobster, you know you're probably getting sent off the next day. Unless it's Christmas, you know what I mean? It's like if all of a sudden you're getting a real good ass meal, like it's July 28th. Why the hell are we having surf and turf? Oh, you didn't hear? After you get done eating and you're wiping the butter off your chin, then the general walks in. Gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your meal, but
it's gonna be your last.
Heading off to Yemen.
Thanks for the tip. Next time they serve me anything juicy, the next day I'm sick.
Yeah.
No, but maybe I don't say. I never intend like to say Trump is stupid or he have a stupid plan, but he had poor preparation. That's the thing. He had poor preparation. He goes with a mentality of a society of economic enterprise and trying to run a global system, a global political system with it. It doesn't work. At least you need to prepare well for it. That's why I said I don't like.
Maybe he's trying to break some stuff on purpose.
But did he have the?
I have a question here for all of you here. Where did Trump come up with this idea? Where does it come from?
I already gave my theory about this. The theory is that he wanted to be able to do what he did in his first administration with the tax breaks, and then somebody told him, William McKinley.
What?
William McKinley. Sorry, it's Navarro. Peter Navarro.
Who is Peter Navarro?
He's a guy he was an advisor to Trump. He was pardoned by Trump. He might be in some advisory role now with Trump, but I'm not sure. But he's definitely in Trump's orbit. He could probably call him and drop him a message.
He's Trump's one of the most trusted aides. Honestly, I haven't read all these books. I bought this like in his first term. So this is a long time ago. Like the books I bought 6 years ago. I haven't.
So who is he?
So he's trying to get his tax breaks, basically, and he thinks that he can run it on tariffs and get the tax breaks and fund the government with the tariffs in the meantime. That's my theory. That's Michael Hudson's theory.
So Peter Navarro is very anti-China. because from his perspective, China is super dangerous. Actually, he's not very far away from the way how I think as well. And very bad for the world, very bad for United States. And it's everything China is doing is targeting United States, which is actually true. If you look at even ignoring all this ideology, China have been diversifying from United States for more than 10 years now. So it's not like a new thing. They have been doing this
goal,
because they destroy United States over time.
Because if your goal is to be supreme, if your goal is to be the supreme power, the sole hegemon, like the Project for the American Century, then anyone who rises like beyond your control, like say you're the mob boss. Anyone who tries to make his own little turf is attacking you. You know, like because you're the boss. Like how can someone, so it makes sense from the point of view of the United States. Like, oh, why is this upstart trying to take away my cake, which is the world? So if China develops, it takes away the cake from the owner of the world. But from China's perspective, it's like, no, we're the actual boss. We just tripped for 100 years. We've always been the greatest country on earth, the center of the world. We just tripped for 100 years, but now we're back, baby. And Americans are like, hell no, you're not back. And China's like, fuck yeah, we're back. And so they're gonna fight.
So you have to understand from a China's perspective, United States is the eternal enemy. So along with Russia,
I think
these two countries.
I think they are the new guys in the town, that the new gangster in the town that like trying to be because for Chinese they were like here for 3, 4, 5,000 years, and there's the new guy in the town who's trying to be the boss, and the Chinese was
you
like,
gotta look at it this way: you've got 3 families, and now they got to make room for 3 families to all get a piece of the action. And some of the families have been around longer and don't like it, or some of the families are more powerful or feel like they've got, earned their keep and they don't want to share. But the reality is there's going to be 3 bosses, the United States, Russia, and China. And some of the other bosses don't like the fact that, they got to split it 3 ways now instead of 2 ways or 1 way, or they get 80-20 with the rest of the world. Now it's going to have to be 33, 33, and 33, or whatever that works out to be.
And that means there's.
You're right. I mean, it's exactly like that. I mean, you've got 3 power players on the planet, all vying for their own piece of the action. I mean, look at Trump. If you think he's wants to just get Canada, Greenland, and the Panama Canal, and then maybe by default Mexico somehow in Central America, he's just fortifying his hemisphere. Like Russia will, at the end of this, hopefully fortify its hemisphere, and then China will, despite what Drew says, China will, take control of their neighborhood and make decisions for that. And some of it may be peaceful, some of it may be economic. But don't think for a minute that if China thinks they can take Formosa, or if they can go into, Laos or anywhere else, or maybe those governments are more open to a merger with China, maybe not directly, but maybe a colony of China. And what if they do it willingly? What if Laos decides to become a colony of China? They get to keep their leader. They get to have their military integrated with the Chinese. They get paid on the Chinese dollar. But they just do what China tells them to do in exchange for those benefits. And then they incorporate them into the Chinese, economic system. I mean, there's all kinds of things that could happen. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to think that there's not anyone in the Chinese government that has dreams of expansion and bigger control, because China does want to control its backyard. I mean, it probably is pretty annoying to have American carriers dicking around in your backyard, and you can't really go do the same to them. So, why not create an area where there's no reason for them to be there? Because you got it. And we can train
the enemy.
One thing also, right? I mean, no matter how much carrier, not how much carrier, but I know for sure this carriers over there currently does not really pose it poses a threat, but no, China know you're gonna need way more than that to really defeat us. So our war breakout, we can easily decapitate those carriers before more backup can show up. They can do some threat, but I don't think there are enough manpower in those flotillas to do any serious damage to China. I think that's the reason why I don't see the need to even be even more aggressive beyond that. At least that's,
Well, I mean,
that's just
I just assume at some point China would like to have Formosa back, probably the Philippines, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, and they'd probably be happy with that.
I think it's too much. I think it's too much problem trying to get those ones and just let them be as it is currently. And how
Well,
China
I
can
mean,
afford
what
that
if-
extra problem.
you could make them colonies of China. I mean, colonies were all right before. Why can't they be all right now? It's kind of like the whole global warming thing. Oh, we got to have global warming and all that. Yeah, right when China is trying to have an industrial age and India is trying to have an industrial age, all of a sudden you care about pollution. It's like, nah, fuck you. You guys had your golden age. We're going to have ours.
No, the Africans are taking that and run with it. They have destroyed so many enterprises in Africa on this global warming, green agenda nonsense. As the last time I had a conference on that stupid thing, they'll give you $100 million to go green, so you can submerge, so you can bury $1 trillion or mineral under your foot, and tell you that's the
Well, I
solution.
mean, like I think it was you the other night. We're saying some idiot got a bunch of African nations to sign some treaty where they wouldn't have a nuclear power plant, which is stupid.
No, it's nuclear-free Africa. It's not. It's
Yeah, I mean that's stupid. I mean, why not build reactors that would supply cities and allow you to expand or create, power up mining operations or other industries, but some dumbass paid them to fucking sign a contract.
That's the result of
that was
not
the treaty
having
they
your
used.
own.
That's the treaty they used to basically
We're
disarm
not
South
doing the
Africa.
finger thing anymore, or we're just going to interrupt? Or
Toby leave
Sorry,
the finger for a long time.
no,
No,
we're
finger
not
wasn't
doing it.
up.
That's cool. We can.
This hand wasn't up.
Like I just interrupted then, so like I'm into that. I'll just talk over the top here. But like
Wasn't up.
Vaughan
You
makes
don't
a
see
good
up.
point
But anyway.
here. Like getting back to Pete Navarro, because he's pretty interesting, right? Like, and the irony is that Pete Navarro doesn't hate China. He kind of respects them. And wishes America was more like them because China puts China first, right? If you have a look at Pete Navarro's criticisms of China, he's not criticizing the Chinese government for doing things that are bad for China. He's not even kind of criticizing them for doing the wrong thing. He's more pissed off that America's not doing what they're doing. China is looking after China and making sure that their policies are good for Chinese people and getting growth in China. And Navarro's whole beef, and and this is you can see this in Trump's administration, is his whole beef is why aren't we doing that? Navarro's PhD thesis, even going way back to when he was much younger, was all about how special interests had destroyed America because they'd made growth impossible. And this is what the climate agenda is all about, right? It's special interests. It's no one believes in the climate agenda. No one's that stupid, right? It's all incredibly dishonest. It's like the rainbow furry thing, right? No one believes that. No one actually believes that men are women. It's just that people do enjoy saying things that are manifestly ridiculous because they can, and it shows their social rank and power. But the reason that climate agenda is done is because it's a way to grift, right? It's like it's another set of regulations. That's what carbon credits are all about. No one believes in carbon credits. Like everyone is aware how many coal-fired power plants China has. And this is why like Greta Thunberg never talks about China, because even that dimwit is vaguely aware that the whole thing's nonsense, right? But climate change gives an opportunity for special interests to grift. It allows special interests and the senators and the congressmen that they control to write legislation that favors some corporations and cuts out their competition, right? This is the business of corrupt nations. And this is what Navarro is against, right? And that's why he looks at China and sees their economic growth and sees a communist party that is actually, appears to be reasonably serious about raising the living conditions for its people and doesn't care what goes on in the world and only works with globalists if it is good for China. And he wants some of that for himself. So there's a real irony. I don't think Navarro or Trump, for that matter, hate China. And it would be weird if they did, because China is not this massive aggressive power that goes around invading everybody 24/7. It's like you start to get into some very deep irony if you have the West calling China like a military threat. It's like, just go count how many countries have been invaded by whom over the last, 50, 500, 5,000 years. And it becomes a bit absurd to see China as this huge threat. But I think what China is China's a massive pain in the ass because they're doing things that are good for China. And like, why can't we have a bit of that? I think that's Navarro's beef.
I mean, just on Toby's point real quick, I think that's one reason why I don't know about Xi so much, but like you'll see like a more favorable opinion than most people would think is there, like percentage wise, for like someone like Putin. Because, whatever you think about him, what you see about him, it's always Russia first, Russia. They see a guy who stands up for his country. He's figured out how to solve problems, sanctions and all that. Some people don't pay that much attention, but, he's got a reputation for being a leader and a strong man and taking care of Russia. And I would assume that Xi probably has that same aura around him, and maybe that's why some people like him, or they're more popular in the West, because everyone thinks, ex-KGB, oppressive Chinese society, and then they do a poll and surely Congress will be more popular than Putin, but no, Putin's like 5 times more popular than American Congress. And it's like usually something like, well, he's a strong leader or he stands up for Russia. It's not anything super deep or super political. It's just they see a guy who puts, like you said, like Navarro is probably jealous. He puts his country first. They do things for their country and figure out how to deal with everybody else later. But it's always China first, Russia first, and, Trump's claiming America first. And these guys are like, yeah, I wish I could get away with some of the stuff those guys get away with, but they haven't figured out how to maybe work that system or finesse it yet. But you can tell that's kind of probably what they are thinking about, because it's an easy get, like if you're popular because you take care of business. He said he was going to build that factory, and by God, he built that factory, or they built that highway or that dam. It's like they get shit done, or those terrorists came into their country and Putin fucking shot them all and hung them on the street for everybody to see and told you terrorism was bad. It's like, people respect that. They respect power. I mean, that's one reason why Trump probably got elected, because people think he's a boss, and they like a guy that's a boss. But he's not a boss in the way that he probably needs to be. Hopefully, he can, but we'll see.
If he can stop the Supreme Court running the country.
So Super Chat Vaughn on to something with cheap energy in Africa. FCS is thinking a lot.
Yeah, you could power the future.
I'm actually buying his book.
If I'm not wrong, the one about the militarization of China, I believe, if I'm not wrong, because it's a very long time ago, it might be the book that introduced Trump to him, that got Trump to bring him in as an advisor. Might be the book. I cannot remember. One of Peter Navarro's books.
I want a book
Trump's
that discussing this economic strategy, this economic thing they're doing. I want a book that really influenced. I want to know how you come up with that conclusion. But anyway.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing that I always say. China is just they are targeting the United States. They are militarizing. They're preparing for a big war, or they're waiting for the United States to just collapse, and then they become the new superpower at least in the region, in the Asia Pacific region. So that is the plan.
China's targeting the United States. That's why they put their country so close to their bases.
Yeah, just because this go back to something that I want to say earlier, because the US bases is also close to China, right? And then they are anti-communist. That's the reason why China, right from the outside, right from the onset, from the beginning, after they win the Civil War, the communists, had always seen United States as the biggest threat. The same thing happened with North Korea. If you notice, it's the same thing. All the communist countries always see United States as the biggest enemy. China.
I wonder why that is.
Just playing
I wonder why. I wonder why that is.
Yeah. So so China generally have not abandoned this at all. They still until today still see United States as their biggest enemy. Which is why everything that they do eventually is to aim towards destroying
maybe a biggest
or weakening United
instead
States.
of enemy. Maybe a biggest threat instead of enemy. You know, use the Western language. You know, from their position, they are the biggest threat. As United States, they are the biggest threat. Like talking about some rise in economy in the world. They say the biggest threat. They don't say enemy.
I tell you the difference. Maybe if it's a threat, I tell you there's a difference. It's the enemy because if it's just a threat, you don't have to actually do anything. You just prepare against them. When it's an enemy, you actively weaken them and destroy them. That's why I say that they see United States as an enemy. That's the difference.
No, why? I think the US is the one that see communist countries as enemies because this is why
it's true.
It's a communist network. So US have an active agenda to destroy every communist country.
Oh yes, of course.
Always
I'm not saying that this is a one-sided love affair. They love to hate each other.
Yeah.
The only difference is that United States went into allowing the China into the global trading system, in the hopes that China will have a revolution and become more democratic, and to become more free.
They wanted China to become Japan.
It failed. But it failed.
It didn't fail.
I don't think that was the agenda. I think they went into China to get cheap labor.
Yeah, that too. Of course, that too.
Yeah, and to isolate the Soviet Union. It was to isolate the Soviet Union and get cheap labor. It wasn't well intentioned.
Nobody gives a shit about the geopolitics. It's all about the money, man. And this is the problem with special interests. Nixon went into China because they could all see the cheap labor, and it was a way of breaking the unions. And it was more of a way of competing with other Western industrial nations like Japan and Germany. Because where do you think they got the idea to go into China to get cheap labor? It was Japan who did it first. Have a look at Shanghai and the area around that, right? It's really Japanese. The Japanese went into China 20 years before America, and they didn't tell anybody about it, right? But it gave them fantastically productive and economic production in all kinds of materials, right? Like all these Japanese Walkmans from Sony and everything. All that shit was built in China long before anyone in the West knew about it. And Kissinger and the rest of them saw this, and they realized Japan is eating our lunch because they're paying nothing for their labor. So the whole move to bring China to the West had nothing to do with geopolitics. It was actually about competition between Western corporations for profits.
I totally disagree because China at that moment of time already started to have a breakdown with USSR. So they were already active enemy between the two. So one of the things that they are trying to do then was that to bring China to the Western side, and to weaken the USSR's influence. So that's one of the things that they did. So they try to bring China in, and hopefully by all this investment, of course they are earning money in the process, and then turn China into more democratic or more free society. And then USSR collapsed after that, for whatever sort of different reasons. But China became stronger because that's what happens when you feed the Communist Party, So that's just what happened. And it's just a clash that's waiting to happen. So I have never have a doubt that eventually this clash will come. Yeah. It's just that I never expected it to be 2025, that's all.
The China was more ideologically confronted with Russia. I mean, Russia wanted their own way, like Stalin did, right? Their own way to communism. And China saw that it's not working. That's why they switch to cultural revolution, and then so that's why they separated. It wasn't economical or anything. It was more ideological. Communists are highly ideological.
I think
right?
it's just Mao Zedong one more power. That's all. So the Cultural Revolution is for Mao Zedong to destroy his political enemies, because he was supposed to step down. So he's supposed to step down, so he destroyed the whole thing. So it's just Cultural Revolution, and then it just create a massive disaster in China. Yeah, it's more of an internal infighting thing.
Everybody blamed his wife, didn't they?
Yeah, China being China, Chinese always believe they are center of the universe. Like, I can tell you as a Chinese, like it's
kind of like Canada.
It's very normal for Chinese people to think they are the center of the universe, and yes, they would depend on USSR for military aid.
Oh my God, Wyatt!
The nationalists also depended on US.
Like,
US and
everyone
British for military
knows.
aid. Same thing.
Everyone knows that China is the center of the universe.
Well, it kind of is. If you have a look at the map.
But eventually, if you get strong enough, like for Chinese empire is always like this. When they get strong enough, they'll kick out all the foreigners, and then all the foreign influence, and then they want to rule themselves. And then, of course, this is clashing with the USSR, because to USSR China is the little brother. So then they clash, they fight. So they have some border clashes, but didn't go too far from there. They have restraint, so that's good. So millions of people don't need to die. So,
well, on that note, like, what do you think that the Chinese make of this rapprochement between Russia and Trump? Because on the Russian side, I don't think it's lost on the Russians that the Chinese sold 1 million drones to the Ukrainians. Like, I think this bromance between Russia and China is a lot of shit. I've been watching the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the SCO, for a lot of years. And there's so much tension underneath the bromance between Russia and China. It's like they have conflicting interests. The whole Belt Road, the Silk Road thing, like that's against Russia's interests. And Russia and China are competing for influence in Central Asia. So I see that Russia has got like an open door to Trump at the same time as Trump is putting the boot into China. It's but we're not hearing much about it in the mainstream press. But I mean, that doesn't mean much. The mainstream press is pretty useless. But it is kind of interesting to see that Russia is not afraid of offending China by being nice with Trump.
Nice with Trump. They're just talking.
Nika, we have no sound.
I don't see.
We have no sound.
Yeah, they're talking, right?
Your mic.
I don't see anything happening. I don't see anything happening. It's just talk.
So I can tell you my observation.
Nothing happened.
So my observation is that within the Russian community, of course, there's one faction that we all know is very pro-China right now, because they think China is now their big best friend, right? However, there's another faction of the Russian people actually hate China more now. They feel like China is gaming Russia while Russia is having a trouble, and then they are taking advantage of the Russians.
Yeah, Grisha was talking about that
buying things
last
cheaper.
time he was here.
Yeah, buying things cheaper, and then they are like selling things to Ukraine. They continue to trade with Ukraine, and there is also some rumors about there's actually some kind of strategic partnership between Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine and China, even before this war happened. So, so there's a lot of
absolutely.
Well. Also, the Ukrainians nations that are supporting Ukraine, they are hip deep with China. So China's support for Ukraine just direct. It's also indirect.
Ukraine sold a Russian aircraft carrier to China that the Soviet Union didn't want to sell to the Chinese, like that the Russians and the Soviet Union didn't want to sell to the Chinese. So like the Ukrainians kickstarted the aircraft carrier project of the Chinese.
No, what's really a connection point is Motor Sich Company. Motor Sich Company is the engine manufacturer, the jet engine manufacturer in Ukraine. And what's the clash between Russia and China and Russia and India? It's about jet engine development, the jet engine secrets. That's where the clash is. The Russian, well, the saying goes that they don't want to give out this technology from Russian jet engines. So this is the clash. That's why the Chinese bought shares of the Motor Sich company that produces the jet engines in Ukraine. So this is how they wanted to get the technology, and they're not getting it from the Russians. They're not getting it, anywhere else from Americans. So this is the point of contention between, and the China didn't work on sanctions, so they never put the sanctions on their corporations to earn money from either side. So whoever orders first, they will sell the drones and all the cheap electronics to either Ukraine or to Russia. Whoever orders first, there's no there is no decision by the state on the corporations. Corporations are free to do the business. It doesn't matter who is, unless they get orders from the state. There's no influence on it. So it's not China, it's corporations. Individual corporations doing the things. It's not China.
I was going to ask you, do you think that engine company, the Ukrainian one, is still operational? Or do you think they had to move? Just because I would assume that factory got bombed.
Yeah, there was, I think, a long delay before that factory was bombed because of the China. Russia didn't want to destroy it for a long time, but it was eventually destroyed like a year and a half into war. Okay, year and a half.
So like maybe when China's deal was over, they bombed it, or they moved the factory to like some NATO country, maybe.
When it was the first that China lost shares. There was nationalized. Motor Sich was nationalized, and then they lost the shares. They lost any influence on it, and then it was destroyed. So.
Well, Ukraine didn't have the most modern jet technology. China's jet deal with Russia means that they can actually produce older jet engines for the M29 platform, but they can't produce the newer jet engines. They still have to buy that from Russia. I don't think Ukraine had that newer jet technology because that was developed after the fall of the Soviet Union. So I don't know what technology. I mean, I know what you're saying. For sure, China would be interested in sucking up whatever technology it could get from Ukraine, but I'm not convinced that Ukraine had much of that. I think the Russians probably would have kept it in house after 1990. They certainly maybe with the Antonov and stuff like that, Ukraine would have had some, but not a great deal.
Technology itself is not so advanced. What advanced is about technology is getting smaller, tighter. You put the pressure there, more pressure availability here, more control. So that's mathematically easily solved. But original technology, how everything is controlled and manipulated between each parts in the engine, that's big technology. And probably the material manufacturing, material engineering is the most important part, I would say. So
I mean, like with those Russian Su-27s, sorry, Nika, I'll just be real quick, that they reverse engineered. They probably copied those engines exactly, but maybe their manufacturing tolerances aren't as good, so those engines aren't as good, basically.
It's the material science.
Yeah,
it's
the material science problem.
You guys hear me? You can, as I said before, you can have the same material composition, but the treatment you do it, you will not have the same property at all. You need to have the process of the treatment, and can be very, very complex. It's not even the tolerance of the treatment. You don't need a lot of tolerance, but some tolerance. I think every country have it, but the time that you need to spend and the engineering, you need to spend to have the
procedure, the schedule of what needs to be done for how long,
it
when,
will take
at
too
what
much
point you interject.
exactly.
And
the Ukrainian academics would also have better. They'd be better able to sort of like know what the Russians are doing. So by buying into the Ukrainian companies, they'd get access to that R&D, which would give inroads into that process technology.
It will give you a bit of advance, when you are very, very far, because as I said, the tooling is different, the technology is different, so you need someone who's specific to that material science to do the work, the testing as needed. This is one thing, comment. Another thing is, I think Russia before, the relationship between China and Russia, I think Russia now, before the war, they were like wanting to go as much closer as possible to the West and as far away from China, because they are natural opponents or natural and not, I don't like the word enemies, but now they don't they know they cannot trust the West enough, and they cannot go so close to the Chinese. They need to have the distance between China and the West. But the thing is, the West we're pushing them more than they wanted to China. And this is they waited the opportunity for American and for someone in America as Trump to get a bit of a distance between the Chinese, because they are natural and natural. I don't like enemies, but like two predators in the same environment.
They're separated. The majority of population in Russia is in the West. Majority of the population of the China is in the East Coast. So they're separated, basically. They're not connected by population. Yeah. That's a major thing where they don't think about each other.
Yeah, but there is a lot of
that's all. They don't think about each other. They don't want to depend. They don't naturally depend on each other because they're not connected, right? By the vastness of the area, that's why they're separated. That's why they don't think to work with each other. It's not really because of the vast distances, the connection. That's why the road and belt is attempt to connect all those distances. To improve the Vostok cooperation with Western Russia, right? This is all attempt to get this together. So you cannot have it because of such an emptiness in between. Even though they're touching, borders are close. They touch even, but so separated by distances.
Yeah, but there is one reason to be careful about China, because it's a strategically weak point. Because there's a lot of resources for Russia in the east. There's a lot of industry there, and they are kind of open to the Chinese. There is not a buffer as population wise. That's a strategic weakness too. You don't. Yeah, you need to take part of that thinking.
No, but it's well. Let's say China is learning now the scene. What when you just work with Russia, you'll get all the resources on the cheap. You won't have to process it. You will get it on the cheap. If you make it an enemy, you will not get it on the cheap. So why would they go and take Siberia when they already have it on the cheap, right? That to me, that's
that's before the war.
That's a learning process.
Even now,
they know it.
China would rather make a deal with Russia and buy it, and maybe do some co-project than invade and lose risk a nuclear war. Why fight when you could just throw a few dollars around and get what you want?
Or why Germany don't want to buy cheap Russian gas and instead want to support Ukraine to fight Russia? Yeah. Sometimes people don't make logical decisions. It's cheap, but they still want to take over the thing and run it themselves.
I think that there's a logical decision. We just don't know exactly what the logic is. It's probably hey, we'll finally be able to separate from the Russian energy, and we'll be able to really double down on the green energy, and also, you know, you say have some real believers somewhere there that really maybe thought that they could do that.
The just now we were talking about the
Maybe
jet engine
one
stuff,
thing,
right?
just one thing, right? Just maybe the European and Americans, they thought maybe they can like balkanize Russia and like take control of even the resources themselves. They thought like literally they can break down the society and the cohesion of the political system, and they can do as they like in Russia. That's I think that's the main
like Yugoslavia, right?
Yeah,
like Yugoslavia or like the Ottoman Empire. You know, like the Ottoman Empire. Ottoman Empire is like now like 70%, 80% is now Western control. If you look at the map, so the one of the thing I saw is that the Chinese was trying to buy out Motor Siege, the one that is made the engines in Ukraine. So, and that was blocked by United States in 2021. So they were trying to buy it out, and this is the aim is to go around Russia, right? It's like no, they don't want to buy Russian engine. So no, they want to buy the former Russian engine plant so that they can actually develop their own. So I think they still having problem with the material science. So they cannot get the right material alloy to do the engines. So they're still failing at that point.
I'm telling you, it's very, very. That's my feeling. Very complex, very time-consuming, very time-consuming because the process can take. Yeah, even just what
you have to interrupt with. You always have to interrupt, mouthful, right? And now with full mouth.
Yeah.
With full mouth, you still have to
first,
interrupt.
man. Swallow.
I read the story that the Russians or the Soviets actually learn about the material by actually secretly going to UK. So they asked UK for a tour. It
wasn't even secret. And then it was open. They did this openly. The UK invited them there to basically
they invited them to go.
Plant.
So what I heard is that they actually wear special shoes with special soles. So when they walk in the plant, they collect all the metal straps onto their shoes. Yeah, then after that they remove and then they study the metal alloy, and then they discovered how to do it, and then they actually made their own jet engine after that. It's quite crazy, when you hear the story like this. What?
I mean,
it's quite cool.
One thing that would confirm it is if you could figure out what the engine life was on Chinese fighters, how often they're replacing them, or what kind of maintenance schedules they're under.
Well, according to Millennium
jets or Russian jets.
According to Millennium 7+ Star, he says that the Chinese have made it. They're there. They're more or less at the point where they are making homegrown, indigenous, high-end military application jet engines from scratch. And they've more or less caught up to US and
I'd
Russia.
I'd be surprised if they hadn't. It's like Chinese have been producing a lot of engineers for the last 30 years. Like they have a lot of engineers, a lot of R&D. They're pretty serious about it.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that story sound like the American stories on how they give nuclear weapons to Iran? Nuclear technology.
Oh, is it?
In an attempt to frame Iran, they give them the nuclear secret, and Iran was able to. Huh?
Yeah, there's a good story about that. I don't know if you've seen the latest Tucker Carlson interview with, I forget the guy's name. He's an American congressman. They talked about like the deal in Iran. I don't know if you've seen this, but it's very interesting. So here's the deal. This is the scoop from a guy who would actually know, and I strongly encourage everybody to go watch that interview. It's at the 30-minute mark if you want to scroll through it. But basically, this is the deal. Iran had Osama bin Laden, right? And everybody, the CIA knew that Iran had Osama bin Laden before the Americans went into Afghanistan in force, and certainly before they went into Iraq. And the CIA kept that secret. They were basically keeping Osama bin Laden out of Afghanistan and on ice. And the guy that they were dealing with was Soleimani, right? And this is where it gets interesting. This is why they hit Soleimani, right? To cover it all up. And so the whole thing with going into Iran is it's covering us, right? It's like the CIA do not want the American people to know that they went into Afghanistan and Iraq under false pretenses. They knew where Osama bin Laden was. They could have had him by calling Soleimani and saying, give him to us now. They didn't. They kept him off the board. They pretended. They told the American people that they were going in there to get him, and it was complete bullshit, right? Then they went into Iraq on the same premise, like that we're fighting this war on terror. And so the reason that America whacked Soleimani was to cover that up. And there's an argument that the CIA is doing the same thing with Iran now, which is that, like, we'll go into Iran and completely muddy the waters and stop that getting out. That we were basically working with Iran over that.
I read the story.
So anyway, that's the story.
I call bullshit.
I read the story as blaming Iran and Soleimani, not blaming CIA agreement with Iran. That's how I read the story. This is the justification, post-fact justification for the now attacking Iran. That's how I see it. I didn't see it as, you know, they're hiding their own tracks. That's not how I see it.
I call BS.
Yeah.
Whenever Americans want to do anything, they will dig up any nonsense to justify their bullshit.
I mean, on Toby's story, though, I'm not going to say for 100% sure, but there may have been some stuff around in the media back then about possibly him being in Iran or spotted in Iran, or rumors of connections with people that would hide him in Iran. But, you know, it's been so long and all that stuff changed every 5 minutes because everybody's worried about can jet fuel melt steel and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, there might have been something, I think I might have remembered something about it, but, you know, whether it's true or not, who knows, but it's obviously something that was floated or leaked or people were suspicious of, but whether it's true or not, who knows? I mean, it's plausible. I mean, I always figure Soleimani was getting paid back for Iraq and what he did in Iraq to the American troops, but that could just be the story that, you know, he did do stuff, but maybe the real reason is because, you know, they had to cover up some stuff. And they were, you know, if he wasn't involved with bin Laden and he was just killing Americans, then he'd probably still be alive. But since he was, you know, helping us out as a friend, you know, that's lethal. So now he's dead.
The guy's name is Kurt Weldon.
Within few months? Wasn't it Afghanistan attack within few months? It didn't take years to attack it.
No, that's the thing. That's how early they knew where. That's how much they knew and how early, right? The guy's name is Kurt Weldon. He was vice chair of the Armed Services Committee. He was like really, really high up. He was deeply involved, right? And that's how he found out, because he was talking to CIA folks and also talking to their assets in the region, and they were saying, "Yeah, we found him. We know where he is," right? And it was a deal between the CIA and Soleimani to keep him on ice, to keep him off the board.
Think about all the bullshit stories you heard about, oh, he's on dialysis and he's got a dialysis machine in a cave or some bullshit like that. You know, like, I'm not saying they haven't invented small portable dialysis machines, but I'm not sure if bin Laden had one of those in 2001 that he could haul around to different caves and dodge Green Berets and Delta Force guys. You know, it'd be like seeing him going down a mountain trail, you know, towing a little oxygen tank on a cart, you know.
So where they found him? Where they found him? In Pakistan, nearby Afghanistan, right? So he didn't move far. Yeah.
Do you know why?
Move far.
You know why it's convenient?
No.
You know why
I'm
it's
saying he
convenient for
didn't
Pakistan?
move far. He didn't move far away from the caves in Afghanistan, in North Afghanistan. So he
Was
didn't
he
move
ever in
far.
a cave in
Since ever.
Afghanistan?
Well, that's where he was making videos for
At the
a long
time,
so,
at the time, was Iran and
for
Pakistan
years
friendly
before.
at all? At the time, would Pakistan and Iran have been friendly at all, where they might have given him over? No, I'm just curious. I'm just asking. Did they have good relations where they might have worked together with the bin Laden thing? Like he was in Iran, then they sent him to Pakistan, and that's where he gets bagged.
The reason, I don't know. I don't know, but my point is this: it would be convenient for bin Laden to work with Pakistan and Iran, as the distance. That's one. Two. There'll be more no in Iran than Pakistan.
Especially if you got to tow a dialysis machine with you, that's a shorter walk to Pakistan.
True, and also what I'm trying to say also, we come also to the cultural and the religious differences. it's more convenient to hide him in Pakistan than Iran. Iran, some Iranian may want to keep him, but some that may actually see his presence as, and may not like his presence, and will easily divulge this information quicker than how long it takes to divulge that he was in that's when Iran. So his being in Pakistan makes more sense than Iran. But my take is, this country is known as cooking up stories to justify their new bullshit.
Yeah, well, that's the stories that they were cooking up stories. And anyway, it was Pakistani intelligence that had him. So where'd they get him? Did they go and get him out of a cave, or did they transfer him from a CIA?
He went back to United States, ran for president, become the president for 8 years,
resigned, and go back in the cave.
No one's got a body anyway, So there's
no. They gave him a honorary.
He's probably still in a cave, Elvis, in Pennsylvania somewhere.
Yeah, no, they gave him a respectful burial and throw him in the sea. Yeah, that's how respectful they are.
Come on, have you seen Osama bin Laden's photo with Obama next to each other? They're the same person.
And they say they wanted to respect the Islamic customs. What stupid, what a stupid excuse, man.
There was one story.
You put the guy on the floor and you took his body in the air and threw in the sea. That's respecting Islamic customs.
Well, there was even one story that floated around for a while that they actually dismembered him and they threw him out over the mountains as they flew out. And I'm like, well, there's one way to prove that. Give us one grid coordinate where you were throwing shit out, and someone should be able to go up there and find a bone or something, maybe. I don't know. And you could prove if it was him. But, I mean, they say so much crazy shit, There's people that don't even think that O'Neill guy is actually the one that killed bin Laden. He was just told to say he's the one, and whoever really did it, nobody knows.
Me, I believe that guy is dead long time before they kill him. Before I killed it, he was killed.
I mean, if I killed bin Laden, it's cool to get the props for it, but you really want to be that guy, because he's everywhere. He's on fucking TV all the time and pushing books and hawking shit. It's like, I think I'd lay low, since there's probably like a billion people that might want to take a shot at me.
I don't think so. I don't think life because he killed bin Laden. I don't think so. If there's any threat against his life, if it's not a true story, the people that made him say that story would rather kill him than he come forward saying we didn't kill him. I don't think there's any Arab guy in some cave in Afghanistan and say, "Oh, I'm gonna kill that guy for killing bin Laden." They've long moved on past that. They're onto something different. But if it's what happened, if it's a fake story, the people that cahoot that story, he have them to fear more than some angry Arab guy in the Middle East. Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, it'd be harder for some random Muslim guy to take a shot at him versus the CIA to make sure nobody ever talks. Like Extortion 17, a lot of people think that helicopter shoot down was a setup, and because most of those guys were involved in the raid in one aspect or another, and maybe they wanted to make sure nobody ever wrote a book and told the truth, so they all got shot down by this magic RPG by some guys that just happened to be in the perfect spot I mean, that's one of the theories. I mean, who knows? I mean, we know that they don't have no problem leaving people behind or writing people off. I mean, sure the hell ain't worth being the friend sometimes or an ally. So, I mean, we were joking around the other day in the voice chat. What if those 4 guys that died in Lithuania really died in Ukraine? And they just staged the whole thing to, because Wayne made a comment the other day about, if all these NATO guys and stuff are dying, where's the obituaries? It's like, I don't know. Look at the heart attacks and the skiing accidents and the hiking accidents and the drowning. The guy's a Navy SEAL, but he drowned in his pool. Shit like that. Helicopter crashes, heart attacks. I mean, it's not like they're showing us the body. We don't know if the guy died of a heart attack or his heart was attacked by the fab. I mean,
yeah, it's heart attack. How was it attacked? You have to explain. Was it attacked with a knife?
We're touching on this issue in American politics, which is like, what's going on with the neocons? Because Trump brought Tulsi Gabbard into his cabinet. It's like Trump is not exactly the best friend of the neocons, but at the same time, we've got this drumbeat for war in Iran, which is very much the neocon agenda. So, like, I wonder what's going on in America with regard to the neocons, because unlike the JFK files, all of the people that made money out of the Iraq War and all of the people that caused thousands and thousands of US service people to die in those wars, they're all still around.
You know.
So I wonder how Trump's administration is going to play with the neocons moving forward. And that also raises the question of, like, who did shoot at Trump? Because it's really weird the way that's been handled. Like, not only by the authorities, but also the mainstream media. Like, there is zero interest in who tried to kill Donald Trump, which is weird, right? It's like there's almost more interest in who killed JFK last century.
So you're saying that president himself doesn't have power to investigate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
He doesn't even want to.
He's only one guy, and if he's facing institutional malaise, which is a reality, right? It's like if the FBI, if there's too many people at too high a level in the bureaucracy who just don't want to look at it because the answers are pretty bad for them, right? Yeah, there's a limit to what he can do. What's he going to go? Go down.
Yeah, he can choose the team to investigate. He can choose the team itself to investigate.
Yeah, well, that's why he's got Pam Bondi on the job. Like Pam
Yeah.
Bondi. I'm still waiting for the list. The list. Full disclosure.
Oh,
It's already
what's
covered
going
up.
on with the list?
Everything is already covered up.
What's happening, man? See, there you go.
It's bullshit. I mean, it's fucking
It's all
bullshit.
talks.
It's like, how
It's
long
all
does it take to
promises.
read?
It's all talks. No
Exactly.
action, actually. Nothing is happening. It's all talk. Presentation of the new possibilities, giving the rising the hope, but nothing is happening. Like how much of the Doge revelations are? Where is the arrest? Where are the arrests? Where are the for such criminalities? Where are the actually getting the money back? Where is it? It's just a promise. Oh, we making so much money. Nothing. It just talks.
I mean, it's like they
All I
stopped all
see
these
is talks.
payments and stuff, but like, why aren't you arresting the people that were authorizing the payments? It's like,
Yeah.
I
know,
mean, they don't even throw us a
Just
bone,
talks.
like not even some manager or something that was just hitting pay every month and not asking questions. Because remember, they talked about, there's a couple people that worked here for 20 years and they never rejected a single payment. They just hit, pay. No investigation. Why isn't that guy getting railroaded on the news or something? For signing off billions and billions of dollars and with no questions asked. I mean, something. You can't find some low-level fuck somewhere that you can make an example of to scare everybody, or at least make it look like you're doing something. I mean,
Patriots in
I'm sure
control.
we saved money because we stopped the payments, but why aren't you going after the people that were fucking doing the payments? I mean, they have
That's
lists.
if they stop the payments. That's
Well,
if
I
they
mean, I'm
stop.
going to assume they did because they, but the thing is, it's like, why aren't you going after these people that were, like that one bitch, the Georgia senator that was trying to run for president and governor and all this other shit and hates Trump. She got like $1 billion grant for some charity that didn't exist. It's like, where's the fucking investigation for her? I mean, she hates you. You hate her. What's the problem? Sick Pam Bondi on her, or
It's all
somebody.
blackmail. It's kept for blackmail to vote the right way in a Congress, in a Senate. It's all about that. They get in. But actually, Janusz Varoufakis a long time ago, few months ago, said, "What's the benefit of these Doge ceremonies? Plugging in the databases, government databases. Well, if you're developing AI, you'll get the best database in the world, right?" So Elon Musk with Grok, Palantir. Now that it's coming out slowly, people are picking up. They get in the best database in the world, so they can develop, use it for the best AI, right? For best analysis of the different things. I mean, this is the military thing, but
Well, it makes sense what you said about blackmail, because think about it, all those senators that came out and were crying and screaming and throwing tantrums. Now they're all quiet. You know, it's like now you're just getting blackmailed by somebody different. You know, Doge got your ass on the line, so now you're beholden to Trump because you're like you said, you won't vote the way we want. Well, then we'll prosecute you, or we'll release this information about how you gave yourself $1 billion in bullshit payments. I mean,
it's also kind of anti-Semitic.
Kind of died out. They've got everybody by the balls. Maybe they're going to try and use it to manipulate people and get them to vote the way they want. But again,
but Vaughn, it's also
something happens.
It's also kind of anti-Semitic to know the truth. You know what I mean? Like, so there's that, and we know that like Trump is all about Israel. So when I have a look at Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, I'm like, you know, I think yesterday was Hitler's birthday, and you know they don't want to be with the far right celebrating, you know, Nazis. So maybe we just have to like be cool and talk about something else.
But still, when you take a look, how many Jews are in Trump's administration? Way less than previously, than any. Now everyone's talking, you know, Witkov. What is Witkov doing in Russia? He's Middle East envoy. Yeah, what is he doing in Russia? So, but you see, it's very small number of Jews in Trump administration. So no matter, you say we know he's pro-Israel, but it's also a lot of talk. Right?
I'll tell you what Witkov is doing in Russia. Witkov is Trump's point man, and Trump doesn't trust other people, but he trusts Witkov. And then you saw Witkov's freaking interview with Tucker Carlson. He just showered Trump with like, oh, every day I praise the Lord for giving me the opportunity to work with a great man like Donald Trump, you know? So I think Donald Trump likes
comparing to other administrations, Trump has way less Jews in his. So I wouldn't say he's so much.
I don't know. He owes. I'm sure he owes a lot to Sheldon Nadel or Miriam Adelson.
He has some very good numbers. I don't think he has less. I think he has one of the highest numbers.
He probably has about the right amount, you know, a beautiful amount.
I don't know.
Yeah,
so obsessed with the Jews.
I would say it's the best amount.
Yeah, why are we talking about this?
Amount like it, you know.
I mean, my belief is that list eventually will disappear, and we accidentally misplaced, so we can't find it. That list, because the more they hold to that list, the more I believe is very damaging, and the fact that it's so damaging, eventually it will disappear and we'll never see the day of light. And also, I have a question: what do they always black out? Kennedy is already dead. What other information can you leak from Kennedy that is compromising for today? That's a security threat for today.
He's the world.
What happens
is real.
What happens?
Yeah, it's real. It's real.
It's real.
The threat
it's
is real.
all real.
No, it's not. No, look.
The threat isn't real.
Next year, yeah.
The country still exists, though, so they cannot talk about it.
No,
but people might be dead. No, but the country exists.
The guy is already dead.
You guys are all anti-Semitic, man. That's bad.
I know, it's pretty ugly.
We're just in
disclaimer. I can't tell the difference between a Caucasian and a Jew. They all look the same to me. So no, I just want to say, I cannot be anti-Semitic
sure
because
if
I
you
can't
find
tell.
somebody that's been living in Palestine for a while.
Are you saying Jews are Europeans? They're not Middle Eastern? You anti-Semite?
Come on now.
You anti-Semite. But anyway,
come on, they really look the same.
But I think the more important thing, I think, just to kind of make full circle on this subject matter, like Donald Trump, I think has a little bit more leeway with somebody like Bibi Netanyahu. Like they have a history. He's willing to. I'm sure they have like a rapport, and I think he's willing to.
They hate each other.
That he can't. That like for example, Biden was not in a position to do, so he gets to do that.
I honestly think
pisses him off. Pisses off
Trump,
Netanyahu a lot.
I think Trump cares about Israel more than Netanyahu cares about Israel.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
for true, yeah. Because Netanyahu is trying to stick to the.
Netanyahu's trying to save Netanyahu.
But
Netanyahu's trying to stay out of jail, is what Netanyahu's trying to do. Yeah. Yeah, I think this all ends very badly for Netanyahu eventually because of what Nick had just said. It's like Netanyahu has sacrificed the interests of his own people and nation for his own personal interests.
All he have to do is end this war with a field goal.
He cannot end this war.
He is literally involved in criminal prosecution.
He will go to prison.
And as soon as the war ends, he gets sentenced.
All this guy have to do is seize Gaza or steal some of the Gaza, and I guarantee you that will give him enough momentum that he'll be safe. But if you walk away and leave Gaza the way it was, if you leave Gaza the way it was,
Israel is going to take 30 years to conquer Gaza. Come on.
No, what I'm saying is this: if he leave Gaza the way it was in the same boundaries, he'll go to jail. But if he do take some part of it, he walks victorious.
Enough people hate him in Israel. Enough people hate him in Israel.
They don't hate him.
They will trust me, man. Trust me. They didn't. They did.
It's worth anyone who's interested. Just go read some Israeli newspapers, right? Instead of go and read what Israeli Jews think of Israel and think of Netanyahu, and go back in time as well, and you'll realize that there's way more people against Netanyahu in Israel, as a percentage of the population, than in the US and the West.
Martin is this, right? Netanyahu is not doing anything new that previous heroes have not done.
Yes. Listen.
Netanyahu, no,
people. 1 second. People did less. Israeli leaders did less and did more to Israel, and they got jailed because of less what he's doing now.
Okay,
it's not an excuse. Even if he settled out Gaza, they would persecute him.
Martin is this, right? All their previous heroes they praise today did the same thing that Netanyahu is doing, and back then they look very unfavorable to them.
No. The problem is what's it doing to inside Israel. It's not about the exterior. Netanyahu is dividing the Israeli civilization, the Israeli politics, and he's destroying it from inside. That's the issue. Others did bad things to outsiders. It's okay, but he's doing nasty things to inside Israel.
does have a point, because how did Netanyahu get to power? By doing this kind of stuff, right?
That's what I'm saying. Him doing the same thing over and over and keep getting re-elected.
Yeah,
he haven't changed his playbook. Even before him, people before him did the same craziness, because since we're not present, so we think it was less of a disaster than this one.
For example, no one criticized the military machine. No one criticized as he's doing now. He's did a lot of there's red lines in Israeli society. He's doing it now. A lot of things like the military, the security of the military is destroying everything. That's the
hostages, negotiation stuff.
So many things. As I said,
go back in the past. All of those things happens in the past, and so these are the heroes.
Yeah, but they didn't have the internet back then. They didn't have Joe Rogan, so there's way more scrutiny on him now.
True.
This is true. In the modern day, we have things like DPA Open Mic, and we have fine minds casting a careful gaze on these shenanigans, saying interesting things.
True, but now remember now, there's somebody out here currently in Austin, Texas, waiting to free up Gaza so they can move and seize the property in Gaza. So again, whatever Netanyahu do in the long run, so long he sees some part of Gaza in their interest, he's a hero to them. If he lose, then it becomes an enemy. Then if overnight the guy is here. But if he get them what they want, again, there's somebody here right now wants that if they can get a piece of land in Gaza, they'll be able to leave Austin tomorrow and go rebuild it and say we'll have a land.
But they can't. Here's the thing, right? They can't do it without U.S. troops. Israel is just not big enough to occupy Gaza successfully.
They've proven
and prosecute the wars that they want. Well, they're just not big enough, right? They'd have to be like Astartes or something. And the question is, can Trump get the American people behind it? Because we heard a lot of noise from Trump about going in there and being like the boots on the ground. No one wants to do it. This is my feeling. Vaughan could maybe speak to it more. He's in America, but I get the feeling there is virtually zero buy-in for sending American troops back to the Middle East to go play Israeli shenanigans.
They're not ready. If they're ready to get boots tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, there's it doesn't seem like there's any support for troops to fight for Israel.
Anywhere,
and on top of that, I mean, it's just a dead end street. It's not going to solve. I think Trump's even walked back from that because he went from talking about maybe the U.S. military providing the security of the zone while it's demined and rebuilt or whatever. But then he was talking about contractors because he probably realizes, I can't convince people to send their sons to secure Gaza, but nobody will give a fuck if it's Blackwater that secures Gaza. You know what I mean? Because they can just spin that however they want. And I mean, they're even with that, you don't even hear him talking about that anymore. So I think everybody really is pretty gun shy about.
He was mentioning it again. How they're talking about it, how the plans are going, and so that's why I put Slava cats and dogs, because that's another cats and dogs move by Trump, right? Just like McDonald's Islands when they implemented tariff on China. It's McDonald's included their islands, and it's to give something to talk instead of the right thing, most important thing really with the tariffs. But so much media went with McDonald Island and penguins instead of discussing the danger of tariff in China. It's a really cats and dogs move. Same thing with Plaza, Trump Plaza. Yeah. So Gaza.
I heard that the reason why all these penguin islands and all these weird islands got tariff as well is because they're worried that the Chinese goods may use those islands as the transit to go into United States to run away from the tariff. So they basically close the loophole to every single place. That's the plan. So that's the reason why they tariff like a uninhabited island. Yeah. They literally just want to shut off even the smallest possibility. Imagine if they didn't do that and China actually go through all that stupid penguin island to import goods, then you're gonna have to announce separately that we're gonna tariff this island. They tariff everything.
It's unpopulated. FCS. It's unpopulated island, but it's incorporated. So if it's incorporated, it doesn't matter. If it's incorporated, you can use it as to open accounts, to trade through it. So if it's incorporated,
have a
island,
corporate empire.
just like Isle of Man. Someone incorporated that.
Guys, what it is, there are legal exceptions for places like that in order to make it cost effective to send them goods, because they're so far away. So it's basically a legal exception for the benefit of scientific expeditions and everything else. But so that legal exception can't get exploited, which is the point Wyatt's making, they just cover everything. So it's just really them dotting their I's and crossing their T's. Being very thorough, which we like to see. We love to see it.
So, which is very funny when it was first announced and people joke about it. But no, when I saw some other channels or things, people talking about it, then so that's the reason, And then which is actually quite smart, But yeah, that is so funny that places that I never heard before, suddenly got tariffed, which is kind of hilarious to me.
One country that not amuse me, but it's weird. For example, Jordan have zero tariff on American goods, and they slapped with I think 20% or 15% tariff without any reason.
No, some country have zeros. Most African country has zero tariff on American goods.
Yeah. Especially they have a treaty with the US that there's zero tariffs on all US goods, and they slapped. I think it's not even the base 110. I think it's more 20 or something like this.
Yeah.
But the thing is, tariffs are just one mechanism for blocking trade. There's any number of legal ways that you can make it difficult for people to import. So, like the Americans have beef with Australia because of beef import regulations. Australia has biosecurity laws that say that you have to have a certificate showing where the beef came from, whether or not it was inoculated or whatever. And so that's like a barrier to import. And they're saying, well, the tariffs are zero, but there's still this barrier that's blocking import. And so Trump's team, they didn't care what your barrier was called, right? They didn't care whether you had like labor regulations, biosecurity regulations, open tariffs. They just said, how much are you importing versus how much are you exporting to our market? In other words, what's the trade deficit, right? And we're going to put a figure on you to redress that balance, because that actually is the problem. And so that's where the numbers from. And it actually makes a lot of sense.
I have a question. Real quick, if you look at that, like the reason Africa has zero tariffs on some of those places is probably because they have zero trade with the United States, so there's no deficit.
Yeah.
And that's why Israel got 17%, because apparently there's a 17% gap in the trade deficit, so they got 17%. Even though they took all their trade tariffs down to zero.
But like my country,
I have a question. Just a question. For example, do they counted the softwares and it's not like only the products? Did they count only the products? Did they count like the softwares, the services? Did they count the service? Because I think there is like the biggest corporates are like American corporates. I don't think they pay taxes to America, like Microsoft, like Meta, and so on. So I don't. Who's have an information about that?
What's the question?
Did they when they calculated that
Israel's
trade balance? Did they calculate the services? Because the biggest, like the high income, like companies are like Microsoft and Meta and so on and so forth.
You mean you're talking about the Trump one? The Trump reciprocal tariff have zero consideration of this thing. It's just they just take the total trade balance and then just divide and then they just slap one number. That's all. There's no specific.
But if like what Jordan a country could have trade deficit is because of tourists, right? If you have a lot of American tourists going to Middle East country like Jordan, into Petra, or a lot of tourism.
But how do you count?
There will be trade
you
imbalance.
can count tourists, right?
No, that's not
yes,
trade.
you can. Yes, you can. You have to, because you have to exchange the money. You have to exchange the money with that country.
Then if I was Jordan, I would tell you
accounting balance.
Then if I was Jordan, I would tell you.
I mean, I can see what he's saying working, because think about it. If you want to get the most you can get, then why not count everything you can count to make the deficit as high as possible?
What I mean by my question, what I mean, if I buy a Microsoft like product, Word or something, and I'm from Europe, let's say, that's count or no?
Yeah, that's trade balance.
That's export.
If you pay it to another country, when you pay to another country for something, that's trade balance, right? Trade account.
No, I think his question is this. I think it doesn't apply, because that money go directly to Microsoft. Okay, buy it through Microsoft services. But if you buy in a store in your country, then of course it's already in the country.
No, but
no. It has to go through the Fed. Every payment between the countries in dollars has to go through the Fed.
You're going too deep. You're going too deep.
That's not true.
No,
if Microsoft has,
whatever goes through the Fed has a balance. You see, it has a balance.
If Microsoft has a branch in Germany that's like a German branch of Microsoft, and it makes the sale, right? It will pay German, VAT, effectively sales tax there. Now, if that is part of a group, and then that company repatriates profits to wherever the holding company is, well, then that's a cross-border transaction. But there's a lot of business that's done in the world where basically branch companies will do all the transactions within the company. So that transaction won't be a cross-border trade.
So I can give an example. In Singapore, we have a GST, goods and service tax. So every single thing that we buy from overseas, like for example, you say software, for example, Microsoft Office or Windows, I may be buying directly from United States, but the store will charge me the GST, which they will have to pay to Singapore government. So the money the money the maybe the $300 of the for the Windows, right, goes to United States. But then there will still be the 10% I have to pay, 9% I have to pay extra that goes back to the Singapore government. And
why I said that because one of the largest companies on the world are Americans. So you are going to tell me that like American is losing the trading? It's like I'm not like an expert, but that's a question I had.
I think
no,
America
they not lose. They just the trade balance is different. Like they just import more. No, they just
and why?
buy
And that's
more.
what I'm trying to say. America does not export enough to balance out that trade. They're always going to be in a shortfall because, again, example, this is made from China. I don't know many American companies making this freaking flash drive. That's one thing. As Nika currently said, most software, this gaming software, most of them are from here, Microsoft and Windows. 98% of computers I would say is home users. I would say is Microsoft Windows around the world. So all these things. So there are certain things America always going to be, or nobody can come close in their export. There's other things where they'll just have to take the L and bid it less and take the lose. So eventually, I hope they balance themselves out. But if you count everything that you import and you say you're going to balance them out, then I think that's a problem.
So the main difference so far, like I say, is again the same thing. The United States, before all this trade war thing, has no import tax at all. There's no way to get to tax anything from imports. That is the main thing. The only thing that they have closest to that is a sales tax, but that is a state thing. It's not a federal thing.
Yeah, so, but why?
So
why?
That's the main.
Like I see. Sorry, I'm asking questions because I don't know about the.
Yeah, if you let him finish,
I'm saying that is the main thing that Donald Trump is trying to fix. He simply is creating just a tax for imports that is similar to every other country in the world. That's all. That's why I never felt like it's a big deal. But all the economies is like all going crazy about it.
But it's easy.
For example, like in Singapore's case, I just realized GST itself is an import tax. I never knew that. Yeah. It's a tax on everything in Singapore. Yeah. Everything, like even I buy food downstairs, I have to pay the GST. The thing is that it applies to all imports as well. So effectively, Singapore actually have a 9% import tax, and that's not counting all the other tariff that we have, like on the things that we don't like so much, like alcohol and tobacco, and also we have a 30% tax on vehicles on the value. On top of that, we still have a hidden one, which is called the COE, which I mentioned before. It's a certificate of entitlement, which give you the permission to own a car. That is usually 100,000 Singapore dollars. That's almost like 80,000 USD, just for that paper for you to own a car. And that is in itself 100% tax on the car, almost, or 80% tax on the car. And you see, the thing is, every country have all these kind of things that is protecting their economy or managing the economy. Singapore say that we have no import tax. That is bullshit. We have the GST. The thing is that people don't know because they don't see it as an import tax. Like I also do not know that that's considered an import tax. I only know that it's like a over.
In that country we have a VAT.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody does. It's worth having a look at a map of the world.
I mean, it's just what they call it. It's all those things. It's just
America is like literally one of two countries that doesn't have it. It's really weird.
Yeah, but VAT or GST doesn't make a difference if it's imported or exported or domestic made. It doesn't make a difference.
Exported, no GST, what?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, when you export. Okay, but because then you rely on someone else.
But
so
the GST applies all the way across.
No. Like
still a cost of import.
There is a cost to it. The GST is inside the cost of the price where we export, because all along the entire chain, all the companies have to pay GST until the export part. Then the GST is already inside the price of the product in Singapore. So
no. Companies don't pay necessarily taxes, GST, until they calculate on the end. So it's accounting trick.
Correct.
If you pay taxes, GST, in a middle process, it's going to be deducted from the total amount. So
you'll be rebated as well.
Yeah,
government will
it
rebate
will
us
rebate.
the tax.
Yeah, so like when we import something from the Bosnia, let's say Croatia and Bosnia is not in EU. Well, you buy something and then you get on a border, when you record it that you bought something there, the state Bosnia will return the GST to you, because you're not paying, you're not supposed to pay it to Bosnia. You're supposed to pay it to Croatia. So this is the thing. Like when you have the difference, when GST is not taxed for the exports, it's because recalculated of that country GST. It's recalculated. Okay,
The
so
thing
it
is,
still
you're
doesn't distinguish between domestic sale against import. Tariffs do. You see, tariffs do.
yeah, but I don't think
Distinguish.
anyone cares in America. I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, Wyatt, but the point you're making here is what Trump is actually doing is he is bringing in a massive new revenue stream for the US government. He's collecting taxes and he's selling it in the media as like a fight with the world, but it's really not. It's just
It's not.
bringing in new taxes to raise revenue to pay the debt, right?
He's using tariffs
realizes-
as just a negotiation tool to reorganize every single rule and rule of engagement with all the different
but
countries.
he's
Like
taxing
they're gonna get
Americans
Japan to
after.
pay more
and
things.
he's also
That's all.
he's changing the narrative. Instead of like, hey, I'm bringing in massive new taxes to pay for the COVID debt, right? Which I did, right, under my administration. It's actually Trump is fighting for America against the world. And that's a much better narrative than Trump is taxing the shitter out of American people and patriots, right? So like the whole thing of turning it into an international contest is like all the patriots that are in control, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and all those patriots with the lists and so on, they can feel really good about like sticking it to those horrible Croatians and Canadians and people like that, right? Because they're not paying tax. It's actually fighting for America.
But because you see, there's a difference between the GST and the import tax. The import tax only penalizes the imported goods. GST basically taxes the whole population. So so in a way, the import tax actually spares the Americans, because so you will buy American goods, then you will not have to pay for the tax. If you want to buy foreign goods, then you pay for the tax. I feel that it's important to have this, even just a basic one, because it helps to deter dumping of goods. Because if you have zero, people are just going to import every shit in and then just slowly sell. Then it's going to just depress the market.
The government can always say, this product will have reduced GST. You see, so that's
GST
where you
never
can
reduces. Once it go up, it will never come down.
We do
like all taxes.
The question I
like
have
we
is,
have restaurant reduced VAT, like bread reduced VAT. That's what we have. Is you don't pay it the same rate, which is highest in Europe, in Croatia. But for the bread, for the tourist, like even differentiate if it's a takeout or sit-in restaurant. If you take it out, it's gonna be a different VAT than if you sit in a restaurant. So
troublesome.
Even that, yeah. But it was a game, to promote sit-ins or instead of takeouts and so on.
This is why Singapore just do it simpler. No, it reduce administrative costs. They just count everything just 9% and that's it. You don't have to think so much. Hi Gabriel, welcome back.
Yeah, I came back, but
so the question I have is, does this 9% additional cost that is incurred by other, just like but literally by everybody, does that apply to imported things that are basically intended to be made into something and then exported as well? Like, so are you incurring that additional cost along the line?
I think export is not, because so what happens is that along the way as a business, as long as it's not the final product, it's not sell to consumer, all this GST actually they will rebate back to you. The government will rebate back to you. Although you
So-
pay the GST to your customer, to your supplier first, but then the GST when you register in your accounting, the government will pay you back later. They will deduct for you. So in the end, the one that is paying the GST is always the consumer. So if you're exporting, then I will assume that no, the GST is not applied to the foreign customer. I think it's only for local. So so euro is correct. No, it doesn't affect the export. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to participate, but I was cooking and my phone died. You know, my battery died, so I missed the
Did
whole
you
thing,
cook your phone?
Oh yeah,
Before it died?
accidentally. This is how it ended up.
Yeah, Gabriel is reason.
Is that your phone? Is that your
So
phone
I hope-
in the dish?
I
In the
hope
dish?
you
What are you talking about?
you got yeah. I hope you guys also have a great Easter
I don't know what's up
supper.
with Gabriel's connection.
That's his Easter meal is a telephone on you know, brother.
But
Well,
yeah,
I don't know what. So we basically ended up going into this black hole twice already. So what do we have other things that we need to touch upon?
White holes. You know, let's not be
the United States
racist. We can do white holes.
Is bombing the hell out of the Houthis. That's happening,
yeah.
but no, nothing much to talk about. The latest development I saw in Lebanon is that Lebanon is now looking to slowly take back all the weapons from take control of all the weapons from the Hezbollah. So Hezbollah have said no. So
yeah, they can wish. They can wish.
Yeah, that seems like an unlikely scenario.
But then, but the latest news over the past 24 hours was that the Lebanese military has, for the first time since the ceasefire, arrested some members with all the rockets. They're preparing a rocket strike on Israel. So this guy was arrested. The things are
Yeah,
confiscated.
it was that weird rockets that they sent like 1 week ago, I think. Those
not
weird
sure.
like rudimentary rockets. It's the same, I think, gang that they sent those ones.
But no, to be fair, right? I really think Israel did some good numbers on this term. Israel did some serious damage. Not the manpower, but I think the heads. I think Israel caused some serious instability among them enough that they can, if the Lebanese government push hard enough, they may succeed.
It was always like this.
One more news is that in South Lebanon, most of the position has been retaken by the Lebanese military already. So only the certain parts where the Israelis still hold positions, because I think 5 different places where the Israelis say that it's strategically important, they cannot give it up
It's
yet.
not. It's just an excuse just to. But
of course,
the thing is like, yeah, they give the Lebanese military, but they still bomb the shit of everywhere. That's the thing.
Yeah, and I really believe, I know we keep downplaying this thing, but Israel did some good numbers on this term. It is some serious.
And it's interesting though. I saw somewhere, I think I wonder if maybe it's the AI or I forgot because I was reading too much. So they say that within that ceasefire deal for the South Lebanon, Israel is actually allowed to bomb what they think is immediate threats to them.
It's not
Of course,
allowed.
They can claim that everything is immediate threat. You know,
That's what they were doing. Yeah.
But then I was surprised that
thing to
in
keep
that
in mind-
ceasefire agreement they are allowed to
Another
bomb
thing to keep
anything.
in mind is that apparently the government of Yemen is also amassing forces. So maybe there's going to be a concerted attack from like the governments that are of the countries that where those militias
Pro-Saudi.
are.
No, you don't get to
But
bomb
they
Israel.
tried-
for free.
One
I'll
thing,
be back in a while.
They
You
tried
don't get
that
to bomb
before.
Israel for free.
They tried that in Yemen. They tried that before with the help of Saudi army. That's the thing. The thing is like the Houthi area is like 80% of the population in 20 or 30% of the area. That's the thing. They have the capital in the large amount of population. And as I said, like they tried this ground forces attack in the past with the help of the Saudi army and the Saudi American Air Force, but it didn't work.
Me, I believe, right, with the crumble of Assad government and what happened in Lebanon, I think to a level it have contained Hezbollah. In the context of Yemen, yes, before the Saudi government campaign was a different campaign. This campaign is Americans' interest to defend Israel. You cannot bomb Israel and walk free. Whether it's today or in 10 years, they'll come to destroy you. So this one, if they have effective American Air Force bombing them on the ground, those ground forces from the east may get some momentum. And what happened in Syria?
They've been bombed for 10 years, man.
Okay, that was
continuous years.
But I think the big difference for this time round is that Houthis bombing Israel is not a problem actually for Americans. The problem is the container ships. You cannot fire at the ships. This is why I said right from the thing when the thing happened, when they started to fire at the ships.
I don't think
that is a bad idea. You can fire rockets across over Saudi Arabia to hit Israel. That is the normal thing. That is normal thing.
That is not acceptable. Why?
No, they may not accept it in the strategic level, correct. I mean, at the top level, they will not agree. But it is not a good casus belli for United States to go in. But then once you start to fire commercial ships, then you're giving excuses for United States to start to bomb the hell.
American and Israeli don't need excuses, man. What's the excuse? They will build up an excuse like Iraq. What's the excuse of invading
There's a difference.
Iraq?
Because the pressure will be on United States to act.
A civilian ship, so you're basically handing yourself over on a silver platter to people who you said all day long will cook up whatever cockamamie story they got to do to get what they want done.
What I'm saying is this:
civilian ships, and you're going to interfere with international trade, and you're going to stop me from getting my Pokemon toys at Walmart. Well, then now I can go bomb you because that's the rules, maybe. And that's what's going on. I mean, that's not hard to figure out.
No.
If you give them a reason or you give them an excuse,
if those ships
it doesn't matter if you think it's an excuse. They do, and since they make the rules and they're the big boy, they get to do the bombing. You can shoot at them, but they're going to come back after you with 10 times more.
Real difference. Real difference.
No, hold on, Euro. If those ships were some African country ship or some Russian ship, I guarantee you, America wouldn't be bombing Yemen. They are bombing Yemen because of the ship that
I disagree. I disagree.
The difference.
The moment
what's the difference?
The moment you have
now you have Israel, American, and possibly Saudi army all together against Houthis. Previously, it was just a little help of Americans with the Saudi army. So this time it might work. See?
I'm quite sure Delta Force and some US ground forces will be involved for sure, 100%. The thing is, I just want to explain the difference. The global shipping and global economic order is guaranteed by the United States. That is the difference. So any attack on shipping, you are actually threatening the US-led economic order, and every country is expecting United States to act. That's why I say when Biden did not act properly against Houthis, the entire respect for United States has totally dissipated. Like the prestige of United States just kept dropping because of Biden. That's why Donald Trump made it a point. They bombed the shit out of Houthis to make a point. And if the Houthis cannot control themselves, anyway, I think this gone case is anyway the foregone conclusion. I think, like I said, from the moment they started that, I said Houthis is inviting a land invasion. And just that it takes time to develop because Biden is shit, right? So now we're going to see this likely to happen because the only way you can remove the Houthis is a ground invasion. As much as we can say that Houthis is very strong, Taliban was also very strong. The Taliban also got wiped out for a moment of time.
What was the result? So they came back.
Of course, because there is corruption in Afghanistan, right? So that's
but let me give you an example.
Nika, there's fingers here. Listen, I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be that guy that's very cynical and says the reason that the Houthis got bombed, right, was because that was something that you could do that wasn't invading Iran, right? Because at the time, Iran was on the table and you had Netanyahu saying, yeah, let's go bomb Iran, right? I think that Trump's political people ran the numbers and realized that going into Iran is like a really bad idea. And so to be seen to be doing something, we'll go bomb some Houthis, right? So anyway, because it's Easter, I want to bring up an issue which I heard about earlier in the week, and it's kind of interesting. There's a thing called the civilian casualty ratio, right? This is like one of those things that people who study wars use as a metric. And it's how many civilians get killed in a conflict compared to combatants, right?
Yeah.
And people who get like really excited sometimes say, oh, in all wars it's like 90% civilians, which kind of isn't true, right? The current ratio for civilian casualties as assessed by the West, right, in the Russia-Ukraine war is about 26%. Now this is fantasy, right? It's nothing like that, but this is to make this is the case that the Russians are very bloodthirsty. When America was in Iraq, the figure was around, I think it was about 45 to 60%, depending on who you asked. In the Gulf War, it was up around 80%. Vietnam was about 45%. Okay, and again, this is measured by the West, so this is their own figures. In the Gaza conflict in 2014, it was around about 60%. During the current Gaza campaign, every estimate is that it's over 90%, right? So this is a pretty big deal. It's like, because there's all kinds, because this is a known metric that everybody who studies wars has used for a very long time, right? People who study the law of warfare and who interpret whether or not something is a ethnic cleansing or a genocidal campaign against the civilian populace and all these other, nice distinctions in war, they use these metrics to decide what it is. And the thing about the Gaza conflict is it has a higher civilian casualty ratio than any conflict known in the last 50 years, which includes open ethnic cleansing in places in sub-Saharan Africa, right? The numbers that are coming out are starting to paint a pretty incontrovertible picture about the Israeli occupation and their campaign. These numbers are so extraordinarily high that it raises the presumption that it's deliberate. And so this is something that I think we're going to hear more of in the near future. I'm hearing this in legal circles coming out of Europe. Like the French are not happy about this. Everybody who measures war is basically saying, you call it whatever you want, but according to all the metrics, this is a deliberate campaign against civilians.
Do you think,
I raised this, yeah, go on.
Do you think it has anything to do with the U.S. maybe starting to withdraw from Syria, like they don't want to be in the area with all this shit going on?
No, I think this is a question of how Israel.
Reason, like if there wasn't enough reasons to get out, here's one more. If you need more convincing.
No. These numbers aren't coming out of the US. This is sort of coming out of the Red Cross and like I say, out of everybody, all the independent institutes in Sweden. Probably there are numbers like this being collected in the US, but it'd be anti-Semitic to say it, right? So, but the point is that like. The numbers are very, 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 very bad, right? Like to the point where it's going to get called a genocide, right? Because the numbers imply that it's deliberate policy. And more to the point, they destroyed this idea that Israel's going after Hamas, right? It's like, if you're going after Hamas, how are you killing 9 women and children for every grown man, right? Like, the numbers are beginning to look not just like ethnic cleansing, but actually like a deliberate policy of targeting women and children. And
well, look at their media.
This is a big deal moving forward because very, very few people were supporting Israel anyway. And because of this data that's coming in from so many different sources, Israel is becoming dangerously isolated, and it's also this is going to create a lot of desire for personal prosecution of the military commanders on the ground, because these kind of numbers imply a deliberate policy. In other words, people sitting around saying, this is how we kill women and children the fastest, best way. And if that shit starts coming out on the world stage, yeah, it gets very, very toxic for Trump's regime, Vaughn, to move to your point. Like, I can see why Trump's advisors would be saying, you know what, this shit's going to get worse and it's going to get out of hand from a public relations perspective. That's even if you don't care about human life and even if you don't care about this kind of thing. But I just thought it was really interesting that the worst people are painting Russia in the Ukrainian conflict is 26%. And the best figures that you can find for Israel and Gaza are 88 to 90%. So I raised that on Easter because it's an interesting way of measuring.
Another thing, Toby, I'm 100% agreeing. But even if you don't count the numbers, the fact that you are cutting food, water, electricity, medicine, everything on the whole population is by itself criminal act. The fact that you are cutting everything and you are using even like there is other solutions. Okay, you are saying it's going to Hamas, but there is other entities that like propose a lot of ways, a lot of things to deliver those, like food and water. Like even the electricity is cut, and people were angry in Israel, Smotrich and stuff, and how they still have some lights. We need to cut even those lights. So it said, in the media they are crazy how they have phones and they film it. We need to cut everything. Like even the electricity is cut, they need to eliminate everything like survival.
After a while.
No, the thing is, it's not even about sending food and water and whatever. The logical thing is to bring the civilians out of the war zone. Then you're left with only combatants and fight with them. But they don't even want to do that. They keep the civilians there and then hurt them like sheep. Then like, now you go south. Now you go north. Like,
the thing is, I watched a video. They sent in the period they sent the food truck filled with like fresh meat and vegetable, and what they did, they bombed that food truck inside the hospital, inside the school that there's people in. So you know that people will go to that food truck because it have fresh meat and vegetables and stuff, because the people were eating like cans. It was like weeks ago when
the U.S. was airdropping food and they were shelling the fucking places where the food was dropped by the C-130s.
Yeah.
When the war started newly
blown up and there was no food, or they killed people.
They were asking people to go from this area to that area, and they give them the way, and they attack them in that way. Like it's
when the war started newly, they said no, Gaza was an independent place. Israel had no control over them. Then right during the war, Israel proves they have full control over everything that happens in Gaza. Now the narration have changed. Oh, because it's a war zone, so Israel have to know. These are proving that even before the war started, what goes in and out of Gaza was under Israel dictations. So, why didn't Gaza develop? Why didn't Gaza build skyscrapers? Because again, even everything that goes in and out of Gaza, you either smuggle it or Israel approve of it. And you cannot smuggle a country to development. It's not possible. So Israel, Gaza is the way it is because of, again, Israel have total control over that place, and they're proving it over and over again. Not a single thing moves in that place. But my thing is this: Israel screwed up. If I was Israel, the expansion memory these days is 15 minutes. Use the first 15 days and just do what you want to do with Gaza. And after 3 months, now we're on a different story. Now we're on a different war in Yemen story. Now the Gazan people have already been forgotten about. Yeah. Do what you have to do. And just
even in my initial estimation, I thought that what the Israelis are going to do is going to bomb like really bomb very heavily, and then end the war very quickly. Who the hell would think that this illogical to drag the war for 2 years? That makes zero sense. No,
it makes sense. It makes sense for BB. It makes sense for
exactly. That's what I said. That's what I said. No, but the thing is, the first you guys remember when the first big hospital attack, and they were giving excuses. Now they don't even give excuses to attack hospitals. Every hospital is attacked.
That they weren't doing it.
Let's have a hypothetical excuse that Hamas was using the hospitals and the schools to use them. If I am stupid, I will not go near to a hospital, because I know Israelis will attack it after the 10th hospital that's attacked. It doesn't have any idea.
The media give up reporting it. It's no longer news. No, they will not stop.
The thing is that the media reports incidents, right? And incidents are very emotional and inflame tensions. Like a hospital gets bombed. The reality is, in every war, someone zigs when they should have zags and bombs a hospital, right? But this is the thing about the civilian casualty ratio as a metric, right? It's not about incidents.
It proves it's on purpose.
Well,
it's even better.
It's very strong evidence that it's deliberate policy, right? Because it's not about incidents. It's not about emotions. It's looking at the broad figures. And the longer the conflict goes on and the higher the numbers are, the more damning it is as evidence of deliberate policy. Because it's not about pulling at the heartstrings and showing peoples of dead children, because you can show people pictures of dead children from anywhere. You can show them from Donbass, you can show them from Kiev, you can show them from Odessa, you can show them from Tel Aviv, after October 7, right? But this is why I raised this issue of the civilian casualty ratio, because this is data that gets away from that, and it takes the broad aggregate. And the trouble for Israel right now is that the people responsible for those numbers and those metrics are at the higher command, right? It's not about incidents. This is where you get held responsible for the way that you waged war. And the numbers are so bad. They are so bad that Israel will not be able to make the excuse that even now you see in the pro-Israeli crowd, they're basically saying, it's okay because every single person in Gaza, even if they're 4 years old, is a terrorist. People are actually saying all these people have been brainwashed. They're all guilty, right?
Even the babies,
even the babies, right? And right, because you have to, because otherwise you have to account for the fact that you've got a 90% kill ratio on civilians. And so this is why I brought this up. It's not about incidents. It's not about heartstrings. This is like really hard data.
It's a strategy.
And deliberate policy, right?
Policy.
And this is the data that is causing more and more countries to move away from Israel, right? In geopolitics. Because geopolitics is like, people ignore the heartstring stories and the media, and they buy into, the debate, and they understand that there's always going to be horrible things in war. But this is getting really bad. This is starting to like, particularly in the Muslim countries and the Arab states, like people are starting to get seriously pissed off about this. But so I that's why I raise it. It's not about, they bombed a hospital or they killed a kid or whatever. It's like, this is how the war is being waged. And that's also like to Vaughn's point, I think Trump is going to have people advising him as well that like, we cannot be standing next to this. Like, this is as bad as it gets.
But it's still, Israel is solving the problems around it. So Syria is solved, Lebanon almost, Hezbollah in Lebanon almost solved. If the Lebanon army take over control of the Hezbollah, it's not going to, but it limits it. So now the Yemen, and what's left is, right, the Iran. But
Gaza.
Iran maybe put aside until the Gaza is solved. Maybe that's completely. But this is why I said in beginning of the Gaza, like right after October 7, I said by the end of this conflict there is going to be 200,000 dead Palestinians. That's what I said right there. I mean, it didn't reach there yet. Probably half of it. Because like official numbers are somewhere around 50,000, not counting those that are still under rubble, but only those recorded, right? So
even now,
but the best way to get this number, the ratio, is to say like 9 civilians to 1 soldier ratio, right? 9 to 1 against civilians. That's easier than 90%, right? It really gets a picture. Like in Ukraine, it's if you count 500,000 dead Ukrainians and 20,000 dead civilians in Ukraine, not counting how many are killed by Ukrainians themselves when they were retreating. So the ratio there is 1 civilian to 20 soldiers, right? This is like excellent numbers for Russians. When you calculate on the Donbas side, you have 1 civilian to 5 soldiers. That's still bad. In Croatia, there was 1.1 civilian to soldier dead. Plus the even worse in Bosnia, 1.3 for 1 soldier. And the reason is an ethnic cleansing. The reason is the only way to solve the guerrilla war is to remove civilians that support those. Like in Afghanistan, the guerrilla war fighting and then hide with the civilian, pretend to be a civilian, hide the gun and mingle with pretend to be normal civilian, right after it. So this is the only way. This is well known by British. It's only British that succeeded in fighting guerrilla wars by completely eradicating civilian population from the areas. This is the only way to fight guerrilla and succeed. So this is
that's what a guerrilla war is. It's a war against the civilian population, otherwise called ethnic cleansing or genocide. It's just a nice way of saying it.
But to this point, right?
FSC, one thing before you go, I was just one thing. The thing is, like you see the ratios now. If the situation continue for at least 1 month, we'll have a skyrocket in casualties in deaths, because I don't know if people here know the situation now inside in the population, that everything is like how we say, every food storage from the small ceasefire is like empty, like near empty now. The thing is, like, now we will go to a humanitarian crisis, as people will not have any food left, any water left. That's the crisis. We are going to another level of the crisis. We know that there's no medication now, so anyone who will get ill or sick will die in a higher rate. The food, there's no food entering whatsoever. Even the storage are empty.
As the time goes by, population will be more willing to accept relocation, right?
They will not be more population.
They just won't have a choice.
There will be nothing left to other than die or from bombs or from.
That's what I'm saying. The population will be more willing to accept relocation organized by Trump.
Yeah, definitely. Is the
right?
president agreeing to force to move? But to Toby's point,
terrorism, they will be accepting the terrorist demand. That's it.
Hold on, but
because that's point, terrorism.
Israel have committed many other crimes in the past, and what happens? Nothing happened. This will be just one of the many crimes they have committed that will never get prosecuted and nobody will go to jail for it.
This is what I agree with you on.
Yeah, but to Euro's own point, yes. Eventually, that's what's going to happen. Eventually, if you starve them long enough, either two things: either they turn against you, they turn against Hamas, or they just run away. And I think it would be easier to run away from both of you than it would be to fight Hamas or to fight the Israeli government. And if that does not work, what Nika is saying, you're gonna have a bunch of dead bodies all around Gaza, which in
2 million dead body.
In any game, Israel still does not lose. Israel want to empty that land out, by hook or crook. Yeah. So whether they fall off and die or they run away, either way they get the land they want.
And when was the last time Israel ever paid for defying international order ever?
So. Never. So they can have 100 to 1 ratio. It doesn't make any difference to Israel because they will walk free. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. If I was
the whole. I said before, this is because of USA. Because if the USA wasn't backing them 100%,
true.
Yeah, imagine like Russia doing 1/10 of the things
like
that
tomorrow, right? Like
Israel
tomorrow morning, America and EU can say tomorrow, Israel stop this war and actually act on it.
You need
and
to let Wyatt go.
This war will end.
Wyatt's
But
trying to
why? Go ahead.
I want to also highlight about the Syria situation. The Americans are retreating out of Syria, so in a way handling over Syria's influence to the Turkey
and Israel.
Israel reportedly is not happy about it, but I also not sure how, because they are the one that made this happen. So I'm not sure. The Americans are retreating because the Turkish is rumored to go to launch a major offensive.
Because we just we won't be close by. Maybe there's an air base we're not using.
Another news about it. Kamishli Russian base is open. So this is the third base now that's open from Russia. So
seems like a strange thing to do if you're going to attack Iran, to move out of Syria.
Again, there was no need to be there. What was the ones in Syria? It was just protecting an oil facility. There wasn't enough manpower in Syria.
They'd be happy to give it over to anybody else and then be out of that. That'd be a very difficult place.
You're getting out of danger.
Place to, exactly what you're saying.
Those bases are getting out of danger because that's what Iran promised to hit. 60 American bases in a neighborhood.
But guess what? Guess what? Now they're reducing the numbers to target.
Dangerous.
Make it easier.
Pretty dangerous.
No, what I'm trying to say is, America, before Russia have or Iran have 60 targets. Now, if you bring it down to 20, you make it more easier, make it more concentrated. You reduce the effort. Instead of hitting 60, now I can hit 20.
Yeah, but they can concentrate air defense too, and it's easier to defend a smaller area. Just
the air defense works very well in Israel.
I kind of look at what I don't remember who just said it, but I mean, there was an air base that they are using there, and they're leaving that too, and it's like, well, that would have been a good place to stage if you're going to go into Iran, or if you want to take off and max weight with max weapons and launch from max distance. It's nice if you get top off in Jordan or
too close.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, but there was a reason that they're there. So they can facilitate things. And now they're
going to go into Iran.
Well, they're a threat too.
Like that's even closer.
I mean, they could get fucking pounded. But
no, I'm thinking from Iraq is even closer than Syria. Bases in Syria.
Yeah, but they still have bases in Iraq.
More useful bases and position. Huh?
I don't know what kind of operations they do in Iraq anymore, because there might be some large transport aircraft and stuff. I don't think they have fighters there. They might, but a lot of it seems like helicopters and stuff. So I don't even know what we're really committed into Iraq. I mean, it's a good place if you want to fly support or provide support, or
I'm thinking most of the flights
get shot up, you can land here, and so
But this is even more sign that preparation. This is even bigger sign that preparation for attacking Iran is happening, right?
I kind of see that's what I mean. I don't like it because it kind of sucks, because I kind of agree with Yura. I mean, there could be other reasons, but why not get them out of the way of a retaliation? If I mean, that's kind of sucks, because that seems like a pretty legit view.
Yeah,
like they're taking away targets from Iran because they're going to pound fucking Iran, or try to.
So they don't need to be in Syria. They don't need to
be.
They've accomplished what they needed in Syria, more or less. They'd be happy to pass it off to Turkey, Israel, their internal proxies, and have all that go.
Yeah,
and
they only want Assad to go, right? That's all.
I mean, that's almost, if you think about what you're saying, that's almost like just an extra benefit bonus they got off of it. But really, the real scary thing is that they might actually be clearing out because they're going to go after Iran. That's way worse. I mean, that's way worse than them throwing Syria to the fucking dogs.
So who's based in Syria? Is this the base by the Jordan border? If that's the base, I don't think that base have any.
No, Konoko Field.
No, we're
Konoko
talking about
Field
where
is the biggest.
Konoko
Field is the biggest
inside
oil.
the Kurdish territories.
Because
the Kurdish government, the Kurdish Syrian organization had a treaty with the Syrian government, the new Syrian government, and they were like given they went out of the areas in Damascus, in Aleppo, I think, and they were holding an area there, and they getting the administration authorities of the Syrian into a lot of Kurdish areas. They have the treaty, and they're getting the merge between the two.
They're getting along, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
They're getting along. Autonomous, two parts of Syria, autonomous, basically, not interchanging military, not interchanging the military forces and police and money. So this is actually almost different country, but still under the border in the UN. But they live in the Konoko field, which is the biggest oil pumping stations, and gas stations. So.
Just on Yura's point again, what if the United States is withdrawn because they don't want to be targeted in a retaliation? But what if, because Trump has made it seem like he's not interested in going after Iran right away. He wants to negotiate. Are they maybe pulling out because Israel might take the shot themselves and they don't want to be blamed or accused of assisting or providing, support or being involved? So if they're not there, they protect their guys by taking them off the table for Iran to shoot at.
No matter what,
I'm just curious if maybe Israel's decided to go it alone, so Trump's getting the fuck out of the way.
Israel can't go it alone against Iran.
Israel cannot go alone.
Like they can, and they're stupid. That doesn't mean they wouldn't try.
They cannot. They cannot go alone. As Toby said, they cannot go alone against Iran.
But maybe that's part of it. If he pulls out of Syria and takes them off the targets off the table, maybe that blunts Israel from trying.
Vaughn, I've got a question for you, right? Like, if Trump were to go into Iran, right? Do you think that would break MAGA? Because it's such a neocon move, right? Like if Trump goes into Iran, then all those people that are tapping the sign right now, saying don't fall for it, don't sign up, don't buy into this new MAGA patriotism, you're just going to get used as the neocon's new blunt instrument. Like, I'm thinking not just Trump, but also JD Vance. It's like, does this break MAGA if they go into Iran? Because I kind of feel
I think there's a good chance, because you break the no new wars rule, and there's no way in hell if we go in hard that we're not going to take casualties. And God forbid the first American pilot that's captured alive by fucking the Revolutionary Guard or some fucking pissed off villagers or whatever.
He doesn't have the political capital to
defy
the American.
And God, or a ship gets sunk, because the Iranians could target a warship. They don't have to be stupid. Oh, let's try to sink a carrier. They can pick off a fucking destroyer or something probably. I mean, there's just no way that's going to go good for them. We were talking about it earlier. Potentially the Iranian S-300s have the ability to detect F-35s out to 218 kilometers and target them. Well, that kind of unless you got some good standoff cruise missiles you can launch from that, which I'm sure there's something available, or more than likely. That really puts those at risk. And if you can't use your B2s. B1s. Anything you send in there, you're going to run the risk of losing shit.
It's going to be ugly, but
please let Wyatt going to happen. Nothing's going to happen until Yemen is solved. I don't think United States can do at the same time with the Yemen and the Iran. So we have to wait for the Yemen to be solved, and most likely is depending on the midterm election numbers, how Trump is gonna be rating, right? So if there's no really good thing, I think it's gonna be before midterms.
I don't think they need to finish Yemen, because they can have the excuse always that we will go to the source directly. Forget about the Yemen. Yemen is just a proxy. We'll go directly to the source.
You got China. You got China pivot. You've got Ukraine. You've got. They can't do everything at once. And if you're going after Iran, you're going to have to be serious. You can't go in there.
But if you think that America is the most absolute power in the whole universe, and it can do miraculous things. You can go there. You can do both.
I mean, I live in America. There's not really anybody thinking that other than NATO people. But most
Not
people
you.
here would say are idiots and
I know,
delusional.
but
sorry, what was Wyatt trying to say? Wyatt had his finger up for like a long time, and he kept getting interrupted.
Oh, so I was just now because we were talking about Syria. I was thinking, because of Vaughn was saying something that was like, I inspired that maybe what United States is doing, what Trump is doing is to pit Turkey against Israel. And because Israel, you have to understand this, as much as Israel is a good ally or a strong ally or whatever, they have to be tempered down. If not, they will be like out of control.
No, man.
So
Wyatt, are you really thinking that you can?
It's not.
Shut up.
No,
you cannot. You like to drink fruit juice. Cannot. You like to drink fruit juice. I don't like to
Shut
drink
up
fruit juice.
and
I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying from a strategic point of view, it is a good thing to do to pin both the Turkish and the Israeli down, because once they face off each other, both of them cannot do anything. They're gonna get stuck. So you want to get them stuck, so that then you don't have to deal with Syria for first thing. Second thing is that there is something holding back Israel, because Israel ultimately, as much as they are a good ally, Trump actually have his own reservation about Israel because he dealt with Netanyahu before. He know who he is. He's seen all the history. The only thing the United States still have to support Israel because he's an ally. If United States don't support Israel, no allies will trust the United States ever again. You have to understand, because everybody knows Israel is the closest thing to United States. So if Israel is not supported by United States, no other military allies will go to trust United States. Japan, South Korea, everybody who don't believe Americans is going to come to save them. So there's no choice. It's as much as idiotic as Israel is, they have to support Israel. But they have to pin them down. So which is why they allow the Turkish to come into Syria. They will pin them down. Israel will forever.
I mean, think about it. The longer Israel's distracted, the better off we are not having a war in Iran.
Correct.
They're the number one.
They can't fight Turkey, right? Israel cannot fight Turkey. They can fight with Syria, but they cannot fight Turkey. So the thing is, that is a good way to pin them down. If you listen to what the Israelis talk about the Turkish, they say that the biggest threat now is Turkey. It's not Iran anymore. The biggest threat is Turkey. Yeah, so they see it as a massive strategic change in the region. So this is why they went into Syria, because it's like they need more buffer zone. They kind of like start to get worried.
You know what this reminds
me
of?
Real quick, think about Ukraine and Russia. I mean, it benefits China the longer it lasts because it keeps America off of Taiwan.
Well, remember when that
same thing.
When Erdogan had that journalist that asked him something about why are you selling oil to Israel? Something he was like, you don't know what you're talking about, son. Go away. You're confused by the Zionists or something, right?
Turkey will never.
And everybody was making fun of. Everybody's making fun of him, basically saying like, hey, Erdogan's making the claim that no, in fact, my vision for the Neo-Ottoman Empire is so great and is such an actual threat to Israel that what do you know about my 3D chess moves? And so he was like kind of made fun of for saying that, but maybe this is actually it's kind of working out that way, where now Syria is in a little bit of a flux and there's a tug of war, and the Americans can be like, we're pulling out of there, letting you guys have this. And then, I mean, who wants to go to war with Iran? It's really Israel. Like, I'm sure that Trump doesn't want to go to war with Iran, actually, right? Iran doesn't want to go to war. So, you know what?
Yeah, I mean, for me, now that I think of it, it makes sense, because you just keep them busy, you make them clash, then these two countries are going to be so fucking busy with each other. So then you can just do other things. Which I agree with Euro, that Yemen must be resolved first. Because Yemen will be the example they will make to the Iranians. This is what our military can do.
I don't think Turkey can really distract Israel from getting what they want in Iran.
Of course, they're still going to get a lot of things for sure.
No,
because
what I'm trying to get at is, if they want to attack Iran, if America give them the green light, they could care less what is Turkey doing in Syria. Because Syria is just across the border. They can always come back and fuck Syria up. But there's no
reason for America to give the green light, is there? right
No,
now.
Yeah, I don't think Israel
And they're
ever
not
asked
really
for
keen to
permission.
do it. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
Israel
believe they
does
will.
not have the capability to
If they
seriously
can
attack
convince
Iran.
Trump,
They
you know,
can
that you
bomb
have a
Iran.
manpower, if they can convince Trump that you have the mind and manpower to really contain Iran, they'll be crazy enough to allow this to happen. I believe to really, really destroy what Israel wants, to have to do the Iraq force times 10 to really destroy to get a goal in Iran. They can bomb from far away, but that would be even more destruction. America will lose more by bombing and running, and to really do something.
There is no
No, I totally
Israeli
agree.
campaign in Iran. Israel has 10 million people. They have the same population as Gaza plus Lebanon. That's it, right? Like there is no scenario. Like if you get, it's worth going and having a look at the Israeli military. They have no ability to project power into Iran except to bomb it, right? And even then, they're going to depend on American ISR. And they'll take casualties as well.
Yeah.
So this whole idea of Israel attacking Iran, unless they're going nuclear, like it's nonsense. Israel's not a big country. Like even in the region, it's not a big country. It's a small country.
That's why I agree with FCS. Everything his point made, because it don't make sense. Which is why I don't think it's gonna happen. Which is why I hardly talk about like United States gonna attack Iran. Like it's not going to be the case, because it's not to the strategic interest of United States. They rather want Iran to sit down and talk and make a deal, become friends, and then they start to trade with Iran, and then they're gonna focus on China. Iran is a distraction, because once they start a war in China with Iran, China is gonna feed a lot of weapons into Iran. Then it's gonna become the new Vietnam. It's not gonna happen. United States.
A lot of people would make a lot of money out of that war.
For sure, 100% for sure. But this is why I think this is unlikely to be the case.
Wait. But to think that because Iran is so difficult to attack, America will stop is crazy, because people were like saying we can beat Russia, man. Even people like 2-3 years ago said we can beat Russia.
Fight the Russians. We
the
Ukrainians
minority.
fight the
Those
Russians.
people aren't listened to. I mean, the majority of the U.S. public's against the war in Ukraine to one degree or another. Be it the death toll, the finances, the waste of time, the fact that they don't want to like war. I mean, you keep talking about these people that don't exist in America. I mean, the people in charge are not for attacking Iran from the looks of it. They're not interested in having a war with Iran.
They want to make a good deal.
I mean, quit listening to the faggots at MI6 or some fucking washed up asshole that got fired by Trump. I mean, of course, but General Wesley Clark thinks they can beat Russia. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I know you know they're faggot, but the American population can be duped again into a.
No, but the American population is not important. It's what Trump thinks. It's what Trump thinks. If Trump believes nonsense, he'll do the nonsense. Yeah. So the thing is, the American public is not that important in this, because it's already president.
In decision, no, they don't care.
But what I think, what I do think is that the Yemen operation, there will be very, very limited American ground troops, because Trump really don't want American soldiers to die. That's something that is quite established. Like, he really don't like. That's why he's withdrawing out of Syria. Which is, from a computer game point of view, that is a stupid thing to do, because you're reducing your holdings, right? But if you, from his point of view, it's like that is a stupid place to be. So I think Yemen will be the same thing. I think he's going to use the proxy forces, support his airstrikes.
80 million people voted for Trump, and they voted for him for a lot of reasons. But I mean, one of those reasons was no new wars. So, I mean, he what's he going to do? Piss away his whole base just to satisfy your fantasy for an attack on Iran?
No. To Madeline's point,
He'll go for it as always.
Super chat.
No matter what he
Super
does,
chat by Madeline.
it depends what he says.
So super chat by Madeline. Hello boys, Yanks ain't going into Iran. Iran has 3 active S-400. Israelis scared over time frame. Iran getting Sukhoi 34, 35, etc. Israel tell ESA what to do, but Yanks do have some self-preservation, which I do agree.
But yes,
Israel definitely is telling USA to do things,
but
and then the
definitely-
Americans will decide whether they want to do or not.
But definitely,
And
the
one more.
S-400 is not a reason to not go to Iran. The S-400 could have 10 of those. Will not stop America if America want to really destroy.
Agree. It's just a deterrence. So
Yeah.
the Madeline say the news vast crypto mining farm in Herat, one of the biggest in the world. 40 feet containers can be moved easily. Yeah, I didn't believe it either. Where do they get the fucking electricity? But seen photos.
Madeline is
Where's
that?
Herat, by the way? Herat sounds very familiar. Is it Israel?
Where?
Herat?
No, it's probably Iran. I've heard that Iran is really like draining its energy to mine crypto. Like people have been complaining of power shortages because they're mining so much crypto. So I guess
Afghanistan. It's
nuclear
Afghanistan.
power plant.
Herat is Afghanistan.
Afghanistan. Okay, so yeah, what I'm thinking, like, because all these reasons that is so dangerous for Americans to go on the ground in Iran, no matter how crazy it sounds, they will, if there is attack, there will be Taliban supported by Pakistani going into Iran and Balochistan, right? These are the options. That's gonna take a little bit longer to develop. So nothing soon might happen. But this is the only way the Americans are gonna go against Iran, right?
Yeah.
I don't
think
see
Iran-
these air defense are so difficult. They'll find a way to damage it.
Yeah,
to
I
destroy
mean
it.
the Ukrainians can find a way. I mean, I'm quite sure the Americans can. The problem is just I don't think it's possible to invade Iran without a massive force.
That's
You
what I'm
need a
saying.
big,
And it
you
will be
need a
costly.
huge army deployment like what they did against Iraq, and probably plus a bit more,
Plus a
in
bit
order
more.
to
You need a lot
It
of
will be costly. Iran will be a lot more costly than Iraq. Iran would be a lot more costly.
Yeah, I mean, you need probably double the Desert Storm Army, and that doesn't
No,
exist. The Desert
thing
Storm
is,
Army doesn't exist, so
Iraq-
we're years
Iraq,
away
there's-
from it on the ground.
Yes, exactly.
The thing-
That army is gone.
No, one thing. Don't get, guys. The territory is bigger. The population is bigger. The Iran in Iraq there is no mountains, but the old like the west flank of the Iranian is mountains. It's crazy. It's like Afghanistan on steroids, as I said. It's literally Afghanistan on steroids. They have the weaponry, they have
The willpower and the intentions to use them.
the intention, the ideology. It would be a hellish place.
There's a reason we lose our
Yeah,
war games
nobody's
against Iraq. We lose the
disagreeing
war
with you.
games
That's why. That's
against
another
Iraq.
reason why they won't go in because of the cost.
Exactly, and the
I
worst
mean,
thing is,
however you want to look at it, it's going to be costly. Doesn't matter if they knock out all the SA-300s ahead of time and everything's perfect. People are still going to die, a lot of them. So
And the worst-
there's a lot of deterrence to not go into Iran.
and the worst thing is, and the worst thing would be to go bomb and run away. That'd be the worst thing you do is to go bomb around and just pull back. Oh, don't come back for us. That would be the worst idea, because that will use as a deterrence. Like just go bomb things around and say, don't try. If you try, we'll come for
Just
more.
take a look at Ukraine. And we could, Iran would be as bad as Ukraine, except for the United States isn't next door, like Russia is next door to Ukraine. Like,
Yeah.
no, it would be as bad for the Americans. because
What I'm
that-
saying, what I'm trying to say is this: if they do a bunch of B2 rounds over Iran, just bomb some places and run away, and want Iran, don't do nothing, just back off. Maybe that will work, but if that does not work, that's when America loses it. That's when it goes.
I
off
mean, I
control.
guess we better hope that Yemen holds out and really just hangs in there for a few years or till these idiots are gone.
Oh,
I mean,
They've been
that's the
doing
only
it
we
for
can
the
hope
last
for.
20 years already. So
Just I wanted to share how big Iran is compared to America, just as a comparison, just for the people to have an image how.
Can you compare it on Ukraine? I think
Compare it
now
on
everybody
Texas.
is more
Compare it on
familiar with
Texas.
Ukraine than the United States.
No, but it's fucking huge. Look.
Bye bye.
No, but there is like a big mountains like chain. You see the
Yeah,
whole
on the
whole
western part.
left area is fucking mountains. and the population is on that area. It's not. It's difficult. It's not on the.
You can scroll to the Iran side. No, you scroll the map to the Iran side. People can see the mountain.
Yeah, the whole this area is mountain, and the whole big cities are in those mountains. You see Asfahan and all those big areas are mountains, man. That's the things that people don't understand. Compared to Iraq, it's nothing, man. Compared to Iraq, it's nothing. Like they have 85 million population. It's just the invasion is a stupid thing.
Well, we know that it would be bad because number one, we lose our war games against Iraq or against Iran. So that's us, our own people that are like, hey, let's play checkers. You're going to play as Iran. I'm going to play as the United States. The guy playing as Iran usually wins. And number two, we don't want to do it. Like, we don't want to go to war with Iran. We want to probably get a good, maybe do some kind of JCPOA plus. Maybe Trump can blow it up and say this is my legacy. But other than that, it's the Israelis who want to go to war with Iran. News from Moscow: millions going into Patrice Lumumba University. Many more students will be taken. Husband and myself also pledged. Food great, people great. Was very drunk. Russia will go to Dnipro. Thank you very much.
Are you saying I'm drunk right now?
Much love.
Yeah, I don't understand the second sentence.
Yeah,
the second and third sentence. What is millions going into Patrice Lumumba University? Many more students will be taken. Hassan and myself also pledged.
I think I wonder what she pledged. Like pledged like money to Patrice Lumumba University, or like pledged as what, like a scholarship?
Maybe plus
like
university.
a Slava Ukrainian way.
To go, maybe pledge to go there.
No. It's like a donation to the university or to the
Something
course.
like that. That's what I would guess.
Yeah.
Well.
But as I said, the thing is, even the military are very well trained military. There's a lot of advanced weaponry. I'm sure that China will be happy to give them weapons.
Oh, that's right. Iran has friends, not like Iraq. Iran has friends like Russia and China.
China and Russia will pump their weapons into Iran.
Russian will be happy to give them weapons, man. Just for what they did to Ukraine, they will be fucking happy.
But also,
it's going to be like the Korean War or the Vietnam War all over again.
Yeah,
but much bigger scale.
Russia
tend to have this behavior.
Russia tend to have a very restrained in retaliation. I can see Russia not giving too much to Iran if that happens. I can see Russia holding off a little bit.
No, it's going to be like the Europeans towards the Ukrainians. They're going to like trickle the aids.
Yeah.
The Chinese will be the one giving the mass production of the tanks and guns.
Yeah,
and
because I mean, the
Chinese
longer
will be
they
doing
drag
that.
it out, the longer they stay away from Taiwan. So China's going to be the number one fan.
Because if you look at the Vietnam War or the Korean War, the USSR always trickles the aid. Like they only send in the fighter jets, their own pilots to fly the planes, but the things that is on the ground is much lesser.
And trust me, even Arabs that don't
Wait, but the Korean War, wasn't it like
even
on the backs of T-34 tanks?
Yeah.
It was
even
like
the
hundreds
Arabs that don't get along with Iran, but they hate Americans and Israelis more than Iran, so they will fight with the Iranians.
There
like
probably a lot of
individuals.
sabotage. There are probably a lot of sabotage from the real positions. So I think that because of the circumstances, that's why I don't believe this is like going to happen. Like it's very distraction. It will be a godsend from China. The entire trade war will be suspended. Everything will be on the Iran war. China will be the happiest. So they will not happen.
Yeah, my calculation is Russia or US may probably do a bombing run and hope Iran will see that and yield. And if Iran does not yield, I think that's when things get really crazy. I think they put enough fear in that bombing run. Maybe Iran say, hey, shit, they can really do more damage than this. Maybe back a little bit, send some bombs into bases, into some US bases, and it's okay. We are satisfied with that. The same thing they do to Israel. Maybe that will work against Iran. And I think that's what Israel is hoping. Do some bombing run and just back off, and I hope that Iran bombs some bases, and so we're satisfied with that. But if that does not work, I think that's when shit hit the fan. And that's when America really going to get problems.
It will not work. Not on the Iranians, no.
And I'm thinking that's what they're going to do. They're going to do some bombing runs against Iran, bomb some facilities, and want Iran not to retaliate.
It's faster to just nuke the whole country, man. They just nuke the whole country.
Yeah.
Like there's no point, trying to drag it out. Like, it's impossible. It's a massive Vietnam. Madeline said that learn some geography, learn history, use Google. Patrice Lumumba is in Moscow. Educates more African students than others. We pledge a lot of money, learn who people are. So I did Google just now. So it's a university in Moscow.
Yeah,
so,
it's a street name. It's a street name in Ukraine, but it's a university in Moscow.
I love how she starts off with some very good advice, like learn history. Yes, you should. Learn geography. Yes, you should. And then she says, use Google. Like, whoa. What happened? We were on a roll.
Use Google
use Google to learn history and geography.
No.
Don't
Use Google to see
Google.
where Mumbai is, and use history to know why it's there.
Yeah. You should be using your history and your geography to know why you shouldn't be using Google.
I'm using Bing only. Nowadays, I only use Bing. Like Google only when I'm.
Why we all know you're lying. You use AI. Nowadays, you use AI.
I use AI a lot more than Bing, though. That's correct. but I always have to fact check the AI. The AI always not very reliable. Like it's so irritating.
AI is like Google extra fast. That's thing.
Yeah, really.
It can be manipulated to get whatever answer you want. So
yeah, it's like collecting the information from Google from the internet. It's normal.
But yeah. And do any of you know who is Patrice Lumumba? The name?
Congolese leader, right?
He's like
I just Googled.
leader of
I
first
just
leader
Googled, so
of,
I know.
Okay, of course.
In Africa, so
yeah.
So is
Come
there
on,
any
How you
end?
don't know
Was
that?
there
You
an
have
end
to
of
know.
Ukrainian truce? Is there an end of the Ukrainian truce? We should.
didn't it end
move on.
already? I thought it did.
It ended already. The Russians already started bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
There you go. Back to square one.
That's nice.
Yeah.
They started like sending drones and missiles immediately.
That's what That's a good like start from my idea is like it can be true that they are using this truth to prepare for a bigger.
So the another promise is out. Like April 20th was the Trump's promise for the negotiation to finish to conclude the peace in Ukraine, right? Anyone remembers this? Yeah, it was April 20th. Yeah.
Wow.
That was after they asked him about, you promised 24 hours. And then he said it's going to be April 20th. So that was 2 months ago. So it seemed like kind of possible. But they worked everything to do it.
It's what Nanya and I talked about on one of our podcasts, where Trump just did not have the leverage with Ukraine. He thought that he would go into there and basically say, listen,
yes, he did.
I have you between a rock and a hard place. I have you by the balls, right? And that the Ukrainians were just going to cooperate with that. What he didn't realize is that the hardcore fascists in Ukraine have Zelensky by the balls, and they don't have to answer to you, really, in the end, right? They're happy to take your assistance.
No, it was Europeans provided the alternative. Europeans provided the alternative, more promises.
Besides that, the Europeans stepped in, right? Besides that, on top of that, but I think that is the Europeans is already a secondary issue. The primary issue is that it's the denazification, right? The primary issue is that you're not going to take these guys. These guys will be happy to throw every single 18-year-old that is in Lviv if they have to, and to not have to face the accountability of like, hey, what did you guys do? You guys caused this huge massive fight with the Russians. You guys lost my 5 dudes from my family are dead. You guys lost a bunch of territory. You guys lost a bunch of industry. You guys Instead of having to answer to that, you know what? There's just going to be fewer people to answer to because otherwise they're screwed. What else do they have? Like they are screwed, and it falls on their shoulders.
It's the literal kick the can, and like people always talk about puppet regimes and sovereignty as if they were like binary opposites. And it's weird to me how hard it is for people to grasp that, like every leader, every government in the world has a degree of sovereignty and a degree of coercion and control. Like that's why you have the ancient concept of the sword of Damocles, And that's because of your population and also your elites and your foreign relations, and everything is hanging on you. And so, yeah, you have leaders who have more sovereignty. They're still accountable to their own power structures. But like in America, people always talk about the continuity of agenda, and also talk about how Trump is going to change everything. And both of those things are like fake to a certain degree, insofar as like the guy can do whatever he can and not anymore. Like there's a massive power struggle going on in every government and in every geopolitical situation, and you have some wiggle room in that, and that's it.
Yeah,
you have some
super chat. Use fucking Google. So you know who you are talking to. You know how to research history, Bradley. You will know that if you've researched before speaking.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that. I was trying to hold up. It was directed towards me. I was trying to make a joke. I wasn't actually. Of course, you can use Google to make to do your research, and I use Google all the time. I was trying to make a joke. I'm so sorry.
Your jokes aren't funny.
Yeah, so Trump has a lot of all of the leverage.
But the Ukraine
all the leverage over Ukraine, but he didn't want to use it.
No,
because he didn't want to give it up.
Yeah,
it's like completely ordering all the total pull out ban Starlink from using in Ukraine. That's all the leverage you need. But he broke his own rule of negotiation. Be ready to walk out.
No,
he broke that rule. He wasn't ready to walk out. He wanted to get it, to win, to present it as victory.
The thing is, he's not negotiating against Ukraine. He's negotiating with the Russians. So he needed the Ukraine to continue to fight so that he have the cards to play with the Russians. If the Ukrainians cannot fight, there's no cards to play against the Russians.
Why?
That's the main reason.
Why? I'm thinking the same thing they did in Syria is what they want to do in Ukraine. Basically, don't get a peace agreement big enough to where they cannot act, but just go enough to say it simmers down until Ukraine can really rearm itself and do the bomb rush against the Donbass like they did in Iraq, in Syria. They're using the same system where they'll do this kind of simmer down war, rearm the forces, and just bomb rush. And because if Russia get a good deal with America, Ukraine is forever locked out of Crimea and Donbass. But if US also walk away, let things simmer down a little bit, become this small-scale war, rearm Ukraine, because Russia cannot keep this momentum going forward. I'll keep saying this. If Putin ever walk away from this war, it will be a whole different face of this war. Either a blow over big or everything else.
FCS.
Yeah.
You have to talk a bit slower. It's really hard for me to understand what you're saying.
Okay. All right. So
sorry.
All right. So what I'm trying to get at is this. I can't repeat myself, but I'll just go over just brief carefully. I'm saying
just for further ado.
What I'm trying to say is this. I said the US government have a new system where they see a conflict coming to it and basically try to simmer down the war, but not go to full peace and not go to full dissolution of the war. Rearm the factions and come back in with a full force and undo almost everything that has been achieved by the winning factors. In the case of Iraq or is Ukraine and Russia, I can see them not giving Russia any valid peace agreement, but it will be this small-scale war, rearm Ukraine enough to reclaim the Donbass, like what happened in Syria. Because my point is, if Putin was to walk away from this war, let's say Putin say, you know what, I'm old, walk from politics, and at that time, Ukraine will be well armed enough to reclaim the Donbass, because there's no solid peace agreement on file that will prevent Ukraine from reclaiming Donbass.
Yeah, I think it's coming. I want
to talk about, Bradley, I want to talk about Ukraine for a minute here, because the thing is, Trump came in, like moving incredibly fast, but the reality is that his administration is not very old, and so we're yet to see the end game in Ukraine. Like that's an ongoing project. But with regard to like the denazification and the Russian war aims, there's a reality which is that Ukraine is a very bellicose nation. It's like they not only do their soldiers fight very hard, but if you listen to the leadership in Ukraine, they're not shy. They're not frightened. Like they want to go to war with Russia. And I've been reading about Bandera recently, you know, the hero of Ukrainian nationalism. And it's kind of interesting, right? Because Bandera was never a prolific writer. He wasn't an academic dude. He wasn't. He came from a very nationalistic family, but he was never a writer. He was never an intellectual. One of the things that kept him alive was that, like, he didn't have any strong politics. He believed in Ukrainian nationalism, but he had like a very childish and almost esoteric view of Ukrainian nationalism. And one of the things that he said, which is kind of interesting if you have a look at Ukraine now, was that he didn't have this historic view of like make Ukraine great again. He actually had this view that he would create the Ukrainian nation where there had never been one before. He understood that it had been the Golden Khanate, that it had been the property of the Mongols, and it had been the property of the Hungarian Empire and of Russia. He believed that he would create a brand new Wakandan Ukrainian nation. And not only did he believe in this magical, like almost like Messiah-like property of this new thing emerging, but he also believed that it would come about through war and bloodshed. He was very much against politics. He believed that armed struggle and sacrifice, not just of the enemy, but of Ukrainian blood. It's very kind of dark black magic and you know, occult type stuff. And Bandera did used to dress up in all kinds of weird outfits. He believed in blood sacrifice to bring about the Wakanda of the snow, this magical new nation. And this informs Ukrainian nationalism, and it gives you an idea of why they are so ferocious. And it also informs like the Russian perspective that these guys are a real problem, right? It's like there's not going to be some happy peace where Ukrainian nationalists give up the idea of destroying Russia and expanding Ukraine, because they actually have this reasonably interesting belief that there's going to be a Ukraine rising. It's going to be on to bigger and better things. And if you listen to the Ukrainians, they talk about the destruction of Russia. Like this is a very real goal.
Slavic ISIS. It sounds like Slavic ISIS.
No, but it is. It's kind of it's a little bit loopy, right? And so this is you see this with NATO as well. Like NATO is concerned about what happens in a peace because they're worried about the nationalists, right? Because a lot of the nationalists are not going to stop fighting just because somebody says there's a peace with Russia. It's like someone's going to have to deal with these nationalists in Ukraine, right? Because they will, you know, the fear is that they will turn their guns on Poland or Romania. And frankly, they're better armed, they're better fighters, right? And they would steamroll the Polish, or maybe not the Polish so easily, but they would steamroll Romania. And like commanders in the Ukrainian battalions have actually talked about this. This isn't fantasy. The head of NATO has talked about this. It's like, you know, like we got to be careful. We don't end up fighting these guys. They're a really big armed force. And so like one of the big questions is who deals with these guys? Because the person who's best placed to deal with them at the moment is probably Putin, right? And so you may end up having, ironically, you may end up having NATO not publicly, but privately agreeing with the denazification aim of Russia, which is like we have to defang this entity because Ukrainian nationalism is a particularly ferocious and weird thing in the world, and it has its own agency. And I think that Zelensky is terrified of it, and I think that there are people in Europe who think it's a great thing because the idea that they can use this to destabilize and attack Russia, right? And it's a very useful tool because it's very willing. But the problem is it's like, it means that any political settlement is very difficult because as long as you've got like a large armed force inside Ukraine willing to do a Maidan against Zelensky or anyone else who talks peace, right? Then it's very difficult to reach a political solution. So the only solution may be denazification by bloodshed, right? And that's not just a solution for Russia, but that's a solution for everybody in the region, because this virulent nationalism that believes in the sanctity and the righteousness of bloodshed, it's a pretty scary thing. right? And so I think that, like, that's something that Trump can't just wish away. And so I actually think that, like, Trump will walk away. He'll take Bannon's advice and maybe just walk away until they break the spine of the militarism in Ukraine. And how long that takes that's an open question. But I think it would mean that they'd have to cut off the military and probably cut off ISR and cut off the supplies. And then, but even then, we may see like a long, protracted, drawn out conflict in
like
Ukraine
the second half of
going
World War
on
II,
for many
right?
years. Yeah.
Hey, Toby,
One
Yeah,
had a figure before me.
And then yours next. I got to get going. I'm doing my closing. Yeah, I just wanted to thank Wyatt for providing the platform. This was a good show today. A lot of good topics, a lot of good people on the panel. Like, subscribe, and share. I mean, they're going to keep talking about this, so keep watching. I'm going to watch. I just can't be on anymore. With Ukraine, I would definitely keep an eye on the Orkiev sector and see if something happens there, because it looks like that might be getting kind of hot. And if they actually did get to that village, then they might. They're not that far. I mean, they're far away, but it's not, relatively speaking, they're not that far down the road from Orkiev. So keep an eye on that. Obviously there'll probably be some more crap with the ceasefire, fallout, but I think the Russians are going to start turning up the heat, and start, they're pushing all across the front, but definitely Orkiev. I would say that's something to watch. Y'all have a good weekend and happy Easter. Take it away, Yura.
Thank you for super chat. Bradley Florell, that's okay, Bradley. I'm very drunk after getting back from Heathrow.
Okay, awesome. I'm glad you can correct that misunderstanding. But yes.
And then,
so I want to expand. I want to expand on Toby's point. Bandera's writing. Yes, they really follow it. But that's correct reading of history, right? A new country can create the identity and a new country only through the war, through suffering, through fighting. The same thing that MLK was talking to the
not
black
like
population.
Singapore.
You have to grow.
Not like Singapore.
You have to grow
like a real country.
You
a real
have to
country,
grow
not
it,
like Singapore.
right? You have to grow it. So it's through the blood. But also what Bandera was writing, that if Ukraine doesn't achieve it by fighting the enemy, by fighting Russia, it doesn't deserve to exist. Just like Hitler said, if we didn't succeed, there's no value in existing it. Like, it's to the last one. You have to sacrifice everything to preserve this value, to create something, right? So same ideology as Hitler. But what I'm seeing it is, this is taken by EU in the process of creating the new country. Okay, that's what I'm seeing from EU. EU is also taking the same approach. Create a country, new identity to the war. So they prepare it for real.
Is utilizing the blood sacrifice of Ukrainians.
That's my point. They're preparing for the war against Russia. This is the EU ideology too. Only way to create a new country is by war, by struggle. This is what I'm saying. This is the future.
I was just
same ideology.
Joking, Wyatt. I was just joking about Singapore not being a real country. Maybe just the Slavs are all crazy. But what you're saying, it reminds me a lot of this idea of, like Carl Jung talked about the Nazi Germany in the sense of like they were possessed by the archetypal spirit of Odin, and they got a mass psychosis of bloodlust that pushed them to crazy extremes. Now, I think it's kind of unjust because Odin is a warrior god. He does serve himself of blood sacrifices and human sacrifice. but he's not a retard. Like he's supposed to be a sage god. His whole thing is the quest for wisdom, you know, and he crucifies himself with a spear stabbed into him
I see
to
what you're
achieve
saying. So
knowledge.
Ukraine can't be Odin, in other words.
Yeah, but I was remembering because there's another. I remembered of this funny story when you were talking about that narrative, which makes a lot of sense to the Ukrainian psychology, and it's that of Fenrir. Fenrir is a half-breed son of Loki with a magical horse, and he's a wolf, and he grows, you know, and he's a friend of the Asgardian gods. They play with him and shit, you know, and he grows ever bigger and bigger, and at some point they start getting scared and they start tying chains on him, but like as a game, like, oh look, we're gonna tie you with this, let's see if you can break free. And he breaks free, and oh wow, so good. And they tie him with bigger chains and bigger chains, and they're all super scared because they're like, holy shit, there's nothing that can withhold this wolf. And in the end, they braid these magical ribbons, you know, with the power of the dwarves and whatever. And so they say, oh, now we're gonna tie you with this. And the wolf Fenrir, he gets suspicious, and he's like, you really want to tie me? And yeah, it's gonna be fun, it's gonna be great. And they tie him with these pretty ribbons, and he can't break free of those ribbons, and that's how they trap him forever. And this wolf, he's a titanic force that is going to destroy the world in Ragnarok. So just keep that in mind, because these guys are really, you know, into all this Nordic mythology, you know, and it makes a lot of sense to what you were saying, the story of Fenrir. Sorry, go on, Toby.
Yeah, I'm going to do a closing too, but like I think we're pivoting towards Warhammer here, so I have something to say, because like it's the Ukrainians are giving rise to a new chaos god of retardation in the warp, right? Like their blood sacrifice is going to spawn a new chaos god, right? Like that's the plan. Except that this one's going to be like and just be like raw aggression.
God of War, but
like,
retarded. It's going to be retarded God of War.
Yeah, like Korn, but like not blood for the blood god, just more like, you know, just blood or something. Right? But in any case, I don't think it's going to work, right? On account of like Russia having lots of nuclear weapons. It's kind of interesting what Euro said about like the Europeans buying into this. I think what he's getting at, he can correct me, is that like the idea is that this war will galvanize the European Union into a federal state instead of being lots of disparate entities. That may be the deranged fantasy somewhere, but like personally, I don't see it. Like I don't think you've got countries like Italy. I don't think Italy is going to give up its national identity to become part of something new, nor is France, you know, like, but also even in places like Lithuania, this tiny little microstate, bigger than Singapore, obviously, but even so, like, you know, a few million people, it's geographically bigger. Those people like are really into their national identity, like most European countries are. So I don't really see any legs on this like blood sacrifice, give rise in the warp to the new European chaos god. I think that just ends in tears and probably, you know, nuclear exchange in the Northern Hemisphere, which is, you know, like that has its merits. But anyway, look, Gabriel, thank you for your walk into paganism on this Easter, which should be Jesus's time. But I'll just say, Merry Easter, everybody. Remember, like, Jesus was not a warlord. He wasn't some like Slavic.
What the fuck, Toby? But he gave the blood sacrifice. Come on, he gave a blood sacrifice.
He's a closing. No interruption. He's a closing.
He didn't blood sacrifice other people. So like, yeah. But yes, that's true. This is my blood. This is my body, and so on. I won't go Gnostic because it's Easter. Like, respect. Happy Easter, everyone. Thank you very much, Wyatt. Great panel. See you all next time.
Happy Easter. Peace, Toby.
Yeah. So anyway, it's 6 hours 45 minutes. So let's continue on closing then. So let's close because if not, you'll never finish. So FCS, you're muted.
All right. So, you know, just to go back on what I was saying earlier, I see the thing is, when I say Russia walking away, I'm not saying Russia walk away oh, they just leave the war zone. No, they're going to scale down because they call the Ukrainian scales down. And I keep saying this: Putin is not an immortal human being. He's old guy. He can get sick of this war tomorrow and walk away. And if this war is not concluded to his liking and he retires or move away from this presidency, whoever takes over does not have the ideology or the mindset or the will to continue this war. The Americans and the Europeans will basically use the Ukraine to reclaim those territories. But Hoko Crook, they may not invade Russia, but that Donbass and that Crimea maybe not, but Donbass for sure, they can get it back if these things are resolved under Putin's terms while he's in power. And also, I can see the American using this one as actually a way to actually keep Russia busy. So if you get a peace deal right now that works in Russia's favor, guess what happened? Russia can go back to the market tomorrow, and Russia now have less things, one thing off its list to worry about, or active war zone, as they can keep Russia, as why I said earlier, keeping Turkey and Israel busy in Syria. That can keep Russia busy in Ukraine. Not end the war, but keep it in an active zone where Russia still have where to commit its attention to. Not all attention, but some attention to, and keep at it. And eventually, as I said earlier, again, in a Syria case, Syria war had basically almost disappeared. All here was 1 week. These guys are on the move. 2 weeks later, they're in Damascus. When were they giving weapons? Where was the training coming from? All of a sudden, there was weapons coming from everywhere. These guys come from everywhere. And the Moscow army just fall. They may not seize Moscow, but if they play the same logic, they can get Donbass. As you said, the Ukrainians want to fight, and they want to fight, and they have the will to fight. If they do the same trick they play in Syria, and they play this long game until Putin walks away or Putin retires, Putin gets old, whoever replaces Putin don't have that mindset. They can reclaim the Donbass, and this is what I think the Americans are doing. Oh, pretend to want peace deal with Russia. Okay, Ukraine don't want to do it. We'll push back. Keep the war going for as long as possible till Putin retires, and then we'll have the reclaim Donbass and they push these guys again. But anyway, that is just me theorizing just this whole nonsensical thing. I'm not a military guy, I'm a computer guy, but Americans love to repeat, copy, and paste their strategies. If it work here, oh man, let's try it again. It might work somewhere else. So, but in all, again, it's a very, as always, a very good discussions. And thanks to thanks to every one of you that comes on here. For those watching, and for those that don't understand my speech pattern, I don't know how to adjust it. I try to actually impress and I talk way faster than this. This is me trying to check myself, but I try. But again, what is in you can change it. But over time, I guess I'm getting used to this. And when we have our security forums back home, that's when I learned to actually kind of simmer down my speech patterns a little bit to kind of get the information across. I'm not talking to myself, I'm talking to our people. So, of course, I understand from different backgrounds.
I thank you for your effort. Please keep on trying. I think at the end, I could understand what you were saying a little bit more.
But yeah, Gabriel, this is closing. You don't interrupt closing.
I was just giving my positive support.
But yeah, again, as you said, today is Jesus Christ is risen, and here he is telling me to slow down. Yeah, Jesus Christ, you can hear all tongues and all languages. Come on, use your superpower. Yeah, God's chosen child.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway,
there would be no growth for you, my son.
Damn.
If I use my powers, there would be no growth for you, my son.
That would be painful. That would be too painful. But yeah, well, that said, y'all good night, and you have a good day, and stay safe, stay alive. And Slava tariff? No. Slava cats and dogs to this.
Cats and dogs. No growth for you. Well, which part of the body are you talking about?
Hey, that's a good question.
The spirit, Wyatt. The spirit, for God's sake.
Okay.
My God.
Okay.
Get off the internet. Touch some grass, please.
I will say you're too late.
So it's 1 p.m. for me. It's right in the middle of the afternoon. Not the right time.
Yeah, it's not the right time. 11 o'clock here on my side. It's 12 midnight.
Euro closing.
Yeah, so based on what FCS was saying, that the West tries something to see if it works, like it worked in Syria. So it's trying now in Ukraine, repeating the same pattern to succeed something. I would say Europe is doing the same thing to see. They're looking if this blood sacrifice and creation of the new country is going to succeed. So they will repeat it. And it doesn't matter what individual national countries think and want, they will provoke it. Just like it didn't matter for majority of Ukrainians what they think, what they want. The small number that had huge planning, huge resources behind them, provoked it over time, built up the narrative. Everything was built up over time in order to have this really war, and then to get more and more population on it, on the project. This is the plan of EU to create a new EU, new country, right? To because I'm seeing the total plan, like a really developed plan of EU since a while back, how it's gonna creep in, creating the new identity, new country. You know, they don't have nothing, just like Ukraine didn't have nothing except hate of Russia. So now EU is looking into it, you know, to have the same initial identity, hate of Russia, repetition, right? If it succeed, and this is probably a Russian view of it. You know, do they want this? Do they want sacrifice part of it to recreate? Because also Russia had trouble with identity, and we see they solved it with the war. So it's a correct view of the history in order to have a war in order to strengthen your country. This is correct view of history. It's not incorrect what Toby was saying about Ukraine, right? And Bandera. This is correct view of history. That's how countries are created, through the war, through the sacrifice, through the fight, internal fight. So, and they create some identity through it, even though it's artificial, but it happens. Just like a war of independence in America, right? It's a war. They created narrative, they created identity, independence, right? It's all planned. It's all well known for the big planners, right? Everything is well known. So and even China might want, you know, to well, they have pretty much unity, but they might recreate it, and you know, and not necessarily needed, but you know, might happen if it weakens, if the internal relations get weakened, the oligarch starts you know, collapsing. So this is the normal view of the history, and they're using it for some above, you know, higher purposes. Really bad thing. But it's, you know, some projects, people have projects, oligarchs want to be, you know, creators, right? They birthed something, like gods, same thing, right? So but if you compare some mythology to art, you know, to present archetypal struggle, you always have to suffer who's who, you know, how to recognize who is who. What's the wolf in this case? What's the Ferner in this case? So you really cannot match. You just, you know, you can just match them post fact, not really compare what's the next, you know, to get prediction. So I think, yeah, that's too much from me, and it's 7 a.m. in the morning for me. I can go to sleep again, maybe for a short time, but yeah, happy Easter to all Christians.
Thank you, it was awesome to have you on. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Euro.
Yeah.
Bradley, closing.
Enjoyed.
All right. Well, I think I want to kind of hop on to what FCS was saying. You know, I want to be like, I understand the kind of where he's coming from, right? If you take a look at what's happened with Syria and stuff, but I think what's happening is that the Ukraine project didn't go to plan, and the Ukraine project has been in the pipeline for a long time, long time. Back from Operation Gladio, really, you could even argue. So the plan of what's like left, save what's left of global hegemony project is refocusing. And I think that it's refocusing on the Middle East, which seems to be going a little bit better. But in the long run, they want to focus on the big bad, elephant in the room, which is China, of course. So I don't know. But this thing FCS is saying that I think this is exactly why the Russians have executed this war in the manner that they have, because they understand it's existential, and they have been saying that this war is it's not an expansionist war, right? This is an existential war that has to do with concrete security concerns for the Russians. So I think that's why it's always been kind of ridiculous when the pro-Ukrainian people say, oh, Russia could just leave. So I think the Trump administration wanted to have made more progress on Ukraine by now. It's obvious, but the reason why they haven't been able to is because Trump overestimated his leverage over the Russians, and of course, especially overestimated his leverage with the Ukrainians. And post Maidan coup, Banderistan, Kiev, Ukraine, those people that are that project, right? They understand that it's existential for them and their vision of Ukraine. So it's existential for Russia in that manner. It's existential for those Ukrainians, and so those two sides will go to the end. And in the meantime, a lot of Ukrainians will be dying, and Russians, right? So I think that he just really overestimated how much leverage he had over the Ukrainians, and don't overestimate how much leverage you have over crazy people or desperate people. So I can't be the only one. I remember saying from the very start of the Trump administration that they'll end up trying to pawn this thing off onto the EU. And I think that that's what's going to end up happening. And that's kind of what's already in the process of happening. And I think the biggest point of contention really in the end, it's the land, but it really isn't the land, because the Ukrainians are willing to demonstrate a step back with saying, oh, we'll get it eventually through diplomacy, or maybe in the next 100 years, right? So they've found a way to rationalize that and to sell it to the people. But I think the biggest point of contention really, it's not the security guarantees, it's the denazification. If Russia gets their way with the denazification, that's going to be basically regime change. And that's going to basically round up these people, these guys that have been this core, that have always been there for a long time, and get rid of them. You literally arrest them, And so these guys are in power, so they'll do everything. They'll throw everything at the door, whatever's underhand, to not let that thing get to them. So that's my view on that. But anyway, so sorry for the rambling. It was awesome. Thank you very much, everybody, for being part of the audience, being part of the panel. Wyatt, very much for being the tireless commander that puts on this opportunity for all of us to get our thoughts out. And of course, our excellent super chatters like Madeline. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. And Madeline's super chat. Ran out of facts. Cigarettes. Have to send a taxi to go get some. This package is going to cost more than the super chat I've paid for. So I'm not very. I don't really understand smokers. So, Gabriel is next, because Gabriel is next to me now.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Wyatt. It's been fun. Appreciate the effort. And yeah, to Toby about Jesus not being a warrior god, I can just say that I have not come to bring peace but the sword. And on purpose of the Holy Sunday, the Holy Sunday is the victorious return after having descended into the depths of hell to slay the demons that held mankind captive. Okay, so after a massive battle in the depths of hell, wielding his divine sword, Jesus vanquishes the demons that held the saints, all the pious and saints of old. He liberates Adam and Eve from hell and all their sons that have been righteous. And he comes back then unto the world of the living. That's like in the Catholic or tradition, the Latin tradition.
but then there's other versions of the story in which he rises into the foundations of the cosmos, and he liberates the faithful wisdom, Sophia, that from the chains that she is held under. So yeah, the idea that Jesus is a peaceful God is ridiculous. You know, no God can be peaceful, but Jesus represents, you know, and this in the spirit of beyond Christianity, like as I bring up the stories of the pagans, I think that Christians would be wise to not miss out of the lore in which their own myths and wisdom, their own scripture is embedded. And even if it's just to know thine enemy, learn from the mysteries of the pagans, you know, and all the other creeds of the earth. So you can understand them better. And yeah, I'm not saying that these archetypal references and prophecies and all of that are a literal prediction of what's going to happen, but they're like the recollection of the ancients of the cycles of history and nature. So there is definitely wisdom in recognizing them. And, you know, you can predict what might happen tomorrow or not, but like anyone who predicts famine and war and plagues, you know, and catastrophes is going to be right, 100%. You know, prophets are always right because they say things that everyone knows that is going to happen. So it's not that they're the ones who predict the future; it's the ones that tell people how to prepare so that they can endure, you know, and surpass the trials and tribulations that time will inevitably bring. And with that note, may ye have a blessed Holy Sunday, and may ye be resurrected again. Gods are not immortal because they cannot die. They're immortal because they are resurrected. Thank you. Have a good night, and have a good fight.
Thank you, Gabriel. Mika, closing.
Yes, thanks, Gabriel, and everyone, and Wyatt for this usual weekly opportunity to express ourselves and be opposites and give you headaches too. And about what the FCS was saying and Bradley, I don't agree because Russia is never in this Syrian situation. The Russian government, the Russian leadership is not in the same situation. The economy is not the same. The population is not the same. The enemy is not the same. So it's a stretch to have the same comparison. This is first. Second, situation in the Middle East is very confusing, even for native Middle Easterners who understand the region. So just to say, oh, it's all the plan of Israel and it's all the plan of the Turks or the Americans, it's not always the same. It's not always true. Maybe everyone have a hand in it, but no one controlled it. So to say in a sure way that this happened because of this, it's not the correct way in the Middle East and everywhere in the world. It's not as simple as that. And this is one thing. Secondly, on the situation on Gaza, even if people now, some people were disagreeing with me before, and it's not like a genocide, it will be soon if everything stay the same. Famine and disease will take a big portion of life, and it is a genocide because it's intentional. It's not a natural disaster. People refusing to enter in food and medicine to kids and women and in men. There's not all men in Gaza are fighting. That's we always forgetting men and focus on women and children alone. but that's what gives the most sympathy to humans. And the way that Israel fought doesn't give any excuses. And the thing is, Israel maybe win the short term, but they lost the whole region. Even the people that were like giving them excuses and say no, peace can be brought and stuff. We see what they do to the West Bank. We see what they do to Syria, which never fought a bullet. We see how they did never hold any truce or agreement. So people are like less disillusioned with the peace with Israel, with the word of Israel in the West, because we see what happened in Ukraine and the uproar that happened in Ukraine and the carelessness because of the skin color of the victims. Let's say people like were upheld because of the bus, I think that was hit in Ukraine, because there is like 30 kids dead or something like this. But we see this every day in Gaza and no one beats. And with the war continuing, we see that propaganda from the Israelis is like getting so much disposed. We see the example of the health workers that were massacred, and the footage that came out everything that the Israeli defense ministry said was just pure lies. And anyway. And Trump, I say, keep up the good work, Trump, and wreck everything. Yeah. For me, I just as a personal thing, I trust that America and every country have the right and the authority to do whatever they want inside their lands, to do tariffs or not. But it's a kind of hypocritical from America, because they are the ones who put that system and force countries on that system, and then they say no, we changed our minds and we don't want it anymore. So it's just hypocritical. But if Trump want to do 1,000% tariff on China or whatever one, yeah, they are right, but don't take that right from other countries too. That's what I'm saying. And that's it. And thank White for supporting this channel and supporting people that disagree with you and give them a chance, like me and other people. And thank you.
Thank you, Nika. So yeah, that's it. It's my turn to do closing. Thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 124, which is the Easter episode, which I deliberately make it later so that you guys can enjoy your Easter before we do the open mic. Yeah, that's an excuse. I just fall asleep. So yeah, Easter ceasefire declared by Russia, but everyone accused of violating it. And a very good episode with a lot of conversations. Sorry to the Europeans because I was too tired. So yeah. And also I just want to address a bit on the just now about the war to build a nation by Euro, to build a country. Actually, Singapore have war before. It's World War II. The identity, because that theory is not entirely wrong. So because of World War II's experience, like because of Japan conquest of Singapore, and then the British supposedly boasted Singapore as the fortress, but it ended up Singapore fell pretty quickly. No, I mean like Edifka lasted longer than Singapore. So so I think yeah, that basically really actually did indeed become a identity for Singapore. Is that through that World War II experience in the Battle of Singapore and Malaya, we learned that we cannot depend on foreigners, which is also why Singapore's military is very strong. Yeah, because that's the lesson that we learned from our warring history, is that if we outsource our security, then we will be abandoned when the war actually comes. That's what happened to the British. They supposedly supposed to be protecting us, but they did not. They just surrendered without fighting in the streets. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, so that's it. happy belated Easter. I think Easter is over for most people except for the other half, the western half of the United States. So that's it. Thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, and thank you for all the super chats. I think I covered all the super chats. Yep. And thank you everyone, and I'll see you guys in the next update.
We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate. Join the discussion. Share your voice. Share your opinion. Swallow your ego. Expand your mind. DPA Open Mic. Free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, but others yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring mic, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, but others yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table